What controls planet Earth? Do we really know? Live tonight on Architects of Humanity. I'm your host, Max Stout. Streaming early tonight. A few people, they asked me that streaming early is a little better for them. So here I am doing some streams about what controls planet Earth. There's definitely something behind the scenes that we cannot see. A lot of theories about what people think it is, but we really don't know. Remember, we can figure out what something is not a lot easier than we can figure out what something is. So when we go through the the options, we can eliminate certain things and get closer to what is possibly behind the scenes. People talk about the Greys, the Nephilim, other type of shadow people, and different things that, funny enough, that if you speak about, they will give a disclaimer sometimes, which raises an eye. Because remember, whoever controls the past controls the future. And to control the past, you have to control the present. So the battle for information is right now in the present for the past, because if we can speculate, it changes the future trajectory. Right now, it is said that AI companies are buying up books and printing them and scanning them and then destroying them. Anybody can look this up. They can see that they're cutting the spines, they're shredding them. So we are in a brave new world as we speak. Retro, good to see you, man. He says, yo, glad you're on. Watching last PFL flight of the night. Good to see you, man. Space Monkey says, I saw spirits once studying this life, spirits who passed. I think personally, people who have much of a fear-based mindsets, our mind are our own prisons. It's a possibility, man. History could be his story. You're absolutely right. His story is not her story, and it's definitely not the whole story. So as we go deeper, we can find out. House Atreides, what's a great name, man. The controllers of this world of the PDF files. I think those are the intermediaries. Those are the people that whatever it is behind the scenes are using to control the rest of humanity through fear. So there's always something behind that. And there's always, when you look into it, something to do with our children, with the children of the world. It's sad that people haven't stood up and defended that. Let me see. I think we got Drew Ma Fitness here, man. I think I just pulled him on. Okay, yeah, it's a dark avatar. What's up, bro? Good to see you, man.
Hola.
All right. Space Monkey says, as we go through time, maybe our souls studying ourselves in different time person. I'm not sure what that word is. Sappen. I hear what you're saying. Retro says, I think the peeling books to feed them to AI is fear porn to mind virus folks. Well, I mean, if they really are doing that, that's a serious thing, man. I mean, that's a serious thing. The fact that they're destroying books. We don't want books to be destroyed. Electronic books can be eliminated by the push of a button. But printed books last longer. They give a different energy. Our souls want to know ourselves, I think, through time and different circumstances, reincarnation. That's a possibility. I think it might go a bit deeper when we look at the plasmatic universe and stuff like that. Retro says books are cheap. Thrift stores are full of them. Get a book or 10. Well, if you notice that, have you seen many thrift stores with books in them? I haven't. I mean, slowly but surely they're shrinking and the books are disappearing. And if we don't keep our eye on them, they'll be gone before you know it. When you think about the next generations, that right now, audiobooks are outselling ebooks. So it's stepped away from printed to to audio. What we do need is people reading a bit more. Leftist global elites, really, not right, not far right global elites, right? There's something behind both sides. when you have a one-track mode of thinking, Brian, it just shows that you're really not going to see the whole picture because of your own biases, your own political zombified views. Yes, all my thrift stores have books and records. Well, for how long? That's what I'm saying. For how long? I know you're pro AI retro, so hey, if that's what it is, that's what it is, man. You know,
How long do you think?
I would say a generation, and
Hey, what's that?
a generation is usually about 15 years because, people can have kids when they're teenagers, 15 to 20 years. But I think it's moving a little quicker than that,
Yeah.
especially with AI, the internet. We see it with the politics. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? Uh,
Not
movie.
to mention attention spans, Adderall.
Hmm. Yeah. Attention spans are almost gone
Right.
for, yeah, yeah. Cursive. A lot of people can't write cursive, which already has been eliminated basically. And not that the Declaration of Independence or the Constitution was ever followed by the government,
And
but
with me and kids, they're giving kids Adderall and methamphetamines as early as middle school. So how does that end up with attention spans and actually reading?
oh, the pharmaceutical industries, in our opinion, definitely, yeah, yeah, we already see that children are coming out of school, and a lot of people have tested them and say that they're not learning, like they're graduating, but they're empty. And
Even in college, what
yeah,
are they really?
exactly. College is it's like an indoctrination center. And what are they going to do? When I worked in a supermarket as a early teenager, now I do see people in there, but slowly the automated machines are taking over. And eventually, Amazon already experimented with having stores with nobody in it, where you have your card and everything hooked up to where you walk in, you put what you want in your cart, you walk out, and it already goes and charges everything. Everything's under surveillance. The flock cameras that we see that are following people, they use the flock camera. Anybody can look it up, to follow a woman from Texas to another state. She was trying to get an abortion, and they criminally charged her with trying to do that. But magically, they can't find missing children, right?
Right. And we could see with the bank. You
Oh,
really
yeah,
think anybody's gonna work in the bank in the next couple of years?
yeah. There's definitely not going to be. I mean, the automated service. It's going to be dwindled down to like two people, maybe the bank manager and one person. And even that, yeah, we're not sure of it. They don't want people to be able to have control over anything.
Anything.
Yeah, they just passed, the EPA passed, where they're allowed now to spray these three forever chemicals onto citrus, leafy greens, and other plants, the foods that we eat. And they're known carcinogens, possible cancer causing. And they say, well, it's necessary. So if you have a system of food that's dependent on spraying poisonous chemicals on it, it's not a system of food, it's a system of poison.
Yeah, we can't even use the word food anymore.
Yeah, it's
That's what I
definitely,
said.
yeah,
Like with an orange, for example. Is it really an orange or is it really green and they're just painting it orange?
yeah,
And anybody knows it's not really an orange. It,
yeah.
an orange, if you go down to Florida and buy it, it's got some green hues to it, but of course they're going to paint it orange to everything in the grocery store, folks, has to look uniform.
Hmm.
The
Yeah,
apples are waxed, the
yep.
oranges are painted orange.
It's crazy. And they're all the same size. So oranges that are different sizes and apples that are different sizes, they discard them and sell them to people that will sell it at a farmer's market or at a very, very low discount outside of the supermarket. because they want everything to be uniform. That's something that we miss. They want things to be the same exact size, all be in line like rows of soldiers.
Same
To
size, same color. A
Yep,
blueberry, guys, if you grow your own blueberries that have blueberry bushes out back, they're very small. Now the blueberries are the size of the grape, as the size of a grape.
yeah, yeah. And the smaller ones probably have more nutrients. They were saying that the small organic ones, just like certain other seeds and stuff, they might not be as big as the commercial ones, but they contain more nutrients. And
And
this
now
is,
they call that wild.
yeah, exactly. They call it wild. And, apples, especially when you look at it, they're all the same size. They're sprayed with wax. The oranges, all the same size. The lemons, the limes. It should make people wonder.
And let's not even get into seedless varieties.
Oh, yeah. That just, yeah. The seedless is like, I mean, it's like a sterilization plan that's very unseen when we think about it. Definitely something behind the scene.
How are we growing food, folks, that's seedless variety? So
That
you're gonna plant something that does not reproduce seeds in it.
exactly.
It's like having a kid who doesn't have balls, who
Yeah.
doesn't have a vagina. Like, how is that even possible?
Yeah. How does that person procreate? You're right. How do you plant something that doesn't produce seeds? That's a really good question because you're not getting seeds. And I would think that some of the oranges and stuff, like if I get organic oranges, it's ridiculous. It's like six.
Even the organic oranges don't have seeds,
Yeah,
or lemons, or limes. Or
yeah. Some of them, I've noticed that. The ones I have, I'll get a couple of seeds in some of them, and some
right.
of them I won't. But I think they have bred them to where the seeds mature later. So you basically have to leave the orange on the branch until it's almost overripe, rotten, and now seeds start to develop, and that's how they replant them to get the new crop. So the orange is basically beyond the edible form because it's almost rotten or already rotten, and it matures before it has the seed. So it's kind of like if it was a human, how we're able to procreate in our teens, they wouldn't be able to procreate until they're 30 or 35. And we know that women lose 90% of their eggs when they hit 30 because they start menstruating in their teenage years. So those aren't the primest eggs. I mean, you can still get good children, but when you go into the 40s now, which is what these fruits seem to be mimicking, we see it in the humans. We see people not having kids until they get older, when normally people would normally have kids in their late teens to 20s, even if it's the late 20s, the most fertile time, early 20s. But just like with the seedless fruits, especially watermelon, the fruits that I have seen with seeds in them are like cantaloupes.
Right.
Cantaloupes and honeydews, yeah, I've seen those with seeds.
It hasn't been controlled yet, but that's when we
Yeah.
get into Monsanto and Dow and these chemical companies that have became seed companies. Folks, they're going to control our seeds, not only for our lifetime, but for generations to come.
Hmm.
And we take it for granted now. Everything seems cool. We can sit back and maybe have a seeded watermelon or a seedless watermelon. But unfortunately, our children and our children's children will not have that opportunity. They're going to grow up in a world where, guess what? You can't grow your own food in the backyard anymore. And if you do, you're going to be a criminal.
Yeah, they were already scoping people out, saying that you can look it up. That this person is it looks like they're trying to do food production, just growing their own food. Like if you grow anything extra, they're surveilling everything.
It's
There's
going to be a criminal activity within the next few decades.
hmm yeah,
Just you want to grow tomatoes in your backyard in New Jersey? No, that wasn't approved by Monsanto. They own the seed. They control it, and that's the world that's being created. And
Yeah,
nobody's saying nothing. Nobody's doing anything.
nothing.
And guess what? Everybody just cuts their grass and puts their head down.
Yep.
They're killing all the bees.
Oh, the 90%. 90% of the bees in North America, the bumblebees, are not seen. And nobody's planting stuff or letting wildlife overgrow in their yard to feed the bees. So it's an epidemic. Those, the monarch butterfly, which is very important. These are things that people don't think about because they're busy doom scrolling. Uh,
Fireflies.
yep.
Remember
Space.
when we were kids, MD, with the fireflies?
Yeah, the fireflies would, oh, you would see them at night all the time in the summer. You would look around; it would be a beautiful sight. Now, I don't even see them.
I
Space
tried
monkey.
to do it with my kids a couple weeks ago or a month ago. All right, let's get out the mason jar. Let's try to trap a firefly. We tried, but there's not even. And we had an empty field across the street, and we tried, but there wasn't enough to capture. They didn't work. They didn't get one. And guess
Yeah,
what happened since then? They
yeah.
cut down all the trees across the street, which is a protected ground. They're going to turn into a sewer system, and then they put up a fence so the deer don't come through, so the deer can't get into the stream. And it's not just my experience; this is everybody's experience.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. No, we definitely see that. They supposedly breed every 2 years, so now they need the brush. They need people not to rake the leaves. They need these things. Space Monkey said he took Ritalin as a kid, and it made him feel like a zombie. Made him flat. Wow, man, that's serious stuff. House Atreides says, "Did you know that Grant Morrison wrote a comic book called The Invisibles? Warner Brothers owned the rights and stole all of the ideas to create The Matrix. The character King Mob was changed into Morpheus." Wow, no, I didn't know that, man. Wow. Matrix stole everything from Neuromancer. Collecting rainwater is illegal in some states. They stopped selling rain barrels. Wow. That is crazy, man. It just, I would even say you got to be careful with all the stuff we see in the sky, from the rainwater. Yeah, the realm is sick. Mr. Superside Wonder, good to see you, man.
But
The
at
realm.
some point, you gotta be ready to ride. Like if they're gonna kill you for growing your own tomatoes, we gotta be ready to go on that. On that.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, and that's the thing, Dave. When people are ready to go, right? I'm pretty sure you've seen this, the robot dogs. Now, you have the robot dogs on feet, and now they're selling the robot dog that climbs mountains. It has four tires. It's very mobile, and they're selling it as a hiking companion. I mean, the way they're putting this out there, when people are ready to roll, right? How do you combat against robots on foot that are based on dogs and flying drone robots? And that's just the stuff that we're seeing. They have like a video of a guy giving a speech saying that they've have these small, like smaller than a sparrow drones that carry C4 that can, and they show a demonstration of a human, like a rubber doll of a human, and it hits it in the center of the forehead with a C4 charge. The guy's giving a speech. I think it's TED Talks or another talk like that on stage. These people are literally creating killbots under the disguise of, oh, this is to protect people. Meanwhile, they don't protect people right now. It's like a harassment. It's fear. So these robots, if people start to rebel, I think that's what they're putting into effect. The data centers. Who knows what a data center really is? And the
It's happening so slow to the point where people they
Mhm.
don't even at this point grow tomatoes or grow
Yeah,
a lawn. Like right now in my front lawn, I just stopped cutting it. You know why?
yeah,
Because the bees love it. They love the
yep,
dandelions. They love the natural growth.
yep,
You got bees. You have actual ecosystem surviving. But guys, if you just cut your lawn like everybody else,
hmm,
what you're cutting is an actual ecosystem. You're making it impossible for bees to survive and for us to grow our own food and things.
Exactly. Tara like Sarah, thank you so much. 2 jewels, silver star. Thank you, Tara. Much appreciated. It's a pleasure seeing you here. Retro House of Trades. I love that name, man. That's a deep name. Tara says, "Oh my goodness, I'm already afraid of dogs." Yeah, I tell you, man, it just we live in a culture that when I look at the pet culture itself, it's like it's like it's so dangerous. I think 4 million people a year get mauled or killed even by dogs, and it's not a national epidemic. It's yeah. I hear what you're saying, Tara. You're absolutely right. I've heard about the simulacron. Yeah, I haven't read it though. I've heard about it. Um, what are they going to say if the robots kill somebody? Well, it was a robot, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, yeah, they're going to say this exonerates them from any wrongdoing because they can say, well, it was a malfunction. Meanwhile, no human gets blamed. So it takes away any accountability. So that's another thing people don't see, that it takes away that that's a very good question. Yeah, they'll say it doesn't matter. Can't charge me with anything because my robot did it. Yep.
Just put it in as an insurance claim.
Yep. Put it in as an insurance claim. Exactly. It really, when I think about that, man, it is you know, it's a scary thought. It really is, man. Data center is part of the mind virus for now it's working. The data centers are scary. They really are. Tara says, I think data centers are going to be like the tentacles of CERN. That's a possibility. That is definitely. Remember in the movie Terminator, that was my first freaking thought. And it's so scary to know that other people don't like this. Wow. Yeah, man. Tara, thank you so much. 10 jewels, gold coin. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. When I think about the Terminator movie, right? The Terminator movie, um, Sarah Connor was in the psychiatric ward, if I remember correctly, for trying to destroy data centers. That's the craziest thing. Uh, you know, she's in there for destroying data centers. And the T800 model, right? Uh, the T800 model in the movie, I think, was created in the year 2026 in the movie. The robot, the Terminator crushing the skull of the human being in the beginning of T2, the second one, was in 2029 on July 11th. So that is just unbelievable when you think about that. It's like, wow. So in the movie, and these movies, think about it. If somebody was to try to tell us the truth, they couldn't say it straight out. They'd have to give us hints. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to make other movies. Yes, the data centers in the Terminator movie. And I'm going to do a special on that soon. I would say maybe tomorrow night. Yeah, it's just really, really some crazy stuff. China making T800s, Mr. Super Sidewinder. It's a very, very strong possibility of that. It really is. The viral internet meme, showed that she was locked in an asylum for destroying AI data centers. So it's a translation from the plot from the Terminator franchise. And the specific term, data center, is an anachronistic spin applied by social media, of course, used to draw parallels to the current real-world debates surrounding artificial intelligence. And the movie lore versus that, Sarah Connor, she's committed to it's a state hospital, I think it's in California, Pescadero, I think it was, for the criminally insane. Now, we know that the biggest insane asylum in the world is on Long Island, New York. It used to be Pilgrim State in the middle of Long Island in the town of Brentwood. Then they had another one in Central Islip. They had another one in Kings Park, and I forgot where the fourth one is. But they're all in New York. And I think they were using that for anybody who goes against the status quo. They say that they're insane. Oh, this person's insane. Something's wrong with them because they saw they figured it out. It's just it makes me it really makes me wonder. It really makes me wonder. There's not many people. We're the few survivors in the zombie movie, which I was talking about. Like, this is like a zombie movie that we live in. It's very close to Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Soylent Green,
Yeah.
Logan's Run. Yeah.
God forbid you in Brentwood you should have something to say about your sister being murdered by MS-13 by an illegal immigrant who shouldn't even be in this country.
Oh, if you say anything like that, and you know what I noticed is a lot of people, when they bring up the immigrant thing, they're not really killing in New York. They're killing each other. I haven't really heard too many. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but it's usually gangs on gangs. And you know what I thought about? The RICO laws, right? Which they bust a lot of the Italian mob. Have you ever heard of them using the RICO laws against the Ku Klux Klan? I looked it up. There is no case of them ever using it against them. So it's for specific people that they want to target. And it really makes me wonder.
The RICO laws are just about the Italian mafia.
Well, it was
destabilizing the Italian mafia and getting them out of power. Because especially in the cities and the streets, Andy. Very powerful.
Very powerful.
Now what this did was it prevented your modern day New World Order, or whatever you want to call it, from taking a foothold. And if we want to go back and forth, I could describe it to you perfectly in the streets of South Philadelphia.
Yeah.
In Philadelphia. Now, New York, I could describe it to you in New York too, between the Genevieve families,
Philly is right.
The families. I'm personally involved with the Genovese family. That's who runs my union, and and my actual head of my unit is part of the Genovese family. Even though he's an Irish descendant, he is part of the Genovese family. And we can describe this. If anybody wants to debate, you ain't going to win this debate. Because I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, if they want to come on. We got the link on the chat so they can come on and debate if they want to, or conversate about it with you.
But for sure, this is why these RICO laws, and this is why the Kennedys were killed, folks.
In our opinion, just
well, I mean, you could look at the evidence; they're absolutely killed.
Yeah.
Now, who killed both of them? Who killed MLK? And
it goes deeper. Yeah.
And then who killed Malcolm and Fred Hampton
all
at the same time?
Yeah, that's a good point. All at the same time. That's a very good point.
It's not just blacks or it was
it's people of all colors that stand up for something.
And at that time, guys, things were making a turn for this country. But the people that run things, it's not the Zionists. It's the elite. It's the next level behind that.
Yeah, what controls the world? What controls the world?
These global elites, these few families, 13 families.
It's true. Tara says, remember all those Walmarts that closed for plumbing purposes years ago? I'm afraid they're going to use those Walmarts in addition to the data centers. Use us being the data. Yes, us being exactly. They hate us all. Yeah, they hate. You're absolutely right, Tara. That this is, there's not many people that think this way. This is why I call us the survivors in what we see to be happening. House Atreides says, what love about the Terminator is that a machine disguises itself as humans to kill us. Yes. And it brings into what controls planet Earth, what is behind the scenes. Whereas Kyle Reese, a human, has to become more human or more machine like to survive. Yeah, he has to be like military. He's very militant in that. Their agendas behind algorithms that control your thoughts. Period. And that has a very strong truth to that. The subjects are placed in our mind by the media. They, very much so. How much of your income, calorie intake, they are like casing us the way somebody cases a store. Um, no, no, he's talking about if anybody wants to debate that the Genovese family doesn't control the union that he works for on the shore docks. So he's saying if somebody's saying that it doesn't, that if they want to come on, you know, uh, Tara says, is the tiniest pet ever to love truth. Yeah, yeah. Uh, path, not all right. That is the tiniest path ever to love truth. I wonder. It really, in this type of day and age, it really does seem that way. It seems that people that love truth are ostracized. They're outcasted. We're look at, they try to label us insane. This is why I think they had all of these insane asylums in the early part of even the 18th centuries. And Pilgrim State, I was shocked to find out that it was the largest insane asylum in the world. It was like its own little city, I think, with like 13,000 people, like nurses, and, had its own water supply, electricity, and anybody that disagreed with what was going on, especially that talked about ancient civilizations existing, were put in the asylum. So it's something to think about that just like we're talking about the Terminator movie and how these something could be disguising as human, like the robots disguised as being human, could be running things from behind the scenes. Sarah Connor attempted to bomb a computer factory and research lab owned by Cyberdyne Systems. And that was the ones developing the microprocessor that would ultimately become the self-aware military AI Skynet. And because she ranted about a nuclear apocalypse and time-traveling robots, authorities labeled her delusional. And they committed her, saying that she was nuts. And the meme trends because of the computer factory bombing using modern tech terminology in the 1990s. The concept, resource heavy facilities, built explicitly to train machine learning models, didn't exist in the public lexicon. Today, these are universally known as AI data centers. So we're seeing a commonality there. We're seeing something. Uh, Retro says you let them in, you let them win if you let them in your mind. Yeah, you have to be very careful about what you think. What you think is very important. uh Tara like Sarah says Kendrick Lamar said they may say I suffer from schizophrenia for a reason. Wow. Wow. Oh, you mean Bill Hicks? Yeah, Bill Hicks, you know, one of the quotes I remember from him is, it's just a ride. It's just a ride, man. It's he was aware way before people. I think he passed in the early 90s, but Bill Hicks was a revolutionary of thought without a doubt. He really, really he really made people question the status quo and know that there's something much more to reality than what we think it is, which is why I labeled the stream what controls planet Earth, what is behind the humans or the human puppets that are administrating this life of terror disguised as comfort. Because the doom scrolling, the brain rot that certain platforms are causing, people had tried to sue Facebook for that and Instagram, to say, hey, people are scrolling. I had showed a clip a long time ago from this YouTuber Moon. He had a child holding an invisible phone, like mimicking like he was holding a phone, crying, a 5-year-old child scrolling as if the phone was in his hand. So you could see the effect that it was having on him. And this was years ago. So I could imagine what it is doing to children today. The movies are telling us little hints. They can't tell us everything, but they are telling us a lot. They're letting us know, like, hey, you know what? Keep your eyes open, keep your mind open, more importantly, and like look at the comparisons to what producers might be trying to tell us. Now, a lot of these movie producers are on the payroll. We know that, but some of them are letting out certain things to say, okay, let's see if people can think. An entire subplot with Sarah Connor initiates the plan to destroy Cyberdyne, right? It this the arc bridges her transition from a scared victim into the hardened guerrilla fighter seen in the sequel. So she's afraid in the first one. If you look at how innocent Sarah Connor was in the beginning of the first Terminator, when Reese had her in the car and the Terminator is hunting them in the parking lot, he tells her that this is a robot, and she goes, she's not stupid. We don't have things that advance. And he goes, yeah, not for about 40 years. That was in 1984. This is 42 years now into the future. And the crazy thing is, this is the year that they say they created the T-800, which was the model in that movie, the first Terminator. So Cameron, he cut some of the scenes and kept the pacing tight and the focus on immediate emotional survival of the characters. However, the deleted scenes perfectly set up the entire narrative found for Terminator 2, Judgment Day. Funny enough, the name of that, Judgment Day, as if we're being judged by something running the planet behind the scenes, saying, hey, this is what we do. And people actually thinks it's just basically humans running this. I would think that it goes a little further because the technology and the advancement of it doesn't match a normal timeline. This is going way too quick for what just regular humans are going to create. Sarah fights back. The sequence, it takes place between their escape from the police station, arriving at the Tiki Motel. The sequence officially establishes the famous no fate but what we make philosophy of it. And, the Terminator, matter of fact, yeah, I have to do a stream on that because, we'll definitely talk about it today because there is something, it's something behind the scenes is getting us, has given us maybe the technology to create these robots that we can clearly see. Most people are too zombified, but we can see that this could be the enslavement, the robotic digital enslavement of people, not just the digital ID, but the robotic presence to prevent any type of rebellion. I mean, how do you fight robots? And then you have the electromagnetic weapons that a lot of people don't even know about. LRAD. LRAD is a crowd controlling sonic device. Anybody can look it up. LRAD. That is a serious thing. It can jiggle the liquids in your organs to bring a person to their knees. Now, Sarah in the movie Terminator, while hiding out, she looks through a physical phone book and finds the listings for Cyberdyne, rips out the page, and aggressively presents it to Kyle Reese, suggesting they destroy it immediately to prevent Skynet from ever being born. But Reese resists, telling her, that's not my mission, he explains. His objective is purely defensive and to keep her alive to preserve the future timeline, not alter it. So her defiance, when she gets furious, is telling him she's a human being, not a military objective, arguing that going to the police will only get them locked up. So they must take the future into their own hands. Again, going back to no fate but what we make. She convinces him that they can 86 the bastard, Skynet, by manufacturing certain devices. So the original Cyberdyne factory ending, which they cut and they changed from the scene, was the reveal after Sarah destroys the T-800 in the hydraulic press. She's wheeled away in an ambulance. The camera pans upward and shows the logo on the building they were fighting in, which is Cyberdyne Systems. They had accidentally brought the threat right to the company's doorstep. And in part two, remember, he said that his research was based on that. Dyson, I forgot the guy's name. The bootstrap paradox. So, the bootstrap paradox is two factory technicians find the crushed remains of the Terminator. One picks up the damaged microchip, the PCPU, and tells his assistant to rush it down to the research and development. First thing Monday morning, the scene explicitly reveals that Skynet's creation was a time loop paradox triggered by the wreckage left behind from the final battle. This was a cut scene that was left out, which would have bridged it perfectly into the second part. But Cameron decided to keep it like more action and then ending on that. But that would have made it like really, really deep. House Atreides, yeah, when you think about that, the machine, when we look at these ancient robots, the golem, the what was the one from Greece? Talos. Talos was the robot, the gigantic robot that was supposedly protecting the island and would pick up ships. So this is a large robot and hold it to his chest and burn it. So it's like, what type of a robot was that? Ancient Chinese robots. People can look into that and see that they were ancient Chinese robots. Actually, some of them made out of wood, where they were going to execute, I think, one of the architects of that until he proved that it's a robot. They thought it was actually real humans. And he goes, no, no, no. I mean, this, when we look at it, this is not new. This goes back into history, into lore of many religions. The lore that we had technology before the modern world that we see today. So everything we see today seems to have been re-engineered from something that was found in the past that may have survived some type of cataclysm. And in surviving that cataclysm, whatever is behind the scenes, what controls planet Earth, has a lifespan that might go hundreds to thousands of years beyond the normal human lifespan, possibly even tens of thousands of years, like stated on the Sumerian king block, the Code of Hammurabi. So, or Hammurabi. So that code that's on there, I think they have one of the listings saying that a king ruled for 12,000 years. So you look at that, you say, wait a minute, a human doesn't live for that long. So what is it? What could live that long? It's one of the oldest and complete and well preserved. This is the Sumerian king block. And it comes from, enacted by King Hammurabi of Babylon, roughly 3,700 years ago, 3,750 about. And it consists of 282 laws carved onto a massive finger-shaped black stone monument stela. And it's famous for establishing the principle of an eye for an eye, though its application was highly dependent on social class. Anybody can look this up. It's fascinating when we look at this. Alexis June, brother, thank you for the support, man. He says, are humans really in charge? Honestly, it does not seem like that. I would say no. I would say humans are not in charge. There is something else that is in charge of the planet. And letting us think that there's nothing in charge, that it's just humans, that is how they let evolution put a mask, a veil over the mind, to where people won't think past that. They'll dismiss it. They'll look at it as ludicrous, as, oh, that person is fantasy. That's not true. That's the perfect way to hide it. The ignorance, the ignorance of people that believe in the religion of evolution will dismiss it totally. Religious people that are openly religious, they will speculate and say, yes, according to what they believe, that there is something behind the scenes. The religion of evolution won't admit that they're religious. They actually think that they're not when they adhere to a doctrine of belief. You can't touch the holy cow of Darwin. They'll chastise people. They'll say, oh, they're not scientific. Meanwhile, we've debunked that over and over and over again, showing people that, look, it goes far beyond the human hand. Humans did not just pop up in the planet. There's no way that humans or any other life form changed into another life form. Life forms can adapt within the frame of their life form. Felines, canines, reptiles, avians, primates, humans. Humans are very, very different. Very different. Not to say that other life forms are lesser to a point of how evolution tries to put it. Plants have shown higher intelligence than most humans. Matter of fact, all humans. If anybody looks up plant intelligence or reads the book, The Secret Life of Plants, they'll be astonished at what they find out. Plants can feel. Plants can even detect things that we couldn't detect. They say that the FBI and certain other three-letter organizations used plants to develop the first lie detector test, because they were testing plants and the sentience and what they can detect through these graphs that they would hook up to the leaves. That's where The Secret Life of Plants gets really deep. They get really, really deep into that, to where it is, it's a fascinating read, to say the least. Sexagesimal systems measuring synodic orbits, stellar events, the pre-deluge. Yes, yes. The sexagesimal system is numbers that will fit into 60. So I think it's 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 20, and 30. So those are 10, 12, 15, and 30, because 12 we see fits into 60 as well. And that is what the clock is based on, that we base it on. So we see that. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, man. He says, can you explain dogs not evolving from wolves? Exactly. Yes. I can explain that easily. Dogs are they're breeded. So when you look at wolves, wolves are not domesticated. And when we look at coyotes and other forms of canines, the fox, the dingo. Now, the dingo from Australia, or the Tasmanian tiger, which they say is extinct, is close to what a bred dog will look like. Now, if you breed certain types of canines, now this is breeding by hand, and also influencing them by interbreeding, you can create certain breeds of dogs, which is not evolution. It is definitely not evolution. They'll try to say, well, dogs came from wolves, just magically. It's like, no, there's no link to that. If anybody looks at a husky compared to a wolf is like 3 times the size. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm looking at it to where, and this is, a lot of people won't look in this direction, you have to genetically manipulate a wolf in a laboratory to lessen the wildness, so to speak, in it, to even get close to breed certain types of dogs. It's like, how do you get something, when you look at a wolf, you can see the similarity between a husky, which looks like a much lesser wolf, much lesser, shepherds, German shepherds, certain types, but they look also close to the dingo and to the Tasmanian tiger. But when you look at something like a Saint Bernard or a Mastiff, then you start to say, wait a second, this is totally different. Where does this come from? This didn't come from just a basic time and what they would want to say evolution. This comes from a type of breeding that is directed by either the human hand or something beyond human. We see the same thing with felines, which would fall into the cat. Now, some felines don't have the eyes like slits. Some actually have a more of a rounder pupil. Cats hiss like a snake. They they have the eye that's very similar to certain reptiles. So the cat could be a hybridization somehow, genetically, possibly in a laboratory by the Egyptians or people that go back before the Egyptians, because there are certain hieroglyphs I've noticed on sarcophagi that I've myself have taken pictures of in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in Manhattan, where you see two distinct different styles of hieroglyphs. One is crude and one looks like it's been printed on the stone. So you start to say, wait a second, one of them came way after with people that might have found these artifacts and tried to either put a code on there to explain what it is, but definitely not that they built it. We can see. Actually, the more I look into it, the more it seems that these things had no hieroglyphs whatsoever. Just like the boxes, you can look up online the pictures of the boxes under the pyramid of the Serapeum. So it's considered the Serapeum. These are under the pyramid, and these boxes have no writing on them. They actually look like some type of containment units. When Chernobyl, the nuclear disaster, happened, they contained the radiation in a sarcophagus. Makes you wonder what a sarcophagus is really used for, possibly containing radiation or radioactive material. What would radioactive material be used for? To power something, possibly. Could it be that that there is that type of mystery? Ancient observing, the Pleiades tracks Earth tilt. I'm an ancient astronomer, Baros's. In T2, Miles Dyson uses the T800's arm to achieve forbidden technology breakthroughs that enslave humanity. This mirrors the left-hand path of the occult that the elites believe in. That's a very deep, man. Thank you for that, bro. Appreciate it, House of Atreides. House Atreides. That's a deep name, man. From Dune. Dune again. There's a quote from Dune. Let me see if I can find it. There's a quote from Dune. Hopefully I saved it to the right place. Where Dune, man, I don't know if I saved it, but it said something about machines. When they gave their thinking over to machines, all it allowed was other men with machines to enslave them. So Dune has some very, very deep thoughts in it, to where people, if you watch the movie, I watched the one from the 80s, and then of course they had other ones, but Dune got really deep with that. The quote from Dune about giving thinking over to machines, and all it did was allow other men with machines to enslave them before they outlawed them, because that was something. And in Dune, the movie, they say that there was a reptile race that created the thinking machines. That's what they call them in Dune. So it was like, you wonder about that. You know, you start to say, man, this is what exactly is it? You know, Dune. Looking for the see where I saved the picture of it. Yeah, that's Man, I should have labeled it Dune. I think I just saved it as a screenshot, but let me see if I can find it with Dune's basic. Yeah, I don't know where I put it, but Dune actually, Dune is a very deep movie. I do recommend that people watch Dune. Dune is uh, Dune is a very, very deep movie. I mean, it talks about thinking machines that enable these wars to happen. And just the word thinking machines. Dune came out in the 80s. I think it might have been 84. Dune quote uh, of thinking machines. Maybe this will bring it up. Um, Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a human mind. This was in Frank Herbert's Dune. So just like we have the Terminator movie telling us about robotic human imagery, Dune had commandments as foundational religious and legal decree in the Dune universe, established after a galaxy spanning war known as the Butlerian Jihad. The Orange Catholic Bible Commandment. In the first novel, Dune the History, right, they talked about thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a human mind. And they talked about that man had turned their minds over to machines in the hope that this would set them free. But that only allowed other men with machines to enslave them. So the fact that they turn their thinking over, they turn their minds over to machines, thinking that would set them free. And that's what we're seeing happening today. People are they're releasing, they're not thinking anymore. They're saying, well, AI said this, or they'll ask AI about something and then never research it beyond that. Which, yeah, you can use AI to do research, but you have to go further and check the research that it's presenting to you. But because of this absolute ban on artificial intelligence in Dune, the humanity was forced to develop its own mental and biological potential to extreme degrees. This led to the creation of three vital factions. So the mentats, human computers trained in supreme logic, data analysis, and cognitive processing to replace digital calculation. Well, you have people that they can multiply and add up numbers in their head quicker than a calculator. Dune, the book, was written and released in the 60s. Frank Herbert was a genius. He definitely wrote some deep stuff, man. People that had no mind or opinions before I don't see a problem. Well, I mean, when you think about that, it's dangerous. So, not seeing the problem, right? If you stop there, that's the problem. So, if you say, okay, you don't see a problem, you have to look further, look for it even more, and look at different angles. Remember, you're only going to see it from one angle if you don't change your perspective, like the picture we showed of the triangle, square, and the circle from different perspectives. We see different things when we look at things from different angles. And that was where Crazy Numbers, he got very angry with that when we brought up this picture. And we said, look, from one angle, you're going to see a square. From another angle, you're going to see a triangle. And top down, you're going to see a circle. So when you look at it from different angles, right, you might say you don't see a problem looking at it from that angle. But if you don't change your perspective, you won't see the full picture, or at least more of the picture. So we have the mentats, which I think House Atreides would know about this. The Spacing Guild, the navigators who use the spice, the melange, to gain limited prescience or prescience, allowing them to safely guide starships through fold space without computers. And then the Bene Gesserit, the sisterhood that mastered genetic control, observation, and bodily awareness through rigorous psychological and physical training. which they had the voice. The voice in Dune was phenomenal. The voice, it's an advanced audio neural control technique used primarily by the Bene Gesserit sisterhood in Frank Herbert's Dune. The trained speaker can control the actions, thoughts, and emotions of others by subtly manipulating the vocal pitch, tone, and resonance of their words, kind of like music. How music can control people, but much more powerful. It's not magic or supernatural, it's a highly sophisticated physical and psychological science. I think we got Retro here. What's up, Retch? If that's you.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. This is Dune. I mean, if House of Atreides wants to jump on too, that would be great, man. I think this is the first time I saw him.
Dude, yeah, I was watching another show tonight that was actually about Mars and all the buildings and structures left on there. But the weird thing is, sand blows in weird ways to make things look geometric when it blows. I mean, you can look at other stuff in our world where sand blows around, and it's like, yeah, there's a lot of geometric patterns on the surface of Mars, but is it weird winds, just blowing all the dust?
Yeah, yeah, and also there is I don't know if you've ever looked at Graham Hancock's got a book called The Mars Mystery. And of course, we know that the face on Mars, when close ups, whatever, it could be different. It definitely is a mysterious thing. But there's also what appears to be pyramids on Mars, the pyramids of the Elysium area. And I think Carl Sagan talked about that. Now, it could all be something that was pre planned, but there's a lot of mysteries. The moon, when we talked about the two plasma clouds on either side, the Cordylan or the Kordylewski clouds, that he thinks are actually sentient. So you're looking at plasma clouds that are sentient, that could be what holds the moon in a fixed position to where we only see one side of it. So that itself it makes you wonder, because they try to say, oh, well, it rotates at the same speed to where we only see the one side. That doesn't really make
Well,
sense.
the moon's floating away slowly, they've admitted, but they also been nuking space. So do they break the chain?
There's so much that's going on from behind the scenes that we don't know about. It really makes me wonder that what controls planet Earth. It has to go beyond the human hand.
I mean, that's more likely when these different generals and people go missing that know about space programs. That's what I'm thinking, is there's the only people that knew about something like you just said, that they knew and they saw this documented, but it was like 30 years ago and it's so top secret. They're the last people to know about it. So if they're gone, nobody knows.
Yeah. Yep. And that's how they keep things secret. And people will forget about it because they basically their attention span is very low and their memory is almost non-existent. And then we have things like the blue light memory effect, kind of like the neuralizer from Men in Black. We see how it affects mice and other type of life forms by erasing short-term memory. The fact that they showed that, and that's what the neuralizer would do, it would erase short-term memory.
So you're saying TV and phone screens do the same thing with the light? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it could. I'm not saying it does necessarily, but they have an experiment with mice that go through the maze, 2 different mazes. And now the mice, when they go through the maze, they remember it. So the next time they go through, it's a lot quicker. One side, they flash it with certain blue LEDs. And the mouse that learned and repeated the maze now forgets it. And it can forget it for certain periods of time, like the neuralizer in the movie, they could set it for a certain amount of time of how much they want you to forget. This is science. So let me see if I can look it up. The mouse memory. So it would be the mouse memory experiment. Experiment with blue lights. Okay, so the mouse memory experiment with blue lights, it involves blue lights referred to the breakthrough neuroscience and optogenetics So it's most famous from the 2013 MIT study led by Susumu Tonegawa. So scientists successfully implanted a completely false memory into a mouse's brain using a beam of blue light. Now, this is science. Anybody can look this up in the conversation. There's links. The technique has since been used in various memory experiments to turn memories on and off, retrieve lost memories, and even rewrite bad memories into good ones. So, how the exception experiment worked, the groundbreaking 2013 experiment achieved true memory manipulation by following a precise three-step process. Labeling the brain cells, the researchers used genetically modified mice whose brain cells produced a light sensitive protein derived from green algae called uh, channel channel R hadopsin. So channel R hadopsin, crucially, this protein would only generate inside the specific neurons that fired when the mouse was experiencing a brand new environment. Recording a safe memory, the mouse was placed into an entirely safe, neutral environment, environment A, as it explored the specific cluster of neurons forming the memory of environment A became tagged with the light sensitive protein, creating the illusion with blue light. The next day, the mouse was placed into a completely different environment, environment B. While inside environment B, the scientists shone a blue laser light via fiber optics cables directly into the mouse's hippocampus. The blue light instantly forced the light sensitive neurons to fire, causing the mouse to vividly recall environment A. While the mouse was actively experiencing this forced flashback, scientists gave it a mild foot shock. So the mind-bending result, when the mouse was placed back into the original safe environment A, it froze in fear. The mouse had never actually experienced anything bad in environment A. However, because its brain was forced to remember environment A at the exact moment it was shocked in environment B, it merged the two events together. It formed a highly resilient, completely artificial fear memory. Now, these are probably and have been done in humans, I would say, in my opinion. Other blue light memory feats, since the initial 2013 breakthrough, neuroscientists have used blue light optogenetics to achieve several other incredible memory manipulations. A year later, in 2014, flipping emotional memories, MIT researchers successfully changed the mouse's bad memory into a good one by triggering the fear memory cells of a shock room with a blue light. While the mouse was instead enjoying the company of other mice, they rewrote the emotional association from terrorizing or terrifying to pleasant. Curing amnesia. The next year, 2015, a study published in The Guardian demonstrated that mice given a chemical amnesia drug didn't actually lose their memories. The access pathways were just blocked. So they can block memories now in the mice. Pulsing blue light onto their memory cells completely bypassed the block and fully restored the forgotten memories. This is shocking to say the least. Reversing Alzheimer's memory loss, 2016. So each successive year, they were doing it. They had another one where they gave the mouse Alzheimer's, proving that they can induce Alzheimer's. What's that say for humans that have it? That tells us that they could be doing that to humans.
Yeah, to test the cures, they got to give us all the problem. They've always done that for. That's the whole weird thing. That's what all society is. And like the first Iraq wars, it was just like, you are not tearing up enough of the Middle East, Saddam. We're going to take you out of there because we need more action.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's society is one big laboratory experiment, man. Planet Earth, who controls planet Earth is clearly something else that's using humans to do experiments on all of the animals, including humans, on the planet. So 2016, they targeted mice engineered with early stage Alzheimer's. Though the mice could no longer naturally recall past experiences, flashing the cells with blue light effectively rehabbed the neural pathways and pulled the forgotten memories back online. Why use blue light? The green algae protein used in these experiments, the channel rhodopsin 2, naturally reacts exclusively to light wavelengths on the blue spectrum, which is 470, I think, nanometers. When the blue light strikes the protein, it opens up a tiny gate in the cell membrane, allowing electrical ions to flood in an instantly force, and it instantly forces the neuron to fire. So now we're seeing that this is not even talking about the maze experiment. That's the craziest thing. So they're manipulating openly. Anybody can look this up by typing in the mouse memory experiment with blue lights. So this is from 2013. The 2013 was the groundbreaking experiment. I think we got Mr. X here. Mr. X.
Hey, good to see everyone, MD. Good to see Retro. Good to see Drew Ma.
Yeah,
So,
man.
yeah, just tuning in right now with work, but got to get in
Definitely.
there.
Yeah, we were talking about the mouse experiments with the light. House Atreides says in Dune, Bene Gesserit, British government, BG, when you think of how they manipulated Fremen of Dune, the Middle East. Wow. People living in the deserts through religion for control of cultivation. Yeah, man. This gets real deep. This gets real deep, man. What they're doing from 2013, and that's just what they're telling us. That was the mind-bending experiment with the mice and the environments. Then going into 2014, flipping the emotional memories. 2015, curing the amnesia that they induced. And 2016, reversing Alzheimer's memory loss. This is at latest, it's 10 years ago. So imagine all of the other stuff that they can do. It's just crazy, man. Like, how have these memory experiments progress? So that might be a good, to see. Definitely something else behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
So they're eliminating invasive surgery. Man, this is crazy, man.
I mean, what if the sunlight has changed over years? Made me think when you're talking about the red and the red lights versus the blue lights. Say our sun was redder and it was before anybody remembered, and that's when people lived to be 500 or something, because we weren't receiving all these other wavelengths of light as much, or maybe it was to do with the atmosphere or the plants, or diet for sure, that it had to do with the wavelength of light it took in. Because if you look at everything, what we eat is light. Plants live off of light. They're 3D matter. Light is not exactly in our, it's at, you can't really feel it. It's invisible until you just put a backdrop on it and then you see it's a light, So it's just like light just floats through air until it turns into something. So it powers plants. Plants grow. We eat them. We digest light in that way. And it's like, that's everything's basically some form of light. So it's like, what the hell, like wherever we came from, I'm thinking it was redder because of the blue stuff seems to be killing us and making us forget. So the red stuff was making us young and healthy.
It's a possibility, or the full spectrum, the mixture of the blue, the red, and the other parts of the spectrum, yellow. I mean, that's a possibility. I mean, when we look at it, light, Richard Feynman, the physicist, he said that trees seem to be, the wood is solidified sunlight. It was an amazing thought. And he said, when you burn the wood, the fire is actually the sunlight being released in the form of fire. And he was very much open to say that we could be wrong. He would always question the narrative. Feynman was a rogue physicist that always would say that we don't know, that the atom is just a theory, a persistent one, but a theory nonetheless, the electron. But that's a deep thought, because he goes, look, the plants use the sunlight to make the wood, the structure. So sunlight with the photosynthesis is solidified. The wood is basically solidified sunlight. And when you burn it, it releases the light that was used to make it in the form of fire. That's extremely, extremely deep. It's profound, to say the least.
Yeah, it is.
So as we look at the natural world, or the constructed natural world, because I don't think anything is just natural. It looks to be all fabricated, created, engineered, constructed. And now you start to say, yes, this is clearly something is trying to push us into believing that it just happened by chance. I mean, it's insane when you look at what the people adhering to the Jim Jones religion of evolution. I mean, it's beyond Jim Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Everything, anything. I mean, when I look at some of the nature shows, it's just so sad. Evolution taught this plant how to do this, and and it's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Evolution taught it how to do it, right?
I mean, sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I
The
was just gonna
bird
say,
eating
like,
spider.
I have some very strong faith beliefs, but if I was ever to say, well, wait a minute, my beliefs are based on science, everybody would have the right to shoot me down. I mean, to start arguing with me and start saying how wrong and ridiculous you are, you know? If
Mm-hmm.
I were to make that claims, I feel very confident in my beliefs that they're right, but in no way, shape, or form do I have any business saying they're scientific, you know, because
Yeah.
they're not. They're not scientific.
Yeah. But these people that push evolution are swearing on anything. They're
Yeah.
swearing on textbooks that it's scientific.
And that's why it has to be treated in the way it is. You know, that's why it has to be attacked, because that's plus it's taxpayer funded, and it's influencing our whole. It's influenced us as we were kids, and it's influencing society and young people in general. So it has to be addressed, because their religion is being passed as scientific with our taxpayer funds.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
One person made a good point. They said that they don't need our tax dollars, that it's a humiliation ritual because they just print the money. So the fact that they push us and they force us to pay taxes, it's a breaking point. It's to keep people demoralized. It's to keep them without hope. It's to destroy
Yeah,
their.
money is a system. It's not really a necessity. Money is a system. Yeah, it's to take care of a bunch of people that otherwise wouldn't take care of themselves, though, or wouldn't stay busy.
Yeah. So it's very much a ritual. It's like saying, how could we torture them even more? Tax. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, it's sad. The Irish famine, they said, was caused because of the tax. They had the food and they went and took it from them. So the people were growing the food and they were taking the food and starving them.
Uh-huh.
Over 3 million documented. So that means it was probably more. It's so sad when you think about it.
Our
It's
society needs like the penny thing is BS in a bad way, meaning the whole getting rid of pennies is a precursor to something bigger than that, because the data centers are going to be built on copper, and they're going to keep building these for a while. So copper is high in demand. That's where they're like, get rid of the pennies, you know?
well, I think most pennies in the last at least 20 years have been made out of zinc, but the older
Even
pennies,
then, maybe zinc is worth more than the penny at this point.
yeah,
Metal's
I
going
mean
up
the
in price,
copper,
you know?
yeah, because there was a time where the copper was worth more than the penny.
Right.
So let me see when
Didn't they used to make coins out of silver too, right? At one point,
yeah,
silver
the
was
quarter,
scarce.
I think before like the 60s were solid silver, so they
Yeah.
say.
So now forget it.
Yeah,
They could never do that. The silver's
my
worth way
I
more than
think
25 cents.
I think coins, and still some people will probably keep American dollars, but I think coins, and there'll be like a digital currency. I think we're gonna have a dual format currency, meaning one won't be official. It'll be just a complete. People will hold on to a lot of the old stuff, and I think they're gonna barter with it because they know its value. And they're gonna, like, if someone wants to do a person to person buy or trade, they're gonna use silver or dollars, something that they can actually trade. But everything else on the internet, everything like a food purchase, everything in a store is going to be some digital currency in the future, like
Yeah.
very soon.
Yeah.
I
It
agree.
it says here, I typed in when were pennies switched from copper to zinc. And it said the United States Mint switched the composition of the penny from copper to zinc midway through 1982. Because the
Mm,
transition happened smoothly throughout that year, the 1982 penny is unique because it was struck in both compositions. So the transition, the old formula, up until 1982, pennies were made of 95% copper and 5% zinc. The new formula from October 1982 onward, pennies have been made of 97.5% zinc with a very thin outer plating of just 2.5% copper to keep the traditional look. The reason for the change, the price of raw copper rose
there
significantly
you go.
in the early 80s. The metal value of a solid copper penny was starting to surpass the actual 1 cent face value, making it too expensive for the government to mass produce. So, how to tell the 1982 copper and zinc pennies apart? Because they were both minted in 82, collectors often look for ways to distinguish them without destroying the coin. Check the weight. A copper penny weighs 3.11 grams, whereas a zinc penny is noticeably lighter at 2.5. So, listening to the sound, dropping a pre 82 penny onto a hard surface produces a high pitched ringing sound. Dropping a post 82 zinc penny produces a hollow clunk. So that's deep, man.
Yeah.
And they also had rare 1943 steel pennies, anomalies. Uh, I tell you, man, you look at the whole coin money situation,
Hmm.
it reminds me of the Cree, the natives of Canada, that said until you cut down the last tree and catch the last fish and poison the last river, only then will you see that you cannot eat money. So the Cree saw the greed and the stupidity and the ignorance that were coming from invaders, but really, it's not just invaders, it's something behind them. What controls planet Earth that were pushing them,
Hmm.
because remember, the best did not come over to America. The best is not going to get on a boat. These
Those
were,
people running from charges.
yeah, people running from charges. And it was sad because in England, they trumped up charges. If you stole a loaf of bread, oh, you got to go to the dungeon or get on the boat to Australia. So they would criminalize. Now, of course, some were definitely criminals committing horrible crimes like murder and stuff, but the majority were not. The majority were people just trying to survive that were being oppressed by a very tyrannical British government, which, I mean, you wonder how does Britain invade Scotland to the north and then invade Ireland to the south and win? There's just no possible way without help from behind the scenes.
I saw the comment in there about House Atreides saying about Satoshi and Bitcoin. I was just thinking that before he typed that it's actually the Federal Reserve is Satoshi, and they're just
Mhm.
going to end up owning it
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
But
And
MD, one thing about the monetary system, I understand what the Indians were saying, but I do believe there's a flaw in that because let's face it, the monetary system historically has allowed certain societies to develop advanced weaponry. And because of that, they can overtake other societies, other native tribal cultures. They just will have, it's not that, they could be great warriors, but the ones who have the greatest technology are the ones who are going to dominate. I mean, that's just been the history of the world. Can't get
Well,
out of that.
there are instances where
Hmm.
technology has lost. So
But
the
very
Zulu,
ancient, way back when. Yeah, the Zulu, because they were going against the musket, you know.
well, the Zulu, no, it was the rifle too.
Yeah.
Like the Zulus was strategic. So they understand a strategy. And Shaka Zulu, that's why he's so well known. He defeated the English, even though they had superior technology. So, when you look at that, that really taught them a lesson. Um, it just, there was another instance I'm trying to think of where technology lost to strategy. When you look at the natives here, the fact that they could master the horse, the Comanche, could ride on the side of a horse and shoot from underneath the neck arrows. So you would think it was just a horse with nobody on it. And they were masters of warfare, and they weren't like big stature like certain other tribes. They were shorter. So, how is it that people are able to do that in a matter of months to years? It shows that they may have some type of genetic memory of already being able to 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 use these animals, or that they just had a very high IQ, the high intelligence, the ability to learn. So with Shaka Zulu, right? He forced the point blank combat through rapid synchronization, flanking maneuvers that goes beyond what the Romans knew, because the Romans would actually have higher technology than the people they conquered: steel, armor, certain
Hmm.
types of strategies. He did this with spears, neutralizing long range projectile weapons. So these weren't just muskets, these were more advanced. And he fought neighboring African kingdoms. And this was during the 1800s. So
Yeah.
this is not musket. This goes a little beyond that. This is going into even Gatling guns. And the
Mm-hmm.
revolutionary military infrastructure he built was lethal. It was lethal. His successors used it for decades to annihilate a modern British army armed with firearms. So it shows us that technology can be defeated. There's an old saying: the weak can defeat the strong if the cause is just. So
But
when
do you think that
people,
would apply today, though, with this type of
yes,
technology?
it can apply today. That's the Saracana. That's the
Mm.
guerrilla warfare. That's how um, Fidel Castro defeated people. He was in the mountains. They cut off his supply of razors. That's why he grew the beard. Tara, like Sarah, says taxes making us care about money when we're not supposed to. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's so true.
You're living on a giant puzzle box too. I mean, Africa has been inhabited for 1 million years, and then we have, like, if you ask anybody on mainstream anything, on archaeology or on some mainstream anything about history, where the f the white people come from, it's a big blank, And they claim, if you look it up, that no white people exist until less than like 4,000 years ago from drinking milk from an enzyme in their stomach that made
Well, they
them
try to
white to digest milk because they were lactose tolerant. After that, they turned friggin' white. To me, that I'm lactose intolerant and I'm white. So I'm like, what the fuck are they
yeah,
talking about? Like,
exactly.
I'm like, that doesn't even
Yeah,
make sense to me.
you're right. You're right. It makes no sense. That's the evolutionary lie. And that's why I call the channel Architects of Humanity, because every African with brown eyes, if you take off the melanin, there's a blue template. Dr. Greg Homer proved this. So what you're saying is absolutely true. There's no way that white people became white by drinking milk and going into caves.
That's so
It's just
ridiculous.
it's ludicrous. It's ridiculous.
like, well, that's what they tell us, though. That's like
the
the crazy.
science.
To me, that's one of the craziest things in history is that, and then that we didn't start writing till 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. It's just like, what? Like,
Yeah.
nope, we didn't feel like writing anything ever. Nope.
It doesn't make sense at all. It's ridiculous when you look at it. This is why I was saying that in all cultures, they have an albino template. You see it in Africans, you see it in Aborigine, in Chinese, in Indians, in Europeans. We see the true albino template. The pink eyes, the violet eyes, reflecting the meat from the retina. So you have that. You have the white hair, so it's beyond platinum blonde, and then skin that is so sensitive to sun they can't be in the sunlight for over 15 minutes without enduring extreme pain and possibly melanoma. So when we look at this, that's a very big mystery. That could be the original template that pops up, and the fact that it's in every type of human. My theory is with Architects of Humanity is that people somehow either escaped onto the surface, were released onto the surface, or put on here purposely and started to adapt. And the premise for that is because you can remove the melanin. You can see the melanin removed through the laser technology of the eye, the cosmetic, and then also with the skin, they can do that. And what's underneath, we see it even with burn victims, is a lighter shade, a pink shade, which can also be beige. As we get older, everybody loses melanin in the hair. So it shows that the melanin, whatever color your hair is, if you add a little bit of melanin to an albino's hair, it turns blonde. If you add a little more pheomelanin, it turns red to orange, and successively auburn and darker and darker. So it's a shocking theory, to say the least. The theory of
It takes thousands and thousands of years of white people to remain white inside of caves to start off as whatever anything else, and be white when they come out and have never mixed at all. Like that's insane almost.
Yeah.
It almost means that we are completely isolated on another part of Earth. So it's like that might be the pole flip, meaning I'm not a big believer in pole flip, but if it happened, say these people lived on a comfortable environment and they got frozen in the fucking South Pole, and they were, that's where they figured out a way out, but it took them a long time to recover from whatever happened. But
And
then,
why would interbreeding be bad either?
yeah, I think white people have been here pretty long. We're just not accounted for because something happened really bad before they arrived, like the delayed arrival to society.
Well, imagine this. Imagine the original template for all humans is albino, because we see that underneath the skin. 90% of Aborigines are born with blonde hair. Anybody can look it up, see the pictures. Same thing with Melanesians and Polynesians, blonde afros, without mixing. What if the original humans of every type actually didn't have melanin? And from being on the surface, this is why the genetic signature of Africans and certain people with melanin comes up as an older signature than what they would incorrectly call white people, because white people was invented in the 1800s. Before that, it was Irish, Italian, English, German, Russian, Swedish. These were distinctly different people, but they had similar skin colors. Just the way Africans and Aborigines and extremely dark-skinned Indians, known as Dravidians, have similar black to brown to, so dark it looks black. Their skin colors are dark, but they're clearly different people. The Indians have straight hair. The Aborigines have wavy hair like Greeks, and the Africans have very tight afros, which could be maybe a little similar to the Irish afro. And when we look at Irish people, some, not all, we see the freckles, and the freckles are melanin. So if you've ever looked up pictures, they have pictures of people with extreme amount of freckles, and it's like connecting the dots, and they're forming a protective sheet of melanin over their skin that is not as protected. Because even if somebody has lighter skin or white skin, they still have melanin. It's called pheomelanin. And
It's
that
like
melanin,
albino camouflage.
yeah, the melanin actually reacts with sunlight in a combustible way, and it causes skin burn a lot easier. So if you notice that people with that will develop freckles, and those freckles are actually melanin. So it seems that anybody that we see, and this is a far out theory that I came upon over 10 years ago, anybody with 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 dark skin previously, whether it be 1,000, probably much more, 10,000 years or more, their ancestors actually had white skin. And whatever it is, whatever created us, or however we created, whatever is behind controlling planet Earth, either we escaped, we came onto the surface. Biblical stuff talk about, Garden of Eden, them being expelled. And when they're expelled, when Cain is pushed out of the garden, who is he worried about? Where God, supposedly God, or whatever they call God, has to put the mark of Cain so the other people won't attack him. Who are these other people that are already outside of the garden?
Right.
These could have, right? These could have been the people that have been getting tan over years. Now we can see melanin happen in this way with people that are tan or Mediterranean. They will get darker in the summer, and then they'll get lighter in the winter, showing that melanin is gained. They try to lie and say, oh, an ape turned into a human and was already brown. That doesn't make sense. If you look at the blood type, you look at the telomeres, you look at the genetics, it's massively different. If you throw in the math, there's no way that's just going to transform by chance. You're looking at numbers that are so large, it goes beyond 13 billion years of just, the fabricated number that they make up to say, oh, the universe is 13 billion years old. They are throwing out so many lies about how life was created or happened to be.
And I have a question for you on that, MD.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
As you
13.8 billion years was the theory, but the damn thing's like 30. Now it's 30 billion light years wide or more. So
Yeah.
plus
Yeah.
it's
No, my question would be interbreeding. Like, let's say people of the same family, a brother or sister, whatever, your mother or son, father,
Mhm.
daughter. Why would that be so? Wouldn't that go against evolution? The fact that we see the outcome, we can see the outcome of that happening,
Mhm.
that the offspring are deformed. Like say like
Yeah.
the Whitakers
I
and
think
that
it
soft white
depends on the
underbelly.
brain and the culture of why and if they did it or not. Meaning, some people were into numbers, meaning they were just increasing their tribe. So I
Right,
don't
but we
think
see the effects of relatives having children. The children come out with defects, but
there's
then that go
ancient.
but that goes against evolution, is what I'm saying.
Well,
The fact
well,
they should not affect them at all.
there's ancient. Okay, there's ancient papers and whatever you want to call it, documentation. Okay, of what was going on in ancient Ireland about 4,000 years ago. What was happening was there's actually a form of blue eyes created by inbreeding, meaning those people were kind of a little leathery, not as pale and not as blue eyed until the royals, some of those had blue eyes, and to attract them and supposedly marry off your daughters to somebody in that family, it was better to have a blue-eyed child. And they actually caught on to this, and it's documented that they caught on to that and that they realized what was going on at some point. But it's you have to dig for it. But it talks about 4,000-year-old blue eyes in a crypt in ancient Ireland, and then they do genetic coding on those people, and they find out of what the blue eyes were, and they said these were royalty, and then they said the blue eyes were high valued. So if they said blue eyes were high valued at that time, that means basically slightly inbreeding was encouraged, if you get what I'm saying, because it created a blue-eyed kid.
Yeah, but we see it, even if it's encouraged, we see the outcome of it. The outcome is not favorable to it. It actually forms deformities. I mean, the people become
Right,
lower
but that was the
IQ.
chance, okay, in history that they took, and that's what I think the stories of the monsters, a lot of them are about, is this human experimentation before modern science
Mhm.
throughout history. And I've had a theory before the hive mind of AI, we had a hive mind of inbreeding because people didn't know when to stop. So when something is genetically, when you feel something that happens to your relative, imagine if you're related to a whole tribe of people, 4 times as much as you're related to your relative. The
Well,
sense of
in the
psychic
biblical aspect,
connection could be
but the
very
biblical
high.
aspect, though, Noah and his family did practice inbreeding, but God had allowed it for so many years, and then after a certain period of time, He said no more. So they did allow to. They did, according to the biblical
Yeah,
account,
I think the
inbreeding
royalist
was allowed, but it's
bloodlines
permitted
did
by
it,
the Creator. It's
and
permitted,
not
which
that they
makes
did
sense.
it
There had to be some
openly.
inbreeding to
Right.
expand the population. There had to be
Yeah,
inbreeding.
I think they had a method for it in ancient times, meaning like they kept some line of the bloodline superseded, if you know what I mean. Like there was people that were double filled, just like the Ptolemies in ancient Egypt were from Greece, right? And they were doubled, and they created Cleopatra, and they were brother and sister parents. I think that or grandparents or great grandparents of hers were the Ptolemy line, and those people didn't like to share lineage, so that's why they had their own offspring, so they wouldn't have to share their inheritance with the other people, in
No,
the
I know
village
the
or
theory
city.
behind it, but I'm talking about the evidence that it's not favorable.
No,
Right
no, I
now, if
mean
we
I
practice
agree
inbreeding, we'll have
scientifically, and
kids
to
with
create a
deformity.
better person, it's usually not. But
No.
as far as we're told, I mean, say there's a genetic anomalies that happen more often, in which they do. So not only do you get blue eyes, not only do you get maldeformities and things you don't want, maybe there's other, mutations that we don't even know about at this day and age, because most families aren't having 8 inbred children that also have 4 inbred children. So I feel like there was actually other stuff going on that we're far taken from, and that's why we don't have cyclopses as much anymore or other stuff, because we put a moral compass on that stuff that's no bueno.
I think what scientifically refutes it is the blue eye underneath the brown eye. So when they try to say that, remember, it's all based on the premise that the lighter skin comes after the melanization, but science is showing us that it comes before that. That
Hmm.
melanin is added by solar radiation to the hair, the eye, and the skin, and also neuromelanin. Now, neuromelanin is not exclusive to black skinned people, whether it be Indian, African, or Australian. It is in all types of people, but not all people of these types. So you might have a certain percentage in the population that contain neuromelanin. We have melanin in many different forms. So when we see that, no matter what they've documented or put in the books about 4,000 years ago, we say, well, wait a second. The rarest eye, they say, on the earth is green. Now, green is pheomelanin. Blue is eumelanin. So those are the two types of melanin. Blue, eumelanin on here causes blonde, blue in the eye. A little more collagen will reflect gray. This is called the Raleigh-Tyndall effect. It is the same effect because the eye is not actually blue. It's actually not reflecting back the red. It's absorbing that spectrum and reflecting back the blue, giving the illusion of the eye being blue due to the eumelanin. With more collagen, it reflects back a grayer color, just the way the sky looks gray on a cloudy day, or it has like clouds will have like a gray tinge, and the sky will be blue in the day but clear at night. So this melanin in the eye, two different types, produces two different types of color. When you add in pheomelanin, now that creates the green eye mixed with a little bit of eumelanin of the blue eye. That's why people can have bluish green, grayish green. They can also have orange to red hair. If they don't have the pheomelanin, they'll have brown to what is called a darker brown or dirty blonde type of hair. That's just the eumelanin. So if you add more eumelanin to a person with green eyes, it'll be hazel. And if you add more, it'll start to be amber, brown, dark brown, and have the appearance of extremely dark brown. But when you lift the dark brown off, the company Stroma Labs, which closed last year by Dr. Greg Homer, who had pioneered the technique, when you lift it up with a laser depigmentation at a certain frequency, it reveals the green eye, and underneath the green eye is the blue eye. So you go from green to gray to blue. And then if you take the melanin out to where there's almost no melanin, now you'll get the albino eye. And that's why I put the avatar of the channel as the pink albino eye. So I'm just saying this is where the science is showing. So we have all of our theories and the documentation, the ancient scriptures, but science is telling us something different. And that's the fascinating thing to it. That's why I call the channel Architects of Humanity. Whatever it was that architects that created humans, life, these could be different architects, the person or whatever, the beings that created the sky, the air, the water, the land. It might not be the same thing. Now, of course, something had to create the architects.
Yes.
Then it has to keep going on and on. Now, these plasma clouds that Kordylewski had talked about on either side of the moon that seem to be conscious. So now we're looking at something that's totally different now. So we're saying to ourselves, wait a second, you're saying that plasma clouds are conscious. This is this is something deep. In Robert Temple's book, I think it's called the New Science of Heaven. The plasma is defined not just as ionized gas, but as a fundamental primary state of matter.
Mm.
And he's saying from which all physical reality originates. It's the fourth state. So right now, people think there's only three states. Scientists know that plasma can be looked at as a fourth state, but again, they don't know what to classify it as. So they just call it the fourth state of matter, not a solid, not a liquid, not a gas. It's the same way that they classify fungi as plant and animal together. They don't know what fungi is. It's not a plant and it's not an animal. And the fungi, again, can produce psilocybin mushrooms, where what is psilocybin? You see, so it's in the fungi, but it's like, wait a minute, what is this? And then when you look at plants, some plants have these mind-altering substances like peyote will have mescaline. Other plants will have different things that affect the human mind. Or is it something that allows us to tune in to another station on the radio dial? Because the radio dial of consciousness is just, I wouldn't say in this dimension, but I would say it's more scientifically classified as this channel. So we know dimensions is measurement. A channel is something that, like on a television channel, when you switch from channel 2 to 3 to 4, channel 2 is still there, but we're tuned in to channel 4. So our mind might actually be able to tune into these different channels. And that could be looked at as possession if you go from channel 2 to channel 4, because it's not playing you anymore on channel 2, it's playing whoever's on channel 4. So it gets very deep when we look at it through the scientific lens. It's extremely deep. Hyperborean, good to see you, brother. He says, this is what Hyperborean wisdom is all about, my brother. Always a pleasure, man. Definitely. Oh, man, come on, Haydn. The best answers to these questions are in the 3 works of Nimrod de Rosario. Wow. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. If you want to hop on, man, we got the link pinned to the top of the chat. Hopefully it's still pinned there. If not, I'll throw it in the thing again for you. It's always a pleasure to have you on, man. Your knowledge is so welcomed, man. It's just oh, you got booted? What happened, man? Here's the link again if you want to hop on retro. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I was on another window and must have, yeah, good to see you all too, bro. I mean, that's when I look at it, Robert Temple, I got to give him a lot of credit for a new science of heaven. This is deep, man. This is deep. Plasma defined as not just ionized gas. I think Drew Ma fell asleep. I don't know. I don't know if
But is the fact that he's using plasma? Do you think he's trying to apply? It's just he has to do something that can be applied scientifically. Just there's because if it's non-physical, then it becomes faith-based. You just can't use science in that aspect of it. Science can't be used. It has to be something in a physical realm, I guess, in order for it to be considered scientific. I mean, I don't know. You know what I'm
no, I
saying?
think
A little bit.
plasma can be created in the lab, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it, there's a limit to it. You know what I mean? Because he's trying to look at it from a scientific point of view, which I understand and I respect completely. But I think if we go into the non-physical, then we leave science. We just can't apply any scientific method to that.
I think he's saying it more because Temple gets really deep on a lot of other stuff too. Like
Hmm.
I don't think it's like totally where it's because he's saying these plasma clouds, it seems that they have microscopic forms of what he might call consciousness, like a substrate for intelligence. He
Mm.
defines complex cosmic plasma as a system capable of storing, conducting, and processing data, as it acts as a physical home for non biological consciousness and also machine like intelligence. So he
Hmm.
gets really deep into looking at it from different aspects of thought to say the radiant matter disconnected from blood. So the physical physics, Temple frequently clarifies that cosmic plasma has absolutely nothing to do with blood plasma. Now, we also have the historical definition that he aligns his definition with Sir William Crookes, radiant matter, the bridge between pure energy and physical tissue. So the energy, or what would be called a pure energy, might be looked at as pure consciousness, pure spirit, pure soul. And what bridges the gap between that and the physical tissue is the plasma. And that the plasma on these so-called near-death experiences and stuff like that might be the plasmatic part of the body that's hovering when people say, oh, I saw the whole room or whatever like that. I got to give him credit for speculating in this area because
Sure.
it's not really talked about. I mean, his book, A New Science of Heaven, again, he's using the term heaven, it gets deep, man. It gets really deep. Temple's new book is good. Yeah, man. I got to give him credit, man. Ever heard of Trevor James Constable? His book, The Cosmic Pulse of Life. No, I haven't, man. Let me look that up. What was that again? The Cosmic Pulse of Life. Yeah, Pulse of Life. It expands. It expands our knowledge of bridging the gap, like it bridges the gap, the cosmic pulse of life. All right, I just looked it up. The revolutionary biological power behind UFOs, 1976, a seminal book by Trevor James Constable. So his radical alternative to the extraterrestrial hypothesis, arguing that most UFOs are not mechanical spaceships from other planets, but living biological organisms native to Earth's atmosphere. That's a very, very deep concept. Wow. Thank you, Hyperborean. This is wow. It presents a radical theory. Here are the main points of Constable's theory and how they directly relate to the concepts you just read about in Robert Temple's book. Man, AI is creepy with that because I typed it in. It's like, yeah, you were just talking about Robert Temple's book. It brought that up. This is insane, man. Retro. I know retro. This is right up your alley, man. I don't know why it booted retro off, man. That's crazy. If you want to, I put the link in there, retro, if you want to hop back on. Um, so the main points in Constable's theory that directly relates to the temple's work: sky creatures, atmospheric beast, biological, not mechanical. Constable argues that the atmosphere is teeming with invisible life form he calls critters. Wow. And this makes sense. This makes sense. Invisible life forms, why would they not exist? These are huge amoeba-like single-cell organisms that live in the upper atmosphere, the zero state. These creatures exist in a high energy, low density state similar to the plasma state Temple describes. They can alter their density to become visible, often appearing as glowing orbs, saucers, or soft metallic shapes which observers mistake for alien craft. The invisible reality in photography, infrared existence, these entities exist primarily in the infrared part of the electromagnetic spectrum, making them invisible to the naked human eye most of the time. Photographic evidence, Constable claimed he could photograph these entities using infrared film and special filters. He published numerous grainy blob-like shapes in the sky as evidence of these ether ships and biological entities. Wow, the ether, that might have summoned Scribe, man. Oh, you're in the chat. Okay, cool, man. Yeah, macrobes. Okay. So instead of microbes, they're macrobes. So they're large. Okay, so that's the photographic, the orgone energy and the ether. William Reich's influence, Constable Bill's heavy on the work of William Reich, who coined the term orgone energy. Yes, I think they really framed that guy too, man. William Reich. I think it was something the little man or something. And they framed him as insane and tried to say he was a PDF and all. It was really messed up. He argues that these sky creatures feed on this omnipresent life force energy, the orgone energy, an attraction to radar. He posits that these organisms are attracted to high energy sources, which explains why UFOs frequently swarm around radar installations, nuclear plants, and electrical grids, essentially grazing on the energy output. Wow, that's a deep way of looking at it. So the way cattle would graze on grass, these beings would graze on electrical energy output. That's deep. So the connection to Robert Temple's A New Science of Heaven, it says here, there's a strong theoretical link between Constable and Temple, though they use different terminology. Plasma versus ether. What Constable called etheric or orgone life forms in the 1970s is remarkably similar to what Temple describes as inorganic plasma life, the same phenomenon. Both authors describe intelligent or semi-intelligent energy structures that live in the atmosphere, space, are normally invisible to us and interact with electromagnetic fields. Temple's plasma clouds and Constable's sky critters may be different names for the same theoretical phenomenon. Wow. This is yeah. Yeah, this is
I mean,
deep.
I can agree with that. I definitely can agree with that based on my own life experience that, the clouds, they have energy and they can it's not what we think it is, definitely. There's a world out there that we don't see that exists. I
Mhm.
definitely would agree with him on that.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
got Hyperborean here. What's up, bro? How's everything?
Going good, man. How are you guys?
Pretty
Hey,
good,
good to see you,
man.
Hyper.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you want to expand on anything.
no, you said that was a good summary. Yeah, there's some photographic evidence in the book too uh, he puts inside of the actual book, so it's pretty interesting. Um,
Wow. Wow.
he was pretty
Have you?
popular for a while using orgone energy in a way. He called them cloud busters. You could create rain with these basically gun-like devices on the ground by shooting frequencies into the sky.
Wow.
But it
Wow.
worked every single time. So he like patented this device. It's called a cloud buster. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
That's deep, man. That's real deep. Cloud busting techniques. It has something on that. How we claim to use the orgone energy to influence
Yeah.
the weather.
Yeah, and it was like it's a fact. It's not like even a theory or anything. It's pretty wild, and it's all like documented. And that's how he stumbled across the macrobes. Is he was while studying this device he was making, he was taking like infrared photos of the sky, and he would see these like macrobes, essentially.
Wow. So the macrobes. Can you explain the difference between macrobes and microbes?
Yeah, one is just larger. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So and
it's a loose term that he's using. He's basically saying like the things you see under a microscope, they behave similarly. They're conscious. They move around, but they're like single-celled organisms or something. That's how they behave. So he's just like riffing off the word microbe. He doesn't literally mean like a like 1-to-1 ratio that it's a microbe.
mhm.
Yeah.
And I like the way he says how it seems like they're grazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. It goes hand in hand with the sort of Robert Temple doesn't go that far, but the idea that plasma could be conscious, that they could live an entire life of their own that we're unaware of. And then it goes hand in hand with the question that you posed for this panel, or your show: what controls planet Earth, right? And if we have these, if you want to look at uh, the world solely from the perspective of like a food chain hierarchy, right? If there's these things that are beyond our perception that feed off of our subtle energies, then like are they maybe higher up in the food chain, and how high does that food chain go?
Yeah.
So like
And
you could
maybe we
ask
only
the
see
question.
it as plasma, but it's much more complex. We're just seeing a portion of it. And that's why it
Yes,
looks like plasma to us,
exactly. Yeah,
because we're
exactly.
lower level, you know?
I think it's the threshold. Thomas Burgoyne, the way he put it is that when the scientist reaches the end of his microscope, or the end of his telescope, uh, he's faced with a dilemma. He needs to pick up the metaphysical thread, and empiricists don't do that. They stop there, and then they try to come up with different methods to extend the physical universe. And it doesn't always work that way for them.
Yes, I agree. I know that was my main argument when we were discussing MD, but the physical, they want to stay in the physical. They can't accept the non-physical because that would delay science. They couldn't apply science to that.
Yeah. This is I'm trying to fit in how would the Kordaluski clouds fit into this? That Kordaluski says that he detected some type of clouds on both sides of the moon. Um, and it was a theory that came out a while ago that was kind of like not really looked into. He says they sit 60 degrees ahead of and 60 degrees behind the moon at the L4 and L5 Lagrange points, gravitational hollows, where the competing pull of the Earth and the moon creates a pocket of relative stability. I think this is what Temple might play on as well. Oh, I think this is Mr. X.
Yeah, I don't know what happened because the app isn't working.
And good to see you, Ragamuffin. Yeah, so I'm wondering how does that, the Kordaluski clouds, with Temple saying that plasma could be like a different type of awareness, I guess, if I'm reading it correctly. from what I gotta make some tea. From what from what he's saying as far as his theory. the scientific overview, first proposed and visually reported by the 1961 Polish astronomer Kazimierz Kordylewski. So the confirmation, after decades of intense scientific skepticism, a team of Hungarian astronomers officially confirmed their existence using specialized polarimetric filters to detect polarized sunlight bouncing off the dust grains. But the thing with Temple is not requiring gravity. So that's the amazing thing. He's saying that this plasma-based universe, because evolutionists will try to throw in gravity like out of nowhere. Not saying that a gravitational force or some pull doesn't exist, but what causes that, we're not really sure. And this is where science and speculation and thought will, logic and reason, and this is how we can make our way to get like a better glimpse and maybe reveal some illusions that we were taught to believe with the whole gravitational based universe, which now we can get into it where we're not going into any type of cult. Like some people will say, well, it doesn't exist. Well, it's like, well, explain it if it doesn't exist. Let's I don't want to just believe. I'm not going to just believe. I want to know. I want to figure this out as much as I can. I know I'm not going to figure it out before I die, but the journey is the fun, right? Hyper.
Yeah, man. Sorry, I stepped away.
Yeah.
I had to for a second. Forgive me.
Yeah, on the Kordylewski clouds, you've heard of those?
Remind me.
He's saying Kordylewski, Kazimierz Kordylewski, he's saying that there are two massive, exceptionally faint collections of cosmic dust that orbit Earth in the same distance as the moon. They sit 60 degrees ahead and 60 degrees behind the moon at the L4 and L5 Lagrange points. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, the gravitational hollows where the competing pull of the Earth and the moon creates a pocket of relative stability. But now, Temple, I think, brings it a bit further, saying these clouds seem to be a type of conscious plasma. And Temple's thing, if I'm correctly interpreting, is that he's not eliminating it totally, but eliminating the need for gravity being the basis, saying that it has more to do with plasma. Because, so, I mean, I don't know much about it, but I do know that they do try to throw gravity in there just out of nowhere, especially if they try to, the whole Big Bang religion, it's just doesn't make sense to say, well, so if something just
But couldn't
explodes.
something that created this?
Well, yeah,
Oh, I was
it's
just gonna
not.
say something that created this can't be subject to the laws of gravity, and that
Yeah, no, it just, even if it was gravity, it's not going to pop out of nowhere. The gravitational
Right,
force,
right.
yeah, but is it really the gravitational force? Is that force of pull gravitational, or how Temple is saying that it could be something to do with plasma? I forgot exactly how Temple put it, but he put it in a way where it didn't need gravity to be the basis of it. And the evolutionary model is trying to base it on gravity. They're saying, look, this is what it is. Let's write some textbooks and brainwash people to believe it without proof. And it's not saying that, hey, this force doesn't exist. It's saying we have to explain it more to understand it. It is the theory of gravity, so just like the theory of evolution doesn't make sense scientifically and has been caught in innumerable amounts of lies. We want to question it because we want to know. We don't want to, believe,
Well, it's reality too. We're living in a reality. They're telling us we're living in one reality when we're actually living in another. That's
Yeah.
the problem. That's the
Could
problem.
be.
It's not a religious debate or I'll
Yeah.
save you and make you feel better. No. It's
Mhm.
about the world we live in right now.
Yeah. and several reality. I mean, I wouldn't even say several realities. It's just different faces of reality. Reality is more strange or more extensive than we could ever imagine, and it will always
Yes.
be. Yeah, our perception will always be greater than what reality actually is. So we're just seeing it through what we think
Hmm.
it to be,
I mean,
which
what
is
evolution teaches is this is it. This
yeah.
this world is it,
Mhm.
and there's nothing after this.
Yeah, it's a materialistic based
Hmm.
pseudoscience that
Yeah.
um they, like I said before, they build churches disguised as universities, put in preachers disguised as professors, and if you
Hmm.
question it, it becomes dictatorship to where
Yes.
you can't. That's what a classroom teaches. Classroom teaches people dictatorship under the disguise of, oh, you're allowed to ask questions, but the teacher sits at the head of the class as a dictator. And I spoke with a professor the other day, and he was hard on the voting and saying, oh, I tell my students to vote. I said, look, you can't vote your way out of tyranny. And he kind of got upset. And I said, look, man, I said, I'm a veteran, as a teenager. I said, I ain't never voted in my life. I said, because I know it's all based on criminality. And he kind of got upset, like, oh no, you got to vote. And I said, well, okay, if you're voting in November, what do we do till then? So we just take it? I said, you don't even know that you're part of the system of oppression, thinking that, hurry up and wait. That was the
Hmm.
mantra back in the military. I said, everybody knows that. It's like, why? Why? And asking questions, that's the point. It's like, having all the answers is ignorance, because you
It
can never
is.
have all the answers. It's just something we got to live with, knowing that we're not going to figure this out. And what really does make sense is what Hyperborean talked about before, and what Varun talked about in the Bhagavad Gita, about there is no creation or destruction. It is the is. It's always been. It's always been, and it always will be.
Yeah.
So that's kind of that's a very deep, comforting, realistic point of view. And I don't think a lot of people are ready to accept that. It's like you find the answer in some way, but you don't want to accept it.
Mm-hmm.
And they always bring in this, well, this is, it had to be created. And it's like, well, why does it have to be like that? Why wouldn't it be always there, always created? Because existence is amazing. It is so amazing. Like when I listened to Alan Watts like 30 years ago, and I look at it, these synchronicities that I've experienced in life are so amazing. When I gave $100 to Free Speech Radio in Manhattan that broadcast from the Empire State Building, Pacifica Radio, I heard Alan Watts on WBAI, and it was called Learning the Human Game. I was so impressed. I donated $100 to get the 3 cassette tapes. A friend and I, we, were recording and listening, and we were like, man, this is deep. I called up the company to order the rest of his cassettes, and I got his eldest son on the phone, Lee Harvey Watts. And I couldn't believe it. He's like, yeah, he goes, I'm his eldest son. He goes, how many of the tapes? I said, I want all of them. It was like $240, And he goes, man, you really like my father's work? I said, yeah. I said, it's amazing. Now, some people have told me that Watts could be an agent, whatever. I'm not sure. But I'll tell you one thing, his philosophical views definitely have some depth in teaching. And I've learned a lot. And now with the internet, I've learned so much more. He had one thing talking about that, we think this is the best thing going on, like
Hmm.
life here on earth is the best thing going on. And it's not. And that somehow, some way behind the scene, there is the thought that we realize that who we think we are, it's not who we are. It's like there's something behind the mask of who we think we are. There's something more.
Yeah.
And yeah, it gets really deep, man. I mean, I learned so much from just listening to him. Even the other Alan Watts, even though he's based more in like a realistic, like a, I guess, a societal based stuff, the Watts from Scotland, who
Alan
passed.
Watts. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, he was deep too, man. But the other Watts who had the ferry boat, the Vallejo in San Francisco, I mean, some of his speeches just when he talked about the ego and how when we look into life and we say, okay, we so let's just say we have power and we have money and we have sex and we have all of this stuff, and then we realize that's not what it is. And then we say, okay, maybe it's the metaphysical. So it's like a candy bar, but we made the candy bar holy and blessed, and it's a sacred candy bar. But it's still the pursuit of something that makes no sense. And that your mind is like when the cops come into a building, the ego goes up to the second floor. And when the cops get up to the second floor, the ego comes out the window. So you say, okay, I'm going to sit back and observe this. But then when you think and you're observing it, what is observing it is a thought itself. And he's like, so if you realize, which what scares an American audience, because he was English, the most is to say, let's just say you cannot improve yourself, because he said self-improvement is a sham. It's a scam. You can't improve yourself because
Absolutely.
right, the person that needs improving has to do, there's just no way. It's like pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. You can't do it. So he said, let's just say, let's hold the position that there is nothing you can do to improve yourself. What do you get from that? He goes, you get a rest. He goes, and don't try to figure it out, because if you try to figure it out, that goes against it. So you just have to accept the fact there's nothing that you can do to become better. And when you sit back and relax, you realize that the best things in life are just happening. And it's so simple. Like it's almost as if you think that it's not worth doing. And it's like, no, this actually gives you a rest from trying, and you just kind of flow. You float. It's kind of like you don't even row your boat merrily down the stream. You just say, hey, you know what? I'm just going to sit back and watch. And I'm not going to try to figure it out, because if I try to figure it out, now I'm trying to row the boat. And that's just, of course, Watts with one point, but then we look at all of these others, and it just shows us how beautiful thought and just being is. It already is that way. When I listened to the Learning the Human Game, I could remember it like it was yesterday in the late 90s. And when I heard him, and it was like, he goes, nature is like a musical expression, which says exactly what it is. The trees are treeing, the stars are starring, the clouds are clouding. And if you don't understand it, look at it again. And it's so simple in that way of perceiving it. And then, of course, he had other modes of philosophy and thought. And, he was like I think he was saying the reason you want to be better is the reason why you aren't. And it's hard to conceptualize at some points, but then we start to say, wow. And now I'm starting to get it, because he said philosophy is like a joke. He goes, you either get it or you don't. You can't really force it. You have to just get it. And it is like a joke. It's like sometimes you'll think later on, oh, I got it now. I understand it. It's funny. And sometimes it can go over your head. So, you wonder, it's when I see the synchronicities and the things, when I look back in my life and I think about where I am, and I say, this is so unplanned. Like even with Scribe, it's like I go, bro, we met. How is the chances that how we met him hearing me on somebody else's show? And I said, I was only on that guy's show for like maybe 15 minutes as a guest, and he happened to be listening to it. He came over to the other channel, and next thing you know, we came on, we argued a few times, he came back, and we became friends. We've been working together for 6 years. He's been a co-host, and it's just like, I told him, how does that work out? And Scribe is very, spiritual in a sense. He does adhere to sort of the the realm model. And that's where I told him, I said, look, you and Hyperborean have a lot in common, man, with the realm and looking at it in this way. And, I know he's been busy working on other computer stuff with people, but yeah, he, hopefully, I spoke with him earlier today. So, I know maybe he'll come on, maybe not, but, yeah, this whole thought of, the Kordaluski clouds, the confirmation after decades of intense skepticism, how he says, when he worked with the Hungarian astronomers, and that he they officially confirmed their existence of the clouds using a specialized polarimetric filter to detect polarized sunlight bouncing off the dust grains. And then Temple, that's when he got into saying that this could be a form of like a mechanized type of thinking or intelligence, and something else. I think he put it as it was a mechanized that or a non-organic intelligence. He also put it as so, and that was Temple. So the role in the plasma theories, one of them, Temple argues, is called the thinking sky. So he's showing how the sky could be thinking, that a sheer volume of charged particles interacting magnetically over millions of miles turns these clouds into natural biocomputers, potentially hosting an inorganic form of cosmic intelligence. It's fascinating. And yeah, Temple. And then the dusty complex plasmas, because these dust particles interact with solar winds and become highly ionized, they meet the definition of a dusty or complex plasma. So that's where he gets the plasma from in the New Science of Heaven. Yeah, man. Yeah. It gets deep, man. It gets, the physical profile, that they're saying they're roughly 9 times wider than the Earth. And but yet so tenuous that and diffused that they do not emit light, and they're practically invisible to the naked eye. The thinking sky, I mean, that's amazing when I think about that. Yeah. Yeah. If you got any thoughts, Hyper or Mr. X?
Yeah, I mean, it does. It seems like it's going into the spiritual realm of, but approaching it from a scientific point of view. That's just what I'm getting from it, from his research.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's where it's definitely leading. Eventually, it'll just lead to, if we can't see it, it would make sense that it's non-physical. At some point, it'd have to be.
Well, I like the way how he says, like he's saying like it bridges the gap, between you would have what would be maybe called the spiritual or the totally non-physical, the plasma, and then the physical. So he had mentioned that it's like the bridge, that's what he put it as. So the bridge that bridges, he put it as the 19th century scientist, William Crookes, viewed it as radiant matter, and that it bridges between pure energy and physical tissue. So the pure energy, for lack of a better term, maybe spirituality, what people might call the soul, whatever, that has a bridge in between it to that and the physical. Because most of the time people will look at it as the physical and the spiritual. So this thing could be in between that. And Temple posits that, it could be what people experience and what they call, near-death experience, whatever, that it's the plasmatic part of the body that's hovering, that's seeing, like a sentient part of us, that is the non-physical, or the in-between might be a better word. So there is a part of us that we think it's physical and spiritual, but it's the physical, the in-between part, and then the pure energy part. Which, what is pure energy? I mean, we don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, this is where it goes into possibly what is it, but then the is and the always of what is, that's what it could be. That's what the universe or existence could be called, the always. It always was and always will be. And that's where we're at. There is no now you don't have to, there's no worry, because it's like this, it's like what controls planet Earth? Something behind the scenes that might not be beneficial is trying to instill a type of worry into us. And there's nothing to worry about. It's always a worry. It's always a worry. I've noticed that when I was a kid, and I've always had to shake it off with adults trying to, yeah, you have to be concerned, you have to plan, whatever. But
Mhm.
what happens when you die? What happens when you pass? I think about that. It's like none of this is going to matter. I've seen people, they're not here anymore. And then I wonder, where are they? Where are they still here? Are they, what is existence? What am I in? I don't even know. It's like I said many times before, I don't know what I am. I don't know who I am. I don't know where I am. And I don't know when I am. Nobody knows what time it is. Does anybody really care? Like the song from Chicago. I
Mhm.
think people have thought about this before and wrote songs and, written about it. Because when I remember hearing that song when I was a kid, and Chicago has some songs, that are cool. And I was like, wow, this is a deep song, man. It's like, does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care about time? And it's like, it's such a relaxing tune, when he's like, I'm walking down the street one day and lady asks him what time it is. And yeah, yeah, it's deep, man. It's really deep. Yeah. But looking deeper into Robert Temple, I'm asking the square god, basically the computer, is Robert Temple religious? So, I mean, I don't know. He's not religious in the traditional organized sense, but he's deeply spiritual and animistic. So rather than subscribing to a specific religious doctrine, church, or theology, Temple uses historical texts. I think, I think yeah, because uh, alternative archaeology, plasma physics to understand the universe, his views on religion and spirituality can be broken down into specific themes. So, not organized religion. He doesn't follow the institutional religions,
Mhm.
approaches it from a religious history as a scholar, analyzing ancient texts, Egyptian, Sumerian, Greek, and historical data or misunderstood physical events rather than divine commands against scientific dogma. His views mainstream materialistic science as its own restrictive dogmatic religion. Wow, that's a deep way. So he views mainstream materialistic science, which is evolution, as its own restrictive dogma religion, which is what we see
Mm.
evolution to be.
Which it is, 100%.
Yeah, so that uh so he's against that, openly challenges institutional biases that dismiss non-physical or unconventional ideas. That's good.
Yeah, it is good. Definitely. That's why I say I respect his opinion because he's definitely heading in the right direction. So I respect
Yeah.
that opinion.
The
Absolutely.
scientific view of the soul, his in New Science of Heaven, his goal is to demystify spiritual phenomena by grounding them in physics. So
Yeah.
to
So he
under,
wants to bring it into the physical, is what he's trying to do.
well, he's trying, I think, to explain them. So because demystify, I mean, I'm looking at it as, it's like when people say spiritual and stuff like that, it's like it has a mystify, it has like an airiness to it, like an undefinable thing to it, like you can't explain it. So when
Right.
he's trying
Well,
to
it's
ground,
supernatural by definition.
yeah, he's trying to like ground them in physics to explain it. I would think, maybe
Mhm.
it does go into something more. This is his scientific view of the soul, the bioplasma soul. he reinterprets the traditional religious concept of the soul or astral body, which could be the plasmatic body, as a literal physical structure made of superconducting bioplasma. To Temple, the afterlife is a real physical process, not a mystical miracle. So, and I like that, the fact that it's actual real, but I think he misses the point that it could just be the always. The always is making more and more sense to me.
Mhm.
You know, I know
I think,
that's yeah, good.
I think like I said earlier in the chat, the works of Nimrod de Rosario are the best answers that I've found to date about these perplexing conundrums that you're talking about currently. Um, he's come the closest out of anyone that I've read to giving an actual answer to these things, to these problems. Seemingly, they seem like problems, but I don't think they are. I think they're actually resolvable. Um, so yeah, anybody out there who's listening to Max and wants to dig deeper into these questions, those books have answered many of these questions for me, at least.
Thanks, man. Yeah. It says he only lived for 50 years, 46 to 96, Nimrod de Rosario.
Supposedly, yeah. We don't really know if he died or not. We don't have that data.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Well, we
depending,
don't
yeah.
know how he died, is what I mean. Yeah.
Mhm. He had the pen name Luis Felipe Moyano.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
An
Yeah.
Argentine. Yeah.
Yeah, so like he's almost like Alan Watt in a way, how you were breaking down. Alan Watt basically is saying that like it's all a psyop, you know, but
Mhm.
like he kind of ends with this passive sort of, like you mentioned the word you used, which is accurate, like a floating or whatever, kind
Mhm.
of letting go or something, right? And
Mhm.
just going with the flow
Mhm.
of how things are or what it is. Nimrod goes a step further and says that's also a psyop. So like he's like the only guy that I've come across that actively denies all like religions, mystery traditions, uh, and says they're all a sham. There's only like one true path, which is the eternal and the self, and you can't separate those two things. So like the always, that is the thing, right? But like it's not here. Like we distinguish the difference between being and becoming. And becoming, it's obvious that we're dealing with becoming this space-time continuum. Things are impermanent here. Everything that we deal with within our immediate reality, our sense perceptible reality, goes through time. So like right there, it belongs to the realm of becoming. The always is eternal and permanent. We don't see that anywhere here. You only get that from the awareness. So like pure unadulterated awareness is where you can tap into and find the true eternal, but nowhere else. Not in a soul, not in a body, not in the great chain of being. None of the subtle bodies that they teach in theosophy or anthroposophy. The etheric, the astral, the manas, the Atma or whatever. They have all these distinctions and mystery traditions of how you can divide up the body and the human experience. But he's saying all of it is a psyop. I've never come across one author who proposes that radical of a rejection. So it's definitely a trip, man. If you've never read it, it's worth reading, even if you don't agree with it.
No, this is fascinating, man. It's
Yeah.
his book. What was the name of it? Was it
There's 3 of them.
Hyperborean Wisdom?
That's one of them, and that's the most difficult text. Nobody can finish that book. Uh, well, I mean, what I'm saying is that typically, if you recommend this book to people, they will not finish reading it. There's something about it. It's kind of, it's complex. It's highly meticulous and nuanced. So there's like work that has to be done. You got to actively work at reading this book, but also the concepts are pretty foreign to normal people. If you haven't like chased the rabbit hole for years, you may just get like lost in the jargon or whatever.
Mm.
But for researchers, for truthers, quote unquote, they should be able to pick it up. But for some reason, whether it's them deliberately not reading the book or their life getting in the way, that book never gets finished. That one is the most complex out of the 3 books.
And how many pages is it?
It's like 1,200, 1,100 pages or something.
Okay, wow, that's a long one. What
Yeah.
was
I
the
know.
other books? The other two?
The other one is a novel. So he, instead of giving it to you in like the academic way or whatever, and he wouldn't call it academic, but that's how it is. It's like a meticulous, step-by-step, progressive course of understanding this with like disciplines that we take from the world to try to analogize the spirit and what's going on, the human condition. This one is like a novel, right? And it's trying to give it to you in the form of a story. It's called The Mystery of Belashina Vilka. It's also 1,000 pages.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's yeah, he's got. And the third book, what was that?
That one is The Secret History of the Tula Gesellschaft, which is like it's a mixture between the fundamentals, like concepts from the fundamentals, and a revised history. It's like historical revisionism. He basically is reframing all of world history in the lens of this Hyperborean conflict.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So,
it's pretty interesting.
so he's really like everything that any human says is all psyop.
Unless it comes from the spirit, which you should after studying the fundamentals. And you don't really need the book. He says that first and foremost. He says, this is, let's be very clear, this is not a doctrine. This is not a cult. This is not some initiatic order in the sense of like joining Freemasonry or Theosophy or something. This is none of that. It's anti all of that. So somebody can get there without it. But if you read the fundamentals, it would put you light years ahead. It would help you catch up. It would help you get there to being able to discern whether or not somebody is speaking from that real place. You would understand more if you read the book. Right now, it kind of sounds vague, but forgive me for that.
No, that's cool. I can I'm thinking I can probably like use AI to kind of go through it without having to read the whole thing.
Let me explain something real quick. So there's a guy in the Discord, TML's Discord, who kind of pushes back on Hyperborean wisdom, and he uses AI to try to summarize the book. And what I've noticed is that AI can't even get it. That's wild. So check this out. They constantly mess up the concepts. They cannot, like, whether it's too long for it to digest, like it doesn't want to go through all the pages, or if the concepts are too rigorous. I don't know. But also, there was a guy who is a proponent of Hyperborean wisdom on YouTube, and he posts videos of the deep dives. You know, that AI bot that like will, you give it some data, you give it a book, and it will create this like simulated podcast. Like it'll have a girl and a guy talking, and they're like, this week's deep dive, blah blah blah. But it's AI. It's just a summary of whatever you put into it, and it comes out with an audio that sounds like a podcast. Um, on multiple of these videos, the AI, the people talking that are AI, they'll even say, they're like, this is breaking my brain. Quote, literally, the AI said, this part broke my brain. So yeah.
Wow.
And I think the reason that is because it denies reason, logic, and the intellect. He's saying, Nimrod is saying, you cannot figure this out through reason and logic. So
I
right off
agree.
the bat, that turns off the empirical scientists. It turns off all the philosophers. It turns off all the mundane people. Yeah, but there is a way, and it's there. It's laid out very clearly from him. Obviously, it's complex, but it's clearly stated how it works.
But he figures it out on his own, is what he's saying. There's a system to figure it out on your own, or
There's different strategies. He's presenting one strategy. So he says, like, a Buddhist lives according to Buddhist precepts, or a Christian lives according to Christian law or whatever, or the Jew lives according to the Torah. The Hyperborean lives according to strategy. So there's two fundamental principles here. One is that you understand that you don't belong here, that there is an eternal, that there is a place that you come from, right? Not saying you're created, but where you are now isn't where you belong, right? There's a play.
Sure.
He calls it the origin, and there are like people who show the sign of understanding this. He calls it the Gnostic disposition. People who have this, they have like a nostalgia for this place. They can't
Uh-huh.
necessarily put it into words. It's like an intuitive thing where people just know.
Right.
Some people, depending on the degree of confusion, uh, they'll bury it. They won't
Mm-hmm.
recognize it, or it'll only pop up maybe 2 times in their whole life or something, right? Others, it'll happen when they're young and they pick it up quickly. Others, it'll happen when they're 50, 60. It just depends on your situation.
Well, see, I
People,
believe in that too, that we came from another place, but it's not that I formulated it in my own mind. I believe it's revealed to me.
yeah, yeah.
So
He
I
says,
don't. That's why I think that certain knowledge has to be given by a higher power, and
yeah,
that's
he's
where.
denying that. He's saying that
Yeah, I know he is. Yeah.
what we call God is also a psyop. That
Mm-hmm.
that he's not denying God, but he's saying that the thing that's creating the forms is not a good guy. He's working against our will, and he's a part of the strategic confusion. There's basically a war. It's kind of like Christianity in a way. There's a
Mm-hmm.
spiritual war, and you're asleep, and it's kind of like the Matrix too. You're Neo, and the person who has the Gnostic disposition chases the white rabbit, and he ends up returning to the origin eventually. Um, Others, they don't. They will never wake up. They're just blue pilled normies. Um, Not saying they're NPCs. Some people don't chase where the spirit wants to go. They'll suppress it. Um, yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, the God thing, he's saying that true knowledge or gnosis is remembrance, that it's a recollection. So there's no progress. Progress is a sham. You're not, your spirit is already perfect and eternal. It doesn't grow. It's not a product of becoming. It doesn't take time to do anything. It's already there. You're just suffering from amnesia. You've forgotten it. You found yourself in a confused state, which he has a whole mythos where he builds on why this is the case and why a spirit is in a human body to begin with.
Wow.
Yeah, like I said, 1,000 pages of it. So it's pretty dense. And he gives
Yeah.
the method for how to get out too. I've never seen somebody, an author, who says, yes, this is the prison planet concept. Yes, this is the Matrix. And this is exactly how to get out. No one ever presents that. He's
I
like,
wonder if you've read the Book of Enoch, because they talk a lot about that too, about this being a temporary vessel.
yeah, but there are signs of the synarchy within the Book of Enoch. So, like the celestial hierarchy, or him being ascended and taking on the form of Metatron, all of that is synarchical, because he worships God. He worships this entity outside of him. Enoch believes in a creator. This
No,
goes,
yeah, of course, that's where it differs from
yeah,
him
it
and the
goes
others,
flies in the
but
face.
they do agree on one thing, that we did exist prior to this physical state that we're
Absolutely,
in.
and he
Yeah.
states that too. This is important. It's like a fail safe, or like a firewall in the universe, where
Mhm.
there are like the normie is like a materialist or an atheist. He only believes in the physical body. That's it, right? And then there's this second level where you become initiated and you realize that there's something more. Most people stop there, and that ends at the synarchic traditions, the mystery traditions, and the religions. They'll say, oh, no, I'm enlightened, I'm initiated, I've got it. But Nimrod's saying that that's the point, that's the capture. It's to make you feel like you've actually ascended and that you're progressing to something. And then you stop
Mhm.
there, because you can't, the mind, right, is reasonable. It works
Yes.
off of logic and reason. So it wants to believe in
Yes.
creation, and it wants to believe that there's like this hierarchical structure in time and space. It basically, instead of like, you know how people anthropomorphize God as like a man, They kind of anthropomorphize their spiritual reality as nature. They look at nature. This is like Hermeticism. They look at nature and they say, oh, well, these things that are happening in nature also happen above. What happens below happens above, right? What happens in the microcosm also is reflected in the macrocosm. He's saying that like that design makes it feel like you've achieved the pinnacle, the crowning jewel of initiation, and then you stop. No one dares go, hold on a second. Like, I know that's a reality, but there's something beyond that. Let me just pull back that Wizard of Oz curtain and see what's really behind there going on. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The wanting to stop, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Where people, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And I see where I can, yeah, the notion of what most people think of God is just doesn't seem like the good guy. It definitely doesn't.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, nothing good is going to actually do that, and nothing is really required of me. I've always had that feeling, like, why do I need to do anything?
Yeah.
It could be maybe intuition, because intuition, goes beyond intellect. You
It
don't,
does.
yeah, it's something to where it's like, yeah, kind of like Watts was saying, there's something trying to fool me into believing who I am when I don't, it's like I'm deeper than that. It's like it's deep down behind, there's a notion of me knowing that I'm actually playing a game.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he goes through that through the fundamentals, which is the hard work to get through, but he lays out the mental structure of a human being, a typical human being,
Mhm.
and he addresses that, like what we call, he calls it the infinite self. There's the infinite ego, and then there's the absolute ego. The absolute ego is the ego or the self when it's oriented in the origin. But the infinite ego is like this mask. It's the thing that collectively it accumulates collectively over lifetimes characteristics and personality traits, and you identify with these and you think this is yourself. In in most mystery traditions, in Christianity they call it the soul. In Egyptian they would call it like the ba. um it's the astral body to the anthroposophists and the theosophists. It's like this double that doesn't really have a face, right? It just has these emotions and desires. That's it. When you strip away the flesh from this body, right? That's what we think we are. And most of us, we yearn for eternity. Like most religions will give that as the end goal. They'll say like, okay, we know you're spiritual and your aspiration is actually uh, being immortal, right? But that, for instance, Christianity demonizes that concept without the idea of a master or a God that lays down a law for you. So, like, even Christians want immortality or eternal life, but that all depends on their Savior, their eschatology, their heaven, their eternal life ends with obeying a master, which isn't that bad when you're thinking from a natural point of view. It doesn't seem bad, right? It's not necessarily immoral, but it's not truly free. Nimrod's saying that's the ultimate deception, is that you're not free. You need to be fully free. How do you get there, right? That's what he's saying. This is how you get there.
But now, in speculation, how would he really know how to get there?
Yeah, it's kind of dense. So you have
Exactly. Thank
to,
you.
yeah. It's given. The method is in there. The idea here is that you need to revert. You need to. He gives some topological analogies that are really helpful. Um, he basically says that you. I'll try to summarize it because, like I said, it's 1,000 pages. It's not something I can say in seconds, but I'll try my best to give a quick summary. you are taught words and ideas. You're given forms, right? When you're born, you come into a world in a state of amnesia, and you come into contact with elders, people outside of you who are also human, who tell you this is what reality is, and they give you a set of uh, uh, forms, ideas that you build. Uh, you build your reality out of. He calls this a cultural structure, and he says the physical representation of this is the neural pathways in your brain that fire off synapses. He gives like geometric shapes. He uses like a cubic lattice structure, like a matrices, and he'll say like, for instance, you have nodes and bonds. You have these balls, and then you have these chains that connect these balls together. And he says like the node is an archetype, and then the bond is like the idea that will relate one archetype to another. And you do this over and over, and you create these structures. And he says he calls these worlds. So like depending on what race you're from or nation you're from or what language you speak, you belong to a certain world. And there's like a gulf between you and this other cultural structure. Even though we all exist on planet Earth, we're divided by these cultural structures. Um, this keeps the game going. The whole point of the deception is so that the spirit can project meaning into the world. We are like the engine that that God needs to praise his art. It's kind of like the needy artist syndrome, right? Like he makes the art, but like he doesn't actually get any satisfaction from just having the art stand there alone. He has to, and he can't just make one piece of art. He has to make it progress. This is what the materialists would call evolution. There's seemingly an evolution going. Aristotle would call it the entelechy. Like a seed becomes a oak tree, an acorn becomes an oak tree, right? Well, that oak tree is in the design of the seed. It unfills itself. So the human being is like a seed, and it's unfilling itself or fulfilling itself. It's unfolding itself so that it can cause the end of history. The religions would call this eschatology. Man is trying to get to a point to where he can confirm God's existence and bring heaven to earth or unify heaven to earth. And this is all for the pleasure and the satisfaction of God. It makes his work good. So like our minds, all these ideas are actually not our own. Like if you try to stop thinking, if anyone's who've ever been a part of a mystery tradition or mystery school or even Buddhism, and you've tried to meditate or stop your mind, you'll realize that you can't. Your awareness, well, you can with practice, right? But like first timers, when they try this, they'll notice their awareness is there, right? They're the one behind the car, but they can't stop that car from driving. It will turn, and you'll have words and phrases and mental images flying at you, uh, ad nauseum. They won't stop. So there's like this, uh, what do you want to call it? Like a collective, like Jung would call it the collective unconscious. There are like archetypes that exist uh, through the mind of the one or God. He's the one plasmating the universe, and we exist in it in physical bodies. So like the idea here is that all those forms and those ideas and those words and the languages and the math, you have to try to resign all those symbols. You have to train yourself to habitually deny them. It's hard because we have lives, right? I'm a family man. I love my children. I love my wife. I have a job. I'm not completely broken, but I can also hold in my mind that none of those things are the goal. They're not the true goal. So you kind of have to always be alert, not kind of, you have to be alert, and you have to work from a strategy to return to the origin. And it involves denying these forms as reality. Most people don't think that way. The more you do that, the more intuitive experiences you will have. You will heighten your sense of intuition by denying reason and logic as you move through the world, as you live your life. If you orient your gaze, your awareness towards the origin, to that remembrance, you will have these ecstatic experiences. Like the words that I use are so corny though, so like don't get hung up on the words. Like what people would say is gnosis. Like that's what this is. It's like a remembrance of something that you already are. You start to recollect what wisdom is. You don't learn it. You don't move forward and learn something new. So like the more you do this, you'll actually you won't, if you, this involves reincarnation and karma. If you don't believe that, then none of this really works. But like you're trying to stop that cycle. You're trying to deny the forms so that when you die or you're disembodied, the spirit isn't drawn to the world, because that's what happens is when you die, your awareness is fixated on the world as reality, right? Depending on your degree of understanding of what reality is where you end up in that universe. So like if you are a worldly person, you are going to reincarnate into the world. Let's say you joined a mystery tradition, a mystery school, like anthroposophy, right? Now you understand a little bit more as you live your life. You understand there are subtle bodies, there are higher worlds, uh, higher, more subtle planes of existence. You know, depending on your emotional characteristics, your behavioral patterns, your, you know, your disposition, your personality traits, you will end up in a higher realm within the material universe. Most mystery traditions categorize those as planets. Like if you look at a medieval cosmological map, you'll see it in an order, a hierarchical structure. It's Earth, sublunary, the moon, uh, uh, Mercury, Venus, the sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. So like each one of these planets or planes of existence are just more gradually more and more subtle planes of existence until you reach the one. And that is the goal of most mystery traditions or religions, is the unification with the one or God. Christians would call this theosis. Platonists would call this henosis. There's a lot of different words for it, and depending on the tradition that you use. But none of them, Mark, listen to me when I say this, because I've not found it. And I have a library of almost 3,000 and a half books. So like almost 3,500 books. None of them posit that there is an existence outside of the material universe. All of them say that this is an ocean and we're drops in an ocean. Hermeticism would say it's the all. There's only the all, right? And that all is one. That Hyperborean wisdom is denying that. And that's kind of the beginning of making the correct trajectory, the correct orientation towards the origin. Now you're focused on where the origin actually is, which is outside of the one, because there is no one. There's only a many. There are many individual spirits. So there's a way out. It's more meticulous than that. There's methods, right? Like how resigning a symbol or a word or a letter or a number, how that works is pretty intense. You got to have good concentration. It's sort of like meditation. It's like apophatic meditation. And there are some, of course, it goes deeper than that. You got to use certain forms to resign symbols. You recover forms from the origin. Formless forms is what Buddhism would call it. So at this point, it's probably going to sound so far out, but in the beginning, it's very simple and straightforward. The world is not the real place. Everything that belongs to the world needs to be rejected. That doesn't mean go full-blown homeless or whatever, right? You got to have a fine balance. You got to walk through the world upright, honorably, with courage and bravery, and fight the war head on. with the origin in mind. So it's pretty. I'll end it on this note. I'll say that the works are complete in themselves. So like if you were to read these 3 books, you can take off the training wheels. You will just do this by yourself, and you'll realize that you didn't even need the books, that you intuitionally already felt and knew this, but you were just given like some tools that are helpful. So yeah, I'll end it on that.
Yeah, that's deep, man. That's I'm gonna look into some of his stuff, and yeah, I could hear what you're saying about the AI not being able. I would use it not to summarize, but like maybe get certain points and then go deeper into it. Like I use it with some of the books that I have. I've actually been downsizing my library. I might have had, I would say a third of what you have. Might have got up to 1,000 books, but then I just started giving them away. And like this girl Christine, she had an experience, and she does like psychic work with horses, and out on Long Island. And she used to be a nurse, and really nice girl, very pretty. And I had this book on horses that I was using it for the pictures to carve and do art many years ago. And I said, you know what? I said this book really, she would benefit more. It belongs to her. Let me give it to her. And other people, like when they have authors at certain bookstores, whenever I go there, I always bring 2 or 3 books for the guy because he loves used books. He runs a used bookstore, and he appreciates it a lot. And there's a shamanic guy who does like powwows and stuff with native reservations out on Long Island as well. And when I go out to see him, I'll bring him some books. He gets into the metaphysical and stuff. And yeah, he owns a stone crystal shop and stuff like that. So it's like, yeah. No, I mean, this is deep. This is really deep. I mean, I know I'm not going to figure it out before I die or before I go into the next, which is just, I wonder what it is. Like every time I go to sleep, you know, I really do wonder about existence. It just, these synchronicities. I went to a meeting the other night, and the lady was asking me, it's a lot of people that have faced loss. People have been through divorces, loss of a spouse. And I told her, I've had that with people I've loved, but I'm not coming here for like support. And I let her know, I said, what I realized with life is on the way to walking here into this meeting, I'm thinking I might meet somebody that's totally irrelevant to this. And that's how I'm seeing how life really works, to where you go to something and then something totally unrelated you run into, and then you realize like, wow, look at that. And there's so many instances in life and lives of other people that I've talked to where they've experienced stuff like that, where I say, well, how did you get to this point? And they say, well, you wouldn't really believe it. I was doing something totally different, and I met somebody, or I saw something or encountered or experienced something that put me on this path. And kind of like the writer, the guy who wrote Naked Lunch, what was his name? Burroughs, right?
Yeah, William S. Burroughs. Yep.
Yeah, I thought it was Thompson, but yeah, it's Burroughs. And he said when he killed his wife that his parents were rich. They had invented a type of typewriter, so he never had to worry about money. But when he put the shot glass on her head, which they were both like raging drug addicts,
Yeah,
it was
I'm
really
familiar. It's bad.
yeah, just and he said that I didn't realize until I started looking through the biographies that that's what sparked him to start writing. And I think Naked Lunch might have been the first one, and then a few others. And he was deep, man. I mean, it's some deep stuff that
he was Hyperborean as well. His big Hyperborean moment was the claim that language is a virus.
Yes.
Yeah. He's right. The language that we're given is meant to be viral. That is the point. It is a virus, and it's not you. You use the words, you interact with the forms, but the forms will intrude into your it's the mind body interface. You have uh, a glandular and a nervous system, and these systems are affected by the language. It's very interesting, man. It's not you though. It's not the awareness. It's because the awareness doesn't have absolute control over it.
Hmm.
It goes against your will. That's what William S. Burroughs is saying. He actually described what I was trying to describe to you just a second ago. Try to be quiet. That was his explanation. He said, try to shut up for a second, and you'll
Yeah.
have this nagging, annoying voice that is your own yelling at you and saying random shit to you, and you can't stop it. You can try, and some people do. You go 10 minutes, 20 minutes if you're really good and adept at, quieting the mind.
Hmm.
But as soon as you're distracted by something in nature, it's back again. Your instinct will even interject. It will throw words at you. Because if you can't meditate, let's say a wolf approaches you from behind and bites you in the back, right? Now you can't meditate anymore. Now you're in instinctual mode,
Hmm.
and the words intrude again. It's very interesting. Burroughs is good stuff. He's weird, right? I don't agree with him morally, but
Yeah. Yeah.
he has a lot to offer for this kind of idea.
Oh yeah, yeah. He touched upon a few things too because he was so addicted to heroin. He was saying that he saw how the country didn't want you to heal. That I guess he encountered other heroin addicts where he's like, yeah, he goes, at first I thought maybe he was just in love with it, but he's like, no, he wanted to get cured. And
Yeah.
he goes, the government just makes sure you can't. They want to keep you strung out and in turmoil and stuff like that. And I remember a mechanic I used to work with in the junkyard when I first got out the army, and I remember him telling me he worked in that junkyard for like 20 years, man. I only stayed there for about a year, and I knew him when we were teenagers, and that's when he got me the job after I got out of the military. And he, like, I went back and saw him like 15 years later when he was still there, and one time he was talking to me, and he was just like, "Look, man," he goes, "There's just something that just it hates us. It hates humans." He goes, "I don't know what it is." And he had his very strong addiction to crack cocaine, but he was like one of the best mechanics ever. I mean, this guy, stuff I seen him do, like just pull engines and put them in by the end of the day, I was like, this guy's just gifted. And he he would he was a survivor, man. I think he moved down to South Carolina the last few years, but um he knew. He said, "Man, I don't know what it is, but something just hates humans." And he just felt that hatred. Like, I don't know if it was what he was going through. And you know when I look at some of the stuff and the journeys that people have went through, and the amount of people I know, especially the ones that have experienced drug addiction and stuff like that, um they've told me so many stories that I've learned so much. Guys stopped telling me stories when they found out that I never smoked crack and shit like that. And they were just like, I noticed they backed up a little. Like, they wouldn't tell me, they would recant. And I'm like, no, 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 that's what you said, years ago. And even like in the military, when you have the uniform on, Vietnam veterans would tell me stories of stuff that was just, I mean, stuff that I've never even heard. Even guys that know I'm a vet out here, they don't open up as much. They will tell me stuff, but when you have the uniform and you're in on base in garrison or in the field, they just, you see a different, like, it's like you're you're in the same scenario as them, so they just seem to tell you stuff. And those things that they told me, I learned more when I recall them later on in my life, thinking about, like, wow, this guy was telling me about this, and now I see the relevance of it. And then all of the people I know that have passed too, like early age, 40s, stuff like that. And it's just like, it really, it brings me in touch. Like, when I use my mind as to recall nostalgia, it's like I'm using a time machine, and I'm going back and I can see certain images and places and, streets and stores that I've been to, as if it was, as if I'm looking through a time machine.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's really makes me wonder, what is the mind? What am I? Like,
Man, he gives so many good explanations for things about like the nostalgia feeling. He
mhm,
gives like he was an engineer. He was like disciplined in multiple fields of study. So like he uses hydraulic analogies like water and water pressure and water flow. He uses water as a example for time, or like a figurative analogy for time. And he says nostalgia is like grounding yourself in like planting your feet in a flowing river instead of flowing with it into the future. The mind will actually plant itself in the river, and some people will even like as if you're paddling against the flow of the river,
mhm,
right? So you'll have these deep intuitive sensations when you have nostalgia. We cannot put a finger on it, right? Everyone is familiar with this feeling. We
mhm,
know that it's going backwards. We know that it's something somewhere, right, behind me.
mhm,
It's never uh you know uh anticipation would be the other word or something,
mhm,
right? I have an ideal of the future, and I have this like tickling in my stomach, like butterflies or something,
mhm,
right? Or dread, knowing that I'm going to be executed on a certain date or something, right? None of those are relative to the feeling of nostalgia. It's different, it's peculiar, right? So I found it interesting when you put yourself in a river. If you've ever, were a river kid, you ever
mhm.
been there and
Yeah,
flow against paddle against the river. That's an interesting sensation that one feels.
yeah,
You can look at the edge of a riverbank, and people are standing there and they're not moving. Their legs are planted firm on the riverbank,
mhm,
and you're looking at them as you're fighting and struggling and paddling your hardest against the current,
mhm.
and they don't move in your field of vision. Isn't that weird?
Yeah,
Hermes uses this analogy in the not the guy Hermes, right? But just a scribe in the Hermetica. They
mhm,
use a word for this. They call it standing fast, which is like a paradox. How does one stand fast, right?
yeah.
It's a weird concept.
They would use
Um,
it in the military. They would say, "Stand fast." It's like
yeah,
getting ready, kind of.
yeah. And the other sensation that you mentioned earlier is the synchronicity thing. He gives an explanation for that as well. Uh he calls it an acausal nexus or a non-causal nexus. So like in the universe, in the material universe, everything is seemingly determined by cause and effect. So like when we observe the universe with our rational mind, with the intellect, we see these causes and effects, and we're conditioned to habitually think that everything is happening from cause and effect. Well, there are some moments in our life that escape that determinacy. He calls it the first degree determinacy. The creator, or the one, is the one that's actually pumping time through the indiscernible points through all matter. It's just pumping it constantly and it's moving forward. And you
Mhm,
could say that like all of these indiscernible points um, are like eyes, and he can see everything, right? He doesn't necessarily partake, he's not able to interject at what he's seeing, but he's like, it's like a security camera is everywhere at a molecular level and outside too. Like the trees bark is our eyes. Everything is eyes, right?
mhm,
Well, there are these instances that we have in our life where the eye cannot gaze upon us. We find ourselves in quote unquote non-causal nexuses, and we get this sense of a synchronicity. It falls outside of cause and effect. It just is. And to us, it's like wisdom or something is happening. We're like connecting a dot. It's like true knowledge. Philosophy would say it's like an epistemological experience. we would say like, oh wow, that makes sense. That's what some people say when they have a synchronicity. Or they'll say, when they meet a certain person, what are the odds? Right? It's
Mhm.
outside of cause and effect.
Mhm.
It's very, very interesting.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like that synchronicity. It's like a magnetic effect somehow. I don't. It's hard to explain it. Like and as much as I try, when I do certain things, and I used to experience this with art and animation, stuff that I would take my time and draw and try to make it the best it is, wouldn't really get such a big effect. And stuff that I would just slap together, somehow people would find that more appealing. And I would just say to myself, like, wow. And I realized that when comparing Beavis and Butthead to Aeon Flux, because I used to watch Liquid Television with a girlfriend back in the early 90s. And I remember that's when I saw the first episode of Beavis and Butthead. I would always tell her, look, Saturday night, 10:30 p.m., I want to watch Liquid Television. And she'd watch it with me. And I remember seeing the first episode with the frog baseball. And when they giggled, we laughed a little, but I used to watch it to really see Aeon Flux, the animation of that by
Yeah,
Peter Chung.
it's a banger.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I would explain to Scribe, like, the only really people that like animation would remember Aeon Flux. Like, and there's a lot of animation people, but everybody, even people that don't watch cartoons, remembers Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, yeah,
And that's where I was telling him, I said, it's something with the script. It's more. I said, and if you make the animation too good, it takes away from the script because you're going to be watching the beauty of the animation. So there's a balance. And I kind of realize that in life, when I try too hard or I make something too perfect and say, oh yeah, this is it doesn't get the response as good as when I just do something quickly or spontaneously or something. And it it kind of like life. It just, it teaches me more and more. And it just, yeah, I every day I contemplate, like, what is this? Why am I here? uh when am I going to go? How am I going to go? uh it just constantly sets in my mind, and more now than ever, because I don't have to take care of anybody anymore. or stuff like that, even though I contemplate them every day. And I wonder. I wonder, and I, even though I haven't had the best life compared to people who have a lot of money or have just had better experiences, I appreciate every moment so much now. Like the little things, I start to appreciate them so much more, and realize that, wow, being an artist and always being into learning, it's like a gift that somehow it it comforts me, it satisfies me when I see that some other people fall into a sense of dissatisfaction where they can't be satisfied. They're always like running around searching for something, or um, like a chicken without a head, or, and I'm just thinking, well, sometimes, yeah, everybody gets depressed and it's just a part of life. But more and more, when I think about it, I'm thankful to say, wow, what I've had, it makes me so thankful that I can die at any minute and be happy. And part of me wants to, because I'm like, man, I'm happy right now, so why not go now? And um I wonder, I really wonder, like, what is it going to be? My heart stop beating? Am I going to be not able to breathe? Am I, asthma attack, something like that? Because I've come pretty close at times. And it just, yeah, now it's like just a waiting game, kind of. And I do want to promote and will produce stuff. So there's stuff that I have on the shelf that I haven't finished writing and stuff like that. It's been 3 years since I published the book. Scribe is constantly telling me about that. Like, man, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, I don't know. Which, honestly, I said, that's the best thing I can tell you is I don't know. It's like, I know I got to do something, but I'm not really sure. I've reached this point of stasis, and hopefully soon I'll see what happens and see what life, I mean, who knows? I might not get up when I lay down tonight, and that's okay. It just, I would like to finish some of the stuff I've written and wrote to publish, but um, who am I really? It's like I, I don't know what is going on, and that not knowing and accepting the not knowing, it kind of in a way gives me a little bit of satisfaction too, to say, this is all. It's like, what is this? Is it a dream? Is it a game? Am I a character in a book that somebody else wrote? And I can't change the script, even though I think as much as I do things different that I am changing the script. But what if the script was written that way to begin with? And uh, I'm thankful that I think in these ways when I look at people that don't even, I mean, they're just in another world. And it's like, yeah, yeah, it really, it's an amazing time. I have to admit that the fact that I've seen, the cassette tape and the CD and the VCR and the DVD, and now going into all of those things are obsolete. So that's the amazing thing. Wow, my brother Scribe is here. That's so great. Yeah, this is great. What's up, bro? How's everything going?
What's going on? Can you hear me good?
Yeah, yeah, you're loud and clear. Hanging here with Hyperborean and Mr. X. Drew Ma's been asleep probably for 2 hours. Yeah. Have you been listening or no?
A little bit from the early, and I was trying to log in. I was using a different browser, but something about the I don't know, something that you're going through, something you're struggling with.
Oh, yeah, just life in general. And, I was talking with Hyperborean about how you and him have like a similar view of the plane of existence, and the, the everlasting, the spirituality type of thing, and X, I think X, he might be falling asleep too. But yeah, we were just going over that, and we were getting deep with the theories, on Robert Temple stuff. We talked about William Burroughs with he wrote Naked Lunch and stuff like that, and but definitely with he mentioned this guy that's really deep, Nimrod de Rosario, and writing about like existence and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's because every time I hear this thing about the astral projection, or someone has a near-death experience, or they're somehow get out of the body or whatever, all those accounts seem very, very similar in the experience, and it seems to also attract whatever your belief system is, whatever your current faith system is at that current time, or whatever it is. Like some people see Jesus, some people see Muhammad, some people see whatever. So it's almost like it's like a pre-packaged, familiar place or something that your mind creates. I mean, that's what's so insane. Our mind or consciousness or whatever it is that's doing all that. It's outside of our grasp. It's only you were telling me that it seems like we have like three entities inside of us that we're arguing back and forth, trying to figure out what to do. And one entity is saying no this, another one saying no that, and then there's like you're trying to observe left and right, which one's right. The devil on one shoulder, the angel on the other, whatever. Yeah, so it seems like we're almost in conversation with other entities, or they're us in pieces. I don't know what that is, but yeah, being outside, just the dream thing alone, just being unaware that you're not in your actual body, and being completely vulnerable in the dream and not knowing. Sometimes you can, if you're doing lucid dream, you can tell, but majority of the time, you think you're in some other body, or in some other place, and there's these other entities, or whatever it is that the dream is, and it's just so real. It's just as real as this, or it could be even more dramatic. I told you when I was a kid, I had that dream with the dragon. I mean, that thing's still in my head like it happened yesterday. And that's when I was like 5 years old. I mean, just the realness of that whole episode that happened in that dream was just like, can't forget that. I forget many things I've done in supposed real life. Never forgot that. So, oh, it's just your imagination or whatever. Well, I don't think so. I think there's a lot more to it, or a past thing that happened to you, or something that you're connected to with that, or something, whatever. So, and again, we cannot explain anything physically, and it's we always want to ignore the metaphysical and the consciousness side of it, just like evolution loves to just sidestep all that and say, oh no, the chimps, whatever. Just completely ignore where did we get this conscious from? Where, what is this? Why are we so separate from the animals? Uh, just basic concepts like this, they just don't touch. They don't want to look at that, and they want to focus on the physicality, the superficial, and idiocracy. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, man. It's yeah, we were also getting into Hyperborean was just saying about the mind. Yeah, like that. Like it's like you stay quiet for a while and then it starts talking to you. And, it's funny that you brought that up because he was saying that, you try to quiet it, but then it pops up again, like, where is it coming from? Christopher, good to see you, brother. He says, I've had some very deep repeated dreams too. Yeah, man. I tell you, the dreams, I still remember a few of them from when I was younger, and even dreams I had today, just taking a nap before the stream. And I was just like, wow, it's beautiful. It's such a great experience because it connects me to the supernatural, knowing that there's so much more than this waking existence. Um, Dreams, what are they? Where am I? They're so surreal. It's amazing. It's like sublime. It just it I love them.
But
and
is it surreal? That's the thing. Or did you go somewhere?
yeah, yeah, that you're right. And I think it is going somewhere, and it's going somewhere. It's like, I don't know if it could be attributed to like changing the channel on a television or the radio station tuning, but it's definitely something where
Well,
it's
you remember
starting.
Tucker Carlson, that one dude, the
Mhm,
hardcore
mhm.
Republican guy, who's always stayed away from conspiracies or anything like that. When he recently said he apparently had a dream that some demonic thing was attacking him in the dream, and then when he woke up, he went to the bathroom and took his shirt off and looked in the mirror, and he's all scratched up and all that. And I was like, okay, like the most hypercritical dude against conspiracies or anything outside of norm just had an experience and is letting you know about it in his older age. And it's kind of hilarious that this guy used to talk all types of BS back in the day. This dude was like super in the bush and all that stuff. Um, and then it seems like he got humbled. Like stuff happened to him. The world is not what they're telling us it is, and he's going through the same thing we're going through. That's what's hilarious. It's like he used to be one of these talking heads, right? One of these puppets. Well, he still is, but at least he's coming out and saying, "Hey, this stuff here that's happened to me. I can't deny it. Physical evidence." So it is interesting when it happens to someone who's complete skeptic for the whole life.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, he definitely. Yeah, he entertains a lot of things that, when he was talking with Sam Altman and he brought up the murder thing, I was surprised, and Altman got very offended, uh, because he was holding him to the fire, saying, "Look, man, this is what it sounds like," and
So what do you think will happen to him? Because remember, he used to be super hardcore Republican. You know, ate up all the stuff for Bush and all that stuff, and then all of a sudden now he's like going against it. He got, he left or got fired from Fox or whatever it was, and did his own thing, and then now it's talking about stuff that he's never touched before or ever wanted to touch before. you know,
He's still a conservative. He's still a Republican, quote unquote. He would just label everyone else not Republican. He would say they're all neocons or whatever.
yeah,
But yeah, I don't think
yeah.
he changed his political stance. I think it's a psyop. I think that Tucker is controlled opposition. It's a way to capture the attention of seeking individuals. They waste their time watching him give a watered down religious perspective of the grandiosity, right? That hiding the grandiosity of the real situation.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because yeah, if
Mhm.
you're not a Catholic or whatever, then you're going to hell. You
Oh,
know?
he's Catholic? I didn't know.
Yeah, he promotes Catholicism.
Yeah. Yeah, I still don't trust him. No matter what he says, I'll never try. All of the TV guys, it's like no matter what they do, I'm very.
I mean, at least he's
No
more
matter what they
intelligent than
do,
like Joe Rogan
I'm
is. Like
very.
is so blatantly just so flip flopper. It's just ridiculous.
Hmm. Yeah, Rogan is so plantified, it's ridiculous. It's like they put up somebody who intentionally is either as stupid as he acts or is playing stupid. It's just sickening at this point with Rogan. Um, I did watch a few things with him and Graham Hancock. I remember reading Hancock's book back in like the late '90s, and I even see that he's full of crap, unless he's trying to just play both sides with the evolution thing to not seem like he's nuts. Timbo, good to see you. He says, I think children are crabby when they wake up from naps because they're more open to the other side when they sleep. They're in that place upon waking when they see that they're back in this realm. Yeah, I have a feeling that, yeah, you're pretty on with that. When I looked through Rick Strassman's book, the guy who wrote, he's a doctor who wrote DMT, the spirit molecule, and he had a really deep theory of we are born in a state of being high, like we're tripping. And being that I've experimented with LSD and mushrooms as well, um, when I look at children, it's like they're in a state of tripping, like he said. So they're very emotional. It's just like if you took a lot of acid or ate a lot of mushrooms, you're tripping, and the trip lasts until they're like 7 or 8 years old. So it's like we're born in a state of being high on hallucinogenics and or psychedelics. And I've noticed that when you look at the way children act, some might have more than others. I think there's like DMT that gets developed when they're in the womb and stuff like that. But observation of seeing my nieces and nephews born and, watching them for a little bit and just observing, and it does seem like that. And maybe that comes through, like, yeah, how Timbo's saying that they they probably are more connected with that other world. And when they wake up from naps, I kind of feel that now. It's like when I come out of dreams, it's like man, I would rather be there than here. It's like a fun Alice in Wonderland type of world. And this existence is, it's, for lack of a better word, not, I want to say boring, but it's not boring at sometimes. But yeah, it's just like Alan Watts said. He goes, we're over here acting serious as if this is the best thing that's going on. And that really, when I thought about that, I said, wow, this guy's deep. And he's like, deep down, that, you're not you, that there's something behind the scene, that there's like
But
something.
but not to interrupt, but so I think the biggest differentiator from that would be accountability. So in these dreams or in these ether worlds or when you're out of your body or whatever it is, you don't have the same accountability here. Like if you don't eat or if you don't breathe or if you don't do basic things or pay your tax, whatever, there's consequences, right? And in the theory world, there is no consequence. It's almost like they want you to learn accountability and consequence if you don't do these things or whatever it is to traumatize us to where when we do go back into that spiritual realm that we don't take things for granted or something like that, or to learn from something, which does make sense because if we are thought godly type of beings that can manifest through thought, which we do, even in the physical realm we do that, and we just translate through our hands and make the thing or whatever it is. um, just think about that through thought, through manifestation, or through just pure telepathy where there's no words needed, none of these things, it's just pure thought or pure manifestation. So I think this is like a counterpoint towards, okay, you're gonna do those things, but let's put you in the physical realm. So when you do some stupid stuff like that, or might do something stupid, you are held accountable for that. You don't just get to do it and get away with it. I think that's the only barrier of differentiator between a dream or being outside the body versus this realm. Right?
Hmm. Yeah, I think about what Franz Kafka wrote when he said sleep is the most beautiful creature, the most gentle creature there is, and I I I feel what he's saying, man. It's like, and that's sleep without dreams. It's just like, it's just such a beautiful thing to lay down and just feel the comfort of falling asleep and just be like, wow, this is just it. It asks nothing of me. I don't have to pay it. I don't have to. It's just so accepting. And part of me, I guess, yearns to go back to that, just to the. I don't know if it would be properly termed the nothing, uh, but yeah, I guess you get tired, or I get tired of it. It's just like, man, just to just do nothing, just to not even exist. It's very appealing to me in these last days, or whatever, if they are. Um, just,
See, it would be easier not to exist because there's no accountability now.
yeah,
Yeah. But can you not exist? I know if Hyperborean wants to talk about
yeah.
that
Yeah,
because
yeah.
non-existing is actually a thing, right? Nothing is something, right? Go ahead.
No, not from my. I would disagree with that. Not from my point of view. My claim, which is Parmenides' claim, is that there is no such thing as nothing. There's only existence. That's it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Tough. What about the opposites? Like, if there's existence, wouldn't there have to be non-existence to know what existence is?
No, no. So existence is being, and being is eternal. There's no dichotomies. There's no polarity in the eternal. This is hard to wrap your mind around because we think we the world is real. So, like earlier, what I was talking about was that uh, one of our mistakes or errors in our spiritual endeavors is analogizing nature as the spiritual reality. Most mystery traditions teach that, like Hermeticism, as above, so below. We look at nature and then we try to graft what's happening in nature onto the spiritual world. And that's not what's happening. What's really happening is that all those dichotomies, the polarity, the contraries, the complementaries, they're resolved as a paradox. So the paradoxes are the highest truths. And even some of those fall short. So it gets pretty murky, and it takes a lot of discernment and practice focusing on these things. I'll give you an example about one of the paradoxes that I don't agree with. It kind of depends on presuppositions. Eliphas Levi, a French occultist, he said one of these highest truths as a paradox would be absolute freedom is the obedience to God. So if you presuppose that you have a creator and God makes your reality, that paradox would be true. That ultimate freedom is ultimately obeying the rules laid out by that creator. So that's a paradox. How is ultimate freedom obeying, right? So, but that's just one example of a paradox that's resolved, right? So, like in that state of existence, there is no freedom separate from obeying. Both of those things are synthesized in one. Like Hegel's uh, what does he call them? Uh, there's a man. He has a word for this.
Who's that?
Sublate.
John Hagel?
No, 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 no. Hegel, the philosopher.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. He says uh, sublate. Right. You have like uh, this syllogism. You have a triangle, right? And there are these two concepts. Well, those things get blended together and create the pinnacle of that pyramid. But that pinnacle is just the bottom rung of another pyramid. If you're not familiar with Hegel, it's pretty far out. I don't think we should get into it. But the idea here is that higher realities are actually just the resolving of dichotomies, the blending of contraries. If you look at the existence and non-existence issue, that's like the highest thing. So like if you play the category game, let me back up. So apophaticism, right, is the idea that you try to chase things to what they are by what they aren't. You
Mm.
you try to figure out what things are by comparing them and contrasting them from what things aren't. Okay, so like the Platonists would play this category game, and they would look at forms in the world, and they would try to see what the ultimate thing was, right? So they would look at the sun, and they would notice that there are some things in the world that don't participate in the sun or with the sun, like you know, the deep sea creatures that can't lay their eyes on the sun or whatever because their existence depends on not seeing it or taking its rays or whatever. They would look at a tree and they would say, like, does the sun depend on the tree? And if it doesn't, you can separate these things. You can see what things participate of something and which things do not participate of something. Well, you play that category game and you'll reach like the height of existence. Some of these words and categories you start to go from physical forms into emotions, like love. What participates in love, right? Most things. But what things are like, what is love dependent on? We don't know. So we put an earmark on that and we say that's a hypostasis. That's hypostatic. The word beauty. How does beauty work? Well, it's in the eye of the beholder. These higher things become subjective. You start to realize higher truths are actually subjective. Reality is paradoxical, not dichotomous or whatever, right? That's what happens the higher you go up playing this game. Well, existence is like the ground of all things. Love depends on existence. Existence does not depend on love, right? Existence does not necessarily have to participate in love. But love absolutely has to participate in existence to exist, right? So existence is like the ground of all things. The reason Parmenides said that non-existence doesn't exist is because you cannot have one or the other. And the fact that we experience existence means that we belong to that side. We know that side is the true answer, right? He also would say by virtue of the word itself, right? It isn't a thing. So by saying no thing, you literally are saying it doesn't exist. Right? Yeah. So there is no non-existence. Parmenides pretty much settled that, and all the philosophers that came afterwards didn't try to argue that point. Instead,
because you're saying a lot of stuff really fast. Sorry to interrupt you. So when you say there is no non-existent, can you elaborate a little more on that? Make it more. I guess we can understand it more on
yeah, I think I did.
This level.
I'll try again. So you cannot have existence and non-existence. There's one or the other. Does that make sense? Either things exist or they don't. It's like it's not an on the fence question.
Okay, so the spaghetti monster situation. So if I say spaghetti monster, where does that fit in the realm of this? You're saying one or the other. It can't be both. You can't have both.
I see what's happening. Think deeper than that. Think about like substance. We're talking about ontology. Being is the word Parmenides uses. We're talking about ontology, right? Is something actually existent? The idea of a spaghetti monster exists. That belongs to a different category. We're talking about ideas and concepts, right? I'm talking about.
Well, I'm talking about non-existence versus existence. You say it can only be one or the other.
Yes, yeah. So we're not talking about ideas. We're beyond that. We're like at the ground of existence. The spaghetti monster comes way later. That's built upon ideas and concepts and so forth, right? Like it takes concepts that precede the spaghetti monster, like spaghetti and a monster, right? These are just ideas built on each other. But all of these words that you're using and ideas depend on existence. So we're talking about the ground of everything, of reality, right? That's what I'm talking about. You cannot have a non-existence blended with an existence. They're like oil and water. You can't have both. It has to be, it's a one or the other.
Well, it's not really having. It's saying, okay, is this person delusional? Are they just seeing something in their mind that just doesn't conform to this reality, this realm? It doesn't work that way, but this guy's seen it in his head like it should work because in my mind, it should just magically fit because I say so or something like that.
No.
You know what I'm saying? When it doesn't conform to reality, you know, this crazy idea. Well, if I do this, in actual fact, it's a crazy idea. If you do that, you might get hurt or killed. But in his mind, he's thinking, no, it can work. I can fly. I can do. You know, I can jump off this building with the. You know, and that's happened before. What would you say that his understanding was non-existent or something? I mean,
No,
to
no,
fill
you're
in that
thinking
gap.
about, you're still doing it. You're thinking about ideas, right? So a spaghetti monster is a real thing, right? It's an existent thing, even if only in the mind of an individual. We're using forms, metaphysical forms and concepts to construct an idea. That's a thing, right? Now, think of no thing. Literally, by saying the word no thing, you're implying that it doesn't exist. So Parmenides is saying that the word itself is self-defeating.
I mean, it is used for calculations or, you know, in programming or whatever to say, okay, this
Zero
contains
is a
empty.
thing. Zero is
Right.
a number, right?
It's a number.
You're
Yeah.
It's in the array. It's
you're
0, 1, 2,
thinking
3. Yeah.
you're thinking about ideas and concepts. I'm talking about ontology. This is a you're going through it's a categorical error. Like, I'm talking about being, the ground of reality. We're not talking numbers
Okay, so
come
what
way
if then I have to
later.
ask you what is reality if now we're so high, you know, in that level of thinking, what is reality? I mean, I guess it's what you
Existence.
interpret, right?
It's one
But what is
word.
it? Thank you.
Yeah.
You're
One
being
word.
very vague, is what I'm saying. You're being very vague, not very articulate when you
Yeah,
say
you can
it's
articulate
No,
it.
not.
Yeah,
you can't.
that's
Yeah,
what Parmenides
exactly.
is saying. It is vague.
Well, I'm
It
just saying,
is the
break it
most
down to where a 5-year-old could figure it, can understand
yeah,
without
I
using
mean,
any
I
advanced
understand where he's
words,
coming from.
ontology.
so
Exactly.
the 5-year-old, if you say no thing, it literally means no thing. That's the elementary explanation that Parmenides gives. He says, listen to the word that you're saying.
Hmm.
You're literally admitting by saying no thing that it does not exist. Right? But we're dealing with existence. Me and you are dealing with everything there's only things around us. We know
Right.
that there's the mountain, the tree, you, your thoughts, the words that come out of your mouth. There's no space in between anything.
Yes.
Everything is
And by
butting up and
definition,
touching.
nothing. Yeah, by definition, nothing cannot exist. It's part
Bingo.
of its property.
Bingo.
It, yeah. In order for nothing to exist, it defies its property. It's no longer
Yes.
nothing.
Yes. It
Hmm.
isn't a thing, right? There's only things. That's what Parmenides is saying. There's only
Yeah.
being. Now, no philosopher after that really argued that. What they did afterwards was try to say, okay, we'll give you that. But becoming is a part of eternity. It's a part of being, which I also think is an error. So they're saying time and space and impermanency is like an emanation of the permanent, uh, atemporal, non-spatial eternity. Those things. That's a different argument, right? But none of the philosophers
Mm.
said, "No, Parmenides, nothing is a thing." Nobody dared do that, because it was like they all got it. They all understood that was self-defeating.
Oh, Hyper, can I ask you a question? Or actually, I want to
Yeah.
comment on what you said. You quoted a philosopher who said freedom is obedience to the
Yeah.
creator, right?
To God.
See,
Yeah.
I think he got that wrong.
Mhm.
Because I think there is a freedom without God. You can definitely have that. You can definitely have that true freedom. But where I disagree is that you'll like that freedom. I would rather be in subservience in my belief system, in
Mhm.
subservience to the creator and his laws, like basically be a slave to him, because it would actually benefit me more under my belief system. I would be a happier person than rather having my own freedom. But you can have that freedom from him. That I definitely do believe is true. It's just you're not going to like it what you get. That's my belief system. You're not going to be happy
Yeah. Yeah.
with that freedom.
But
So as a selfish person, I want to be happy.
yeah.
It's a belief system, though. It's not, absolute truth. I mean, I can't prove it. I believe it's an absolute truth, but keyword is belief. Keyword.
Yeah. Yeah, this all relies on presuppositions, and it's pretty methodical, right? So like he's saying that if God is the creator
Hmm.
of your reality and your life, essentially, right? Like in
Yes.
eternal life depends on him, you must
Mhm.
follow his law.
I think if you want to be happy,
Yeah.
if you want to be happy, and you
Well,
want to
for
serve
instance,
yourself,
let's take Christianity for example, right? There's an
sure.
eschatology in Christianity, right? It ends with heaven.
Hmm.
If you don't follow God's law, you don't exist in heaven. You get
Right.
the second death. Yeah. So you're not free, right? But this is off of the presupposition that there is a creator God and that creator God has an eschatology.
Of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that's why his claim holds up. His claim
Mhm.
holds up for his paradox as highest truth. It would hold up, but you got to buy those presuppositions.
But I think when he says freedom, I think I'm just using, instead of freedom, I'm taking more freedom and I'm using happiness. You'll be happier being a slave to the creator rather than being free.
I think
Yeah, if there's a law, you're not free, is what he's saying. If you have a will that can think outside of that law, but instead you obey that law and you win the ticket, you earn the ticket, the golden ticket to heaven. You earned your freedom through obedience, and now you get that obedience, or
Sorry,
you
I
get that
lost my
freedom.
connection.
Yeah.
No, I'd say I
Where,
lost
where,
my
where, where,
connection,
where,
so I
where,
missed what you
where's the
said.
measurement of that? Because when people say that, oh, you gotta live righteous and do all this, it's like
I'm
there's just
not
so much
saying it's a
confusion.
thing. I'm not saying it's a thing.
Well,
Yeah.
if it's his
Elephant.
reality, I'm saying because yeah, if it's his reality,
Yeah.
I'm
To
saying based
them,
on his example.
they think that the moral law is laid out. They know it, right? It's presupposed. Some people will outright use the words of the Bible and say that it was laid out, right? Like some people will use, multiple Jewish laws, or they'll just stick with the 10 Commandments or whatever. There's like a lot of different roads you can take to claiming that there is some kind of objective moral law issued forth from the Creator, but I'm not saying there is.
I think
I
there's a
think
law, but you don't have to follow it. Like Ted Bundy would have a difficult time following the
MD,
laws that I could
MD
follow.
was trying to say something earlier. MD, there?
Oh,
no,
sorry.
no, it's cool. Yeah, no, let him. Mr. X, good. Yeah.
No. Yeah, it's just I'm sorry, Hyper, but I lost connection, so I missed what you said earlier. Um, yeah. I guess it was the part where I said you'd be happier being a slave rather than having freedom. That's just where I guess I differ from his point of view about that.
Hmm. I
Yeah.
mean,
So
Yeah.
freedom here isn't like in the world. It's in heaven. It has an eschatology. If you
Hmm.
don't make it to heaven, you don't exist anymore. You suffer the second death. So you actually lose your freedom. You don't have a say anymore. You're done. The
Hmm.
ticket to eternal life would be your freedom, but you have to obey the law.
But see, my beliefs in a heaven or an afterlife isn't really based on like a temptation or like, you know what I mean? It's not like the carrot and the stick with it's not, I'm trying to get to heaven because I think it's such a great place or anything like that. It's just more in line with my belief
Yeah,
system.
I don't think he's
Like a Ted
implying that.
Bundy and me wouldn't really mesh together in the same place. We'd
Yeah,
have different points of view of what true happiness is. He has his version of happiness and I have mine. That's what I would view, I guess,
Because
heaven
the
is.
more Mr. X I hear about that, about I'm gonna make it to heaven, all this stuff, it's like if people really, really cared about that, and actually they thought that was for real, they more cared about caring about their kids. How my kid's messed up. How I'm gonna get his ass to heaven. So it's again, it's more like a control mechanism to, oh, if you're not good, Santa Claus is gonna give you the gift or whatever. It's the carrot with the stick type of thing. So we don't want you to live your life. We just want you to be righteous, do well, turn the other cheek if we happen to slap you, and just stay a good little slave. So it's like a perfect psyop to keep the masses, at bay. So to let these crazy people or whatever they are run about and conquer the world type of thing. So,
Mhm.
and then when we also personify God to say, oh, it's a he, you're already lowering them, you're already insulting them. And at that point, it's a very, when I say it, when people want to get to heaven, whatever, 'cause my dad's very religious and all that, want to say he has the same ideology. I'm just like, that sounds very selfish, actually. He is a very good person. He's very, he helps homeless. He gives money to the church, all this stuff. but it's like you're buying your way to the pearly gates. It's like, this just sounds like a game show. This sounds very selfish. If that was true, if you believe that, you would be helping everyone else get to heaven if that was the case. But it's not. It's just a fantasy. It's another fantasy. People pretend to be nice. They pretend to help, and to say, "Oh, did God see that? I did." It's like, no, He knows when you're being. Again, I'm falling by saying He. I'm saying it knows, or whatever it is, the system, whatever it is, knows what's going on. And do you see them doing that? They're not doing that. They're not being righteous, helping people. They don't care about homeless people.
No, there's
They
a
don't
lot
care
of
about you.
hypocrisy, and
So,
no, it's
I'm
100%
saying
hypocrisy.
the real
in
players that play keep you in your religion so that they can play this game of this
100%. I
chessboard, this
agree with
grand
that. I
chessboard.
agree.
So if you know this and it's a form of suppression, why would you fall into that so easily? And it's
Well,
also a very
suppression
selfish
is
thing. But
subjective,
yeah,
though. Suppression is subjective. Like my creator
how is that
says to me,
subjective?
well, he tells me I cannot be a serial killer. I'm not allowed to do that. So as long as I'm on this earth, that is not an option for me. And I can
Would
handle
you say
that.
that's your intuition? That's your being. That's who you are. You're not a murderer. You're not a,
Right,
you know,
but
pedo.
Ted Bundy would view that as suppression. You tell a Ted Bundy or John Wayne Gacy you're not allowed to be a serial killer, that's hard for them. They can't follow that
But
rule.
those guys probably aren't even what you would call a human. I mean, they're in a human body, but just the, that type of participating in that kind of stuff. That means you've been doing some crazy stuff, before that.
Right. But there's a lot of crazy
And
stuff on this planet. We just not maybe not aware of it. There's more crazy people than we're even aware of. We just
yeah,
know
but
the
you don't
planet.
allow
We know the
that
big ones.
to you don't allow that to hinder your ability to discern and be creative,
Right.
right?
Well, I'm just
So
saying the rules that
yeah,
the creator puts in place is subjective in terms of who would view it as oppression versus who wouldn't have an issue with it. I don't have an issue with it, but all those people went to Epstein Island and did whatever they did. They would have a big
yeah.
problem
So
with
so
these
why would there be
rules.
rules if they're doing whatever they want to do to us?
Well, no, in this planet they can, but there's a price to be paid. I don't think they care about the price personally. But you'll get your freedom from the creator.
I mean, I
You'll
don't think they're
definitely get
paying
your
any price.
freedom.
They've been doing it for millennia, longer than that. It seemed to be just
If
fine.
this is the only existence, this physical realm, if this physical realm is our only existence, then that would be true. But in my belief system, there's another life after this. It's just a temporary stop that we're living in.
Yeah, that part I definitely believe.
Hmm.
Because it's like you wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't true. I don't think.
Yeah. And that we know is true. This is temporary existence. That's 100%. We can't debate that part. This physical realm does not last forever.
I mean, I would tell Proclimities what Hyper was saying. I would tell him, like, look, the reason nothing does exist, and I understand calling it nothing is actually putting a name, so it's making it something. I would say is because there are things that we don't know that we don't know. In this mode of thought and how we're trying to figure it out, we wouldn't understand it. Maybe if we attribute it to numbers. So 0 is something, but -1 is something that is representative of nothing, of something that's anti 1. Like there has to be in the duality, and I know people will try to escape it by saying non dualistic, but when we have opposites, when we say, okay, for something to exist, nothing has to exist as well. And if somebody's saying, well, it can't be because space, I understand the space itself is something, even though it has nothing in it. But inside of that something has nothing. So right there, it's proving that nothing can exist within something because
Where?
within,
What? Say that again. I
okay,
missed that.
so yeah, it's like I
Okay.
would tell him that Parmenides, I would say,
No,
look,
no. I'll just up to the last thing you said
okay,
about there
so
is
all
nothing
right,
and
so
something.
space, like where somebody would say, well, space itself is something. So you can't say that nothing, space with nothing is nothing because the space itself is something, but the something actually contains nothing within it. There is nothing in the space. The space is something, but the something is containing nothing.
Where?
And
How does that work?
well, it works where you can't classify anything in there. It's like an empty container. Somebody might say, well, there's air in that empty container. Let's
Exactly.
just say it's an empty container that's a vacuum. So now there is not air within that container.
Yeah.
So now we have the vacuum that takes away the something called air,
Yeah.
and there's nothing there. So
Well, no, there is no vacuum though. That's the thing. Like
Right.
nature,
well,
vacuum. Nature abhors a vacuum.
well, see, that's somebody just like the evolutionist telling me, well, this doesn't exist. They couldn't have searched the entire earth to know that.
No,
So when
you
somebody
actually
says,
cannot make nothing. Like
Yeah.
if you want to
in-
use empirical science, if you want to use empirical science, you
well,
still can't get nothing.
well, it's not even empirical science. It's using the philosophical thought. We're using the mathematics. We're saying
Yeah,
that
that's even worse because you
no,
still
Yeah.
can't get nothing.
no, it's actually more explanative, because when you go into the negatives,
well,
when
that's
you say,
something.
well, yeah, it is something to explain what nothing is, to
It's
explain,
we're
like,
having a categorical error, right? You're conflating or you're mixing up the idea of something that represents a nothing and actual ontological non-existence.
yeah. Now, and this is what I'm saying, where it's something that we don't know, and that's where Parmenides wouldn't. Nobody can argue that. Nobody
Well,
can.
well, you
it-
can,
it-
right?
it's
That
saying
thing
you
still
don't know.
exists,
No,
right? So
it's saying you don't even know that you don't know.
you don't need to be aware of something for it to still exist.
Yeah, but you don't also, you could be not aware of it and it doesn't exist.
But
So
when
so
we're
There is no
redefining nothing, though, we're
there is no
redefining
no,
nothing.
I'm not.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not redefining nothing. I'm saying that you don't know that you don't know, that you can't even explain that nothing exists. So to say that it doesn't exist, you don't know. You don't even
No,
know that you don't know.
it literally by definition means that. So let's take a step back again. Okay. Parmenides says this. He goes a step further. He says, if there is a nothing, if there is a non-existence, you wouldn't know about it.
Exactly. Exactly. So you don't. So nothing does exist. So there is the
No,
concept
that's
that it is.
maybe that's like a and if.
No, it's not an and if. It's saying that in our current mode of thought, right? If
No,
we
you'll
can,
never know it.
well, yeah, but
He's
it's,
saying you will never come into contact because it is contentless.
well,
It
Yes.
has
that's
no
the thing.
content.
But
And if it
that's
does
not,
exist, it's something.
yeah. But the thing is,
Exactly.
it's showing that nothing is something. So, and it's hard to understand because you're saying, well, wow, so nothing is actually something, and
Let
it's
me
like,
give you a
yes.
different word. This might make more sense to you. What he means is non-existence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that make
How
more
do we
sense?
know? How do we know that non-existence doesn't exist? We don't.
But you just said
Okay,
it.
basically what he's saying is within this algorithm, there's patterns, and there's nothing outside of those patterns that can exist, and it has some type of algorithmic which
Well,
would
no,
make
it's
sense
the
in a
word.
simulation.
Listen to what you just said. How do we know non-existence doesn't exist?
Well,
It's
this is the
that's its
thing.
main characteristic.
In saying that non-existence doesn't exist is implying that we know everything.
Is there something outside of this realm that
No, as
exists
soon as you
without?
capture knowing it, now it exists, so it's always existed. It
No,
can't
and I
it can't
understand
come
that. In
into existence out of
Okay, so he's basically saying thought, the pure thought of a spaghetti monster means it
no,
now exists, and
what
now
he's
it's
saying in this realm, he's saying this realm is that's all.
no. He's
That,
saying if you
No,
literally think of a
not
spaghetti
this
monster, now
realm.
it exists. That's what he's
yeah,
saying.
exactly. So if we're not thinking about it, nothing does exist in a universe.
But I'm
Or
saying no, it doesn't exist. That's your thought pattern that you wish you could be a god to
See, you're
bring thought into
But
conflating
your
the
manifestation.
thought is
idea.
You're not
existence,
in this
Brian.
realm. You don't have that power. You might have that power
I
outside this realm
know,
when you're
I
dead.
know, but in thinking
Here,
of
we're
it,
talking
right?
this non-existent. Yeah.
In saying
No,
that, okay,
what you did real quick, Scribe. Let me explain this real quick. You're invoking a thought that actually
Yes.
exists, right? But now you're saying because I can't see that thought expressed in the real world, it doesn't
Yes.
exist. That's not the
Can't.
rules of this game. We're
Right.
talking about ontology. This has nothing to do with like whether or not unicorns are real or not.
When you say it exists, you're saying it exists in the mind of my mind's eye, but it
Yeah.
doesn't exist in its physicality,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
So you need to be very specific when you say that, because when you keep going
No,
to
I'm not
ontology and all this
dealing
other
with
stuff, it's like
forms.
you're being
No,
very.
but
I don't need to be specific with it because you're in a different category. I'm
Right.
trying to get you into
Right.
Parmenides.
So we need to
talk.
distinguish
like
the two
laws
different
of
categories.
logic
You need to
exist.
be more clear on what you're specifically talking about. Is what I'm
Man,
saying.
I've been very clear. Okay, there's a
But
Yeah,
word
but you're not
called
separate. Right now you just separated and made it clear.
there's
Okay,
a
you're talking
word
about
called ontology, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, like laws of logic, they exist, but they're not physical.
Exactly. All of these
Yeah.
things exist that you're talking about. Now, the one thing that doesn't exist is non-existence itself. It doesn't mean
Mhm.
that some thing that you think of, you know,
How do
because
you
it's
know
not
that?
expressing. It's in the word.
No. How do you know for sure? If you
It's in the word
can't
of what?
explain
Yeah,
how
it's
you know for sure, it goes by default that you don't know. You think you know, and
I get where
I
you're coming
understand where
from. I
you.
think we're in two different categories.
No,
I've tried to
we're not
explain
in
it.
two
Yeah.
different categories. It's that
then you need to clarify that. So you're not clarifying.
have.
no,
Because that's
Made
why
it
we're
there
very
is
doing
no
clear.
clarification of it. If you look at logic, just
Yeah.
basic logic, there are things that we cannot explain. But to think that we can explain it, that's the problem. To say that, hey, you know what? I can explain everything
You're
about
talking about
existence.
explaining something. That's
Well,
not what I'm
trying.
talking about. I'm talking about the ground of reality, being,
Okay, how do
ontology.
you know?
We're
How
not
does
talking about
anybody know?
epistemology. You're talking about epistemology. I'm not. I'm talking about ontology. It's a
Yeah,
different category.
yeah, it's a subfield of metaphysics.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, epistemology is about knowing things.
Hmm.
But as soon as as soon as you do grasp that there is something now that you previously didn't know about,
Hmm.
that thing always existed. It had to have existed to come into your field of
Hmm.
awareness.
So
If
now,
not, it's not a thing.
Mhm.
well, this is what I'm saying. There are things that we don't know.
Okay, different category.
You see that
That's
makes me want to ask him.
epistemology.
Yes.
Can you come up with a color that doesn't exist in the current spectrum?
I mean, in the current spectrum, yeah. I'm sure that we can
There's
come up
billions
with
No,
and
he's
billions of
asking
different
you. He's
variants.
asking
Can
you
you
to
come with a
name your
completely
color.
new color like blue, a whole new
Yeah,
color we've
exactly.
never thought of, and
Yeah.
you
make
you
it
keep
so?
going into
No.
forms.
This
No,
is
I'm asking. No, I'm just asking
How
as
am I
an
not
exercise to
making this
say.
clear?
no. He's asking you a question now because he's asked this to me, and it's a very good question.
Yeah. This is not what I'm dealing with.
No, but
Yeah, I got you.
can you think of a color that doesn't exist?
Yeah, I'm
Like
sure you can.
name a
Some
new color.
wild thing off of the spectrum that isn't necessarily visible to the eyeball. Or
No.
on
Name
paper.
the
Yeah.
color. Name what color is it?
But you're asking him to discover
The-
something.
Okay, or
Yeah.
a primary color. Give me a primary color that doesn't exist.
No, that's it's.
Yeah,
I don't think it's fair what you're doing. I don't
It's
agree with that.
no. The point is that this
No.
realm, this thing you want to talk about, is limited. You can't. What he's trying to say, oh, if you can think about a
No,
spaghetti
I
monster,
agree
it's
with
a
that.
ridiculous
No.
It is
thing.
limited. No,
That
we
can exist
actually
in that
agree
guy's
on
mind.
that.
But if I ask
Okay.
you, give you a new color, oh, now all of a sudden you're stumped. Why? Because the simulation is saying,
No.
well,
You're
for
in a
that, there's
different.
only
I've tried to
certain
make
colors.
it clear, but you're having a hang up. You're not getting it.
But
You
yeah,
think
like
that I'm talking about
No,
epistemology.
but now I'm challenging
and
you. This is not
forms.
me trying to understand you. Now I'm challenging your thought pattern by
Yeah,
saying,
yeah.
okay,
I'm saying
if
that
that's
question
so,
doesn't
then give
apply
me a new
to
color because the
Parmenides'
spaghetti
claim.
monster.
Your question actually doesn't even
Because you're
apply to
explaining
what we're
the way
talking
the
about.
spaghetti monster
yeah, it's not
pretty
fair.
well.
Can I
I
give an
understand that, but
example
you're
of why
not.
it's not fair?
But
Okay.
when I ask you the color thing,
Yeah.
then you're stumped because
But it
now
relates to
just
the color.
answered
No,
you.
no.
You're in a
Can I
different.
give an example why it's not fair? Because since the beginning of time, E equals MC squared always existed. It was always
No,
there.
that's
But it took a
incorrect.
genius like Einstein to discover it. You're asking
who
him to
said it was always
discover.
there, Mr. X? Again,
How do you know?
and that's actually missing stuff because we're talking
Exactly.
about gravity
E equals
and stuff.
MC squared is not even correct. When
Well, I'm
somebody
just saying
says
the theory. Okay, let's
no,
just assume it is correct. It
no, we
existed, but
can't
it took
assume. No,
somebody.
we can't go on assumptions. We can't go
If
on
the
assumptions.
color, listen, if the color doesn't exist, I can't just bring it into existence. It's
Yeah,
never
exactly.
going to
No,
exist.
but
Well,
you're
wait,
right.
I
It's
can
a
bring.
color.
Wait. I can bring the spaghetti monster into existence. You said I did. So
No,
No,
bring
I
it.
just
by
told you
thought.
that I can create a color, right, in my mind that I can never
Yes.
relay to you. And I can give it a name like bloobly blop. That
Yes,
doesn't
exactly.
apply to what we're talking
You
about. You're
envision the
talking
color
about
and describe
forms,
it.
ideas of what we can know or not. That has nothing to do with what Parmenides
And you
is
just did
talking
it.
about.
You just did bring it into existence when you said goobly glock because
Well,
you
what
gave it a
color
thought.
is
No, he didn't because he
No,
said
it's
the
a
word.
thought.
Okay.
Well, no, it's
Now
a thing that
describe
is
it to me.
existing.
Describe
brought
the
a
color to
word.
me.
It's in my mind,
He
right?
brought-
And it's
Yeah.
like in
But I need
between
to see the
mustard.
color.
It's
The
in
name doesn't
between
matter to me. I want to
mustard.
see the color. That's what matters.
Okay,
Well,
it's in
there's a
between mustard and what color?
like shit green.
Okay,
Right?
so
And
there's
then
a
I'm gonna
name.
zoom
No,
in, and I'm
no,
gonna
it don't
zoom in,
exist. No, I want a new
You
color.
gotta
and I'm gonna
understand.
zoom in and zoom in and zoom in and zoom in and
There's a
zoom
name.
in on
No,
that
no. There's a
spectrum.
name for that, and the name lies between mustard and shit green. You
Yep.
can find the shade. That is not a new color. That's actually saying, okay, it's in between these two existing
Y'all are
colors.
way off on what's going on here. I mean, I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just saying
Oh no, no. We
you're dealing
understand
with
it. You don't
something that
understand.
has nothing to do with the non-existence
No, no.
existence problem. Yeah.
I had said it before. You don't know that you don't know.
That's epistemology. You
No,
keep doing it.
We just gave you a thing that you couldn't answer. Therefore, you're missing that part. You can at least admit.
You're
are
wanting me
things
to prove a negative. That supports my claim.
No,
I'm
no.
saying non-existence isn't a thing. If the color doesn't exist,
All right.
that supports my claim.
When you said that this realm is limited, right? There are
Yes.
things beyond those limits.
Yeah, it's called the
Okay, so
origin or
these
eternity.
are the
Yeah.
things that when we say for sure, the
We
one
know
thing
what's beyond the limit.
the one thing we know for sure is that you can't really be sure about existence.
We know what's beyond the limit.
We
Right?
don't know. What is
Well,
beyond the limit?
Eternity, being,
How do you know?
because it's atemporal and acausal.
No, how do you know? You don't know. You cannot prove it. You don't know. It's
Can't even give me a new color, and now you're going to all existence.
no.
You see what I'm saying?
You know what?
Yeah.
My
did
claim is
shit
that
green.
non-existence isn't real. Now listen to how this
Okay,
sounds. Try it. Hear
that's your
this from the
claim. You
outside.
see what I'm saying? That's
Hear
your
this from the outside.
claim.
How does bringing up a new color prove that non-existence
No, he
isn't
was
a
just
thing?
that's a totally different thing. He was bringing that up on it. It wasn't that
Well,
is
no,
not
it's
related
not a
to
different thing. He's
non-existence.
saying that I'm stumped on non-existence not being existent because I
No,
can't bring a new color into
You
existence.
can't see
It
and
is interesting, isn't it? That's limited.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with the
Yeah.
problem.
No,
Well, then
it
give me a
doesn't.
new color. Then you should be able to easily
No,
give me a new
you're
color.
asking him to
doesn't
perform a
exist.
miracle. You're asking him to perform a
Doesn't
miracle,
exist.
No, I'm
Scribe.
not, because he's
Yes,
saying
you
it's an
are.
infinite. Because
You're
spaghetti
telling him to
monster.
create something out of nothing.
He
You're
said,
asking
okay,
him to
he
create
debunks
something
my
out of
Yeah,
spaghetti
nothing. He's
monster,
not
but
a
I'm like,
god.
okay,
asking
then
me
give
to
me a new color, which
creatio
should be
ex
easier
nihilo.
than spaghetti monster.
He's asking me to
not
creatio
God.
ex nihilo, and that's my claim. That is
Yeah,
my
it's
claim. It
exactly
supports my
that's what,
claim.
yeah, exactly. And he's right. That's his claim. We know that things will go beyond his claim, beyond any of our claims. So that's the beauty of existence is that we're never going to be able to figure this out. And I had this conversation with Drew Mon.
No,
He
you
caught it.
are.
He understood it right away.
You
We're
keep
we're
doing it
not going
because
to
you're thinking knowing is existing.
No,
Those are
no.
two different
I'm not
categories.
thinking knowing is totally existing.
You
I'm
said
saying that look, we don't. The
don't
one
know
thing
what we
we
don't know.
okay, you know what we know for sure is that we don't know.
That's epistemology. It
Yeah,
has nothing to do with ontology at all. Like,
Ontology, okay, ontology,
Yeah.
right? When they put the names on these things, right?
Yep.
That's what gets us to fool ourselves.
no, they
It gets
deal
us
with
to say,
different
well, this is
categories
for-
of thought.
You can't categorize
You're
something.
talking about knowing or not knowing something. That doesn't hinge upon whether something exists or not exists.
No, it's logic in understanding that you cannot know everything. This is a fact. You can't know everything. We can speculate and we can get close and think we
So,
get close.
that
It's
is
like
the
trying
one
to
thing-
tell me, oh, okay, it's like trying to tell me when you say eternity, okay, that exists outside of the limits of this realm, right?
Yeah.
There is no way to measure even 1% of infinity.
Yeah. So we
No,
need to
no,
back
do
up
you
a
understand what I'm saying there? You
No,
can't.
I do, and I'm saying it's
Okay,
wrong.
so
right? I'm saying
1%,
it's wrong.
there is no 1% of infinity. That's a correct assessment.
Infinity is not eternity. Those are two different things.
Oh, so what? All right, explain the difference between infinity.
Infinity is the constant addition to quantity. It's constantly adding something to something.
Mhm.
Now, eternity does not deal with adding anything. You cannot add to it or take away from it.
Mm.
Okay? They're two
Okay.
different words, two different definitions, two different things.
Okay,
Infinity
so
deals with time and space. Eternity does not deal with time and space.
okay, eternity, right? It measures time and timelessness, right?
No, it does not
Okay.
measure
You
anything.
might
It has
need to
no
look that
measure.
up. No, you might need
It's
to look
beyond
that
it.
Yeah,
No.
eternity is beyond measure,
Infinity.
beyond time and space.
And see, this is the thing. Infinity, it has a measure of quantity.
Yes.
The eternity measures the time or timelessness.
No. There's no measure in timelessness.
Okay,
There's no
all right,
duration.
actually, when you look at eternity and infinity, there's a very close similarity there. Because when you're measuring something, if infinity is measuring quantity and eternity measures a timeless or time, it's still a measurement.
No, you're not measuring anything in
Oh,
eternity.
all right. So then what is eternity?
It's timelessness. It's measurement.
That's a measure. That's a measure.
Oh,
It's not, though.
If you have
time,
like, all right, what is the opposite of timelessness?
listen, in order
No,
to
no, no.
measure
The
something,
opposite of timelessness is
just slow
time,
down
right?
quick. I need you to understand what I'm saying. In order to measure something, you need time and space. If you do not
right.
have those two things, you cannot make a measurement.
All right. When
Eternity
you say
does not have time and
you know what
space.
timelessness is? Timelessness is what you're trying to say. Nothing is not. You're saying nothing doesn't exist. Then how
We
can
know that.
how
So
can
that
timelessness
epistemology
exist then?
is proven by the word. So let me back up
Oh,
because
okay.
you've moved
Just the
past
way. Okay, just the
you.
way the word of
You've
nothing is proven by the word.
no, you've moved past something an earlier point.
No,
there.
no. You're trying to move the goalposts.
Well, no, I'm trying to go back and then work our way to where you are now. I'm not going to forget where you are right now.
No,
But we need to
timelessness.
address something
When
beforehand.
you say timelessness, that's just like saying nothing, nothingness.
No, it's not.
You got something and then you got nothing. You got time and then you have timelessness. So you see what I'm saying? It's moving the goalpost, saying
No,
that
I
when
don't
you
see what you're
say,
saying.
no,
I
He
don't
was
see
it's
what
saying
you're
that no time
about the
can
paradox thing, MD, the
Yeah.
paradox thing where he's saying these two things exist at once or whatever, to where you could say right now we are living the eternal now, the FPS, whatever your FPS is right now, the speed of light. Our FPS right now is the speed of light. We're living the eternal now, and then we can contemplate or perceive the past and future. But right now you're living the eternal now without time or anything else. Right now you're in the FPS, you're in the speed of light, in that momentum. It doesn't. You're not. You're not freezing up. Everything's flowing.
Yeah.
That eternal now is eternal now, and then you can say, okay, well, I want to calculate. I want to calculate a segment of time, whatever it is. But you're still doing it within inside of the eternal realm.
No,
I would
you're
say
doing
the
it
realm
in
itself.
becoming. No, it's two different
Well, two different things happening at once: the eternal now, and then I can also calculate.
That's what I brought up earlier, right? The response wasn't that non-existence is a thing. The philosophers were trying to smash becoming into being. What you're doing right now, what you just said, Parmenides is saying, no, that's not what is happening. He's saying they're separate.
Isn't that a paradox?
No, they're two different things, and the limit is time and space. So that limit to the universe.
I'm saying we're not in that limit. You perceive to be in that limit by calculating time and space, but I'm saying the eternal now has no limit. There is no time, no space. You want to calculate
but
that.
doesn't time need a beginning? Doesn't time need a beginning? Doesn't it need a creator?
How does time have a beginning? That's infinity combined with time. There is no beginning. There is no end of time. So there is no such thing. When you look at timelessness,
time is an artificial construct too.
Timelessness goes into nothingness.
But if there's no beginning, it never starts.
It never starts and it never ends. Timelessness is just like nothingness.
That's the paradox, chicken or the egg.
When you go into dimensions and you look at, okay, so we have the second dimension, the third dimension, the fourth dimension. The fourth dimension, time, from what they think it is. The fifth dimension being able to manipulate time, right? So if you go to the negative fifth dimension, now you're stuck. You're in a place where time is stuck in one frozen moment. So as you use dimensions to measure time and space is the same way you can use it to understand nothingness. You can use it to understand something that is going beyond what we even think things are. And then there's always something beyond that. That's the amazing thing. There's, no matter what we do and we get how deep we get, there's always something beyond that. And then if we were to figure that out, there's something beyond that and something beyond that.
Let's think about it this way, MD. So you have the binary codes, or the binary code zeros and ones, right? So the distinguishing on off, zero, nothing, one, something. The on off thing can now create anything. Your computer, you can create any video game you want. You can create any book you want. You can create anything you want. All these infinite possibilities based off the 0-1 algorithm. So there is some type of limitation. That's why I asked them about the color. because it seems that there is limitations to this algorithm, but in these certain other areas, once you create this limited thing, now it has infinite possibilities.
Yeah,
Infinite.
unlimitedness. Yeah.
Yeah.
So limits can create unlimitedness, and unlimited.
There you go. That's perfect. You should write that down. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
And I think it's the base part that we're missing,
Yeah.
that we don't know about, that creates that. And the good example is a 0 and a 1, because that's the code. That's what creates what you see in front of you.
We're breaking new ground. All four of our minds, we've created the fifth mind, the sixth mind. We're doing things that we couldn't do by ourselves together. And this is what's beautiful about it, is that we all have.
I agree.
Yeah,
agree.
the
I
thing.
think we got lost in the sauce, though. That from my perspective, I think we've lost the plot.
Yeah, well, some of it, yeah, I could see where some of it, but sometimes you need to get lost to find yourself. You know, not all people who wander are lost. So when we wander in thought, we're learning so much. We are the philosophers that, imagine the four of us here talking. This goes beyond, I think, anything you'll find in any college, any professors, because we're not, bound by a paycheck and, we got to listen to this guy. We're actually allowed to think. And that's a beautiful thing. This is beautiful. And the fact that it's recorded, we can always look back and learn. A philosophical student would learn more from this conversation that we were just having than any amount of college degrees that they're going to get from university, because it's structured. It has, they're contained, and it's based on fear of a grade, fear of getting your degree. There is no degree. We're actually real truth seekers. There is no afraidness of being wrong or right or whatever, so that's
we'll allow different opinions too, right? Different, and not shut them down.
And degree also assumes staticness, as in you only reach this degree, the 33rd degree, and that's it. That you can't go anywhere. You can't go. Don't go beyond this. Don't think beyond this. Stay there. Again, the slave mentality, more slave mentality. PhD. And I remember I told you my brother had a friend in Austin that found out there was all these PhD guys, mathematicians, all these guys, scientists, who couldn't get jobs because they're every time they applied for a job, they were overqualified, all the way down to like the most minuscule job, ridiculous jobs they couldn't get. And he focused on hiring these guys, gave them 30, 40, like the time it was like early 2000s, like 30, 40 grand a year, and they were happy with that. But they had PhDs and they couldn't get a job because they were overqualified. I mean, just look at that. It just shows how crippling that is. And that conversation we had earlier, MD, about what does it take for a mammal to stop reproducing? What kind of stuff? You want to talk about that? Or?
Yeah, he really. When I saw a clip, it was a short of that when he said, how much do you have to abuse a mammal to where it doesn't want to reproduce? He goes, that's like, it's horrible, and it is, because some of us, we just decide not to have kids, or maybe something throughout life. Maybe we realize, like, wow, why am I here? Why would I bring somebody else here? And it was a question I was going to ask Hyperborean, because I didn't know he was a family man with life and kids. It's, and many people with kids, like Mr. X, asked, what do you think your great grandchildren are going to be doing? It's as if, like, the fact that Native Americans without written language would have that much of an understanding to say that you're supposed to keep the earth safe for at least 7 generations past you. And I've never heard a Westerner even talk past their great grandchild. It's as if they don't care. The modern man is so like a child, like they say. Like we're so immature in comparison to these people that we try to call primitive, in saying that they were mature enough to say, yeah, what about my 7th generation kids? People don't even think past their grandkids. And this is why I think some of us, I'm like, wait a minute, I'm trying to figure out where this is. Why would I bring another life into this? Unless I try to plan and say, well, shoot, man, what's going to happen to this person? Are they going to continue the cycle? What is this cycle? So some people and I give them a lot of courage for having kids. I mean, more courage than I have. So it's like, okay, but in some sense, I have more courage not to have kids as well too. So they have more courage in having kids. I have more courage in not having kids. So neither one of us is ahead or behind the other. We just chose different paths. And the more we start to understand this, that seems to be one of the things that's beautiful about existence, where we can speculate and say, wow, this person took this journey. But again, it does come into saying, like, wow, what is going to happen Like when I asked Noise 99 when he was on here, I said, what about your grandson's grandson? And his son is still young, even though we both went to high school together. So when he has a kid, okay, that's your grandson. What about his grandson, which would be your great great grandson? And then his grandson. So we don't think about this, and this is why we are controlled by the people that do think about this, the people that go back 500 years, 700, 2000, and they know their exact lineage because their parents plan for that. They say, listen, we're not ordinary. We rule the world. We rule these other people. They're not going to care about their great grandkids or their great great grandkids, but we do. And that's what allows us to rule them. And this is some deep stuff when we think about it in the physical realm. And of course, we can use the metaphysical realm to try to escape it and say, all right, well, I'm going to die, existence, whatever, I don't know it. But it's not addressing the question that this is why we're being ruled. This is why we don't take into account about our previous generations. Who here knows about their great great grandfather? And that's only two greats. I remember meeting my great grandfather's brother. I didn't even know it was him. They were like, oh, this is your uncle. If they would have been more specific, I would have understood it. But I was only like maybe 22 years old. And I mean, it's like, that's amazing. But then what about if you go back two more grades? And that was just going back to like maybe the 1890s he was alive in, and it's fascinating when I think about stuff like this, and that's just the physical. Again, what are we? Who are we? Where are we? When are we? Time, to think that time will never have an end is not that hard to comprehend as it is to try to think that time never had a beginning. So it goes back and back, and it's like, wow. And then when Scribe and I was just saying that you can have something that is limited that can create something that's limitless, which is the binary code. Then you can have something that's limitless that can create something that's limited. And this lets us go further and stretch. It lets us exercise our mind by stretching our imagination. And once that imagination is stretched, it's not going to fit back into the old parameters that it was in. You've already stretched it out. You've already grown like a tree growing to a bigger expansion. It's not going to go back to a seedling. It cannot. It can only continue to grow or die. And then after that, something else will continue. Matter of fact, when trees die, we see that it feeds something new. Things grow from that. And this is just in the physical realm. Imagine about the non-physical or the in-between, like we were talking about with the plasma. Could that be the in-between that goes from spiritual to physical, the plasmatic in-between, if it's even that? But this is the beauty about speculation and thinking, which for some reason we see that seems to be what governments are afraid of us doing. And it brings to me a red flag to say, why are they so afraid if I think? What kind of secret do I have that I don't even know that I have, that they're afraid of me finding? Kind of like when you're playing chess or a game and you have a win, but you don't see the win. And the person starts singing and humming and doing anything to distract you from seeing that you've already won the game. And I think that's what it is. If we were to figure this out, we wouldn't listen. We wouldn't be afraid anymore. And thinking about how something could be feeding on our fear, just like when we spoke about one of the authors talking about these invisible entities that live in the atmosphere that can feed on energy. So why wouldn't it be that something could feed off of our energy of fear, our energy of love even? That's another thing too. If something can feed off of our fear, why would it not stand to reason that it could feed off of our love? Or maybe,
and the fact that you just came up with that, possibly it exists according to what we've been talking about, but you can't name the name of the color though. See, that's
no, you caught me with that one. When you said that, I was just like, wow. And I mean, and Hyperborean's knowledge is just I have not met. I mean, this guy's so deep; it's just on another level, and it's beautiful.
To say wow though is pretty crazy because it's literally has no, I don't want to keep droning on about it, right? But it's like it has nothing to do with the argument. When you say to invoke a color that doesn't exist, you can't because it doesn't exist. That is my claim.
but
wait, you said it could only be one or the other.
I have to
It can
disagree
only
with
be-
that. I have to disagree with that.
Now you're confusing me because earlier you said there's an absolute one or the other, and now you're saying it
There
doesn't exist.
is.
So
How did I confuse
no, I
you?
got a good one for it. When he
How did
said
I
nothing
confuse you?
just now, it's like, what do you mean by nothing? If nothing can't exist,
But hyper, if you're a god, you can do it. That's the
No,
only
that's
way.
called creatio ex nihilo. It's so here. Let me just. Can I just break down some of the? Can I
yeah,
just
break it
actually
down,
pull up
brother.
some Parmenides?
Break it down, brother.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me just pull up some Parmenides real quick.
do we have to listen to some other guy's ideology, and it's not your interpretation?
Well, no, it
or
is, and I'm just
what he says.
You're not getting me clearly, right? So let somebody. I already know what he's saying. I understand it.
Because
But
I'm hoping
not
that you
saying-
can give me a good
Yeah,
definition
well,
based
we're
off what
saying-
this guy's saying.
Yeah,
I'm saying Parmenides can't know everything, and that's a
it's
fact.
not epistemological. It's so frustrating because like you're saying no,
It
that has
doesn't
nothing to
matter.
do with what we're talking about.
Mhm.
How do you not understand? Just real quick.
Let
You
him
don't
explain it, because
understand the
it's like
difference between knowing and
Yeah.
being. They're two different categories that don't even relate to each other.
No,
Okay,
they
now you're
do.
going with a different thing.
Everything is
They
related.
don't. Being has to
Everything
do
is
with
related.
no. It has to do with existence, not whether or not you know of something that exists.
Everything is
Knowing-
related. Just the
knowing-
way you were saying that how time, infinity, and eternity, they are related as well.
They're not. They're separate. Yeah, they're separate things. Some people try to relate them. I'm not doing that. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So in his work, The Way of Truth, right? This is the axiom. He says, "What is, and what is not cannot be." Okay. So logically, because non-being is impossible to think about or speak about, something cannot come from nothing, right? So when you say flying spaghetti monster, that's not what Parmenides is saying. When you say bring a color, give me a new color, if I were to, that means it existed, right? Because we're able to actually process, to think about it, and to speak about
Right,
it.
so I'm giving you the opportunity now to give me a new color that doesn't exist. But
Well, if
there
I
seems to be
found
an
it, it
issue.
existed. That's my claim. You're talking about discovering something that has nothing to do with non-existence.
No, I'm just saying, use your mind and think outside of that.
I
this
did. I told you
realm, and-
gobbledygook, and it's this color that
but
you
it's
haven't
not
seen
visual. I
yet.
need a visual representation of the color.
No.
The name doesn't.
Well,
When you
yeah,
say-
I would have to zoom in. I would get a electron microscope, or not. You know what I'm saying? I'd get an infinitely zooming in microscope and zoom in on the spectrum and discover this color, a slight tone of a color that eyes haven't seen yet. And now you have, because I've blown it up, and now I've shown you this new slice of the spectrum that was invisible before, but it always existed. So it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. We're talking about ontology, not discovering already existing things, right?
No,
If you
he's
wanted
saying
me to
something
give
that
you,
didn't exist, so you
you
wouldn't be able to go
cannot do
between
that.
yellow
So let
and
me
green.
keep going real quick. I know this is
All right,
this
go ahead.
hurts, right? This is that Agent Smith thing that you've brought up in past shows, where
No,
like the cognitive dissonance of ourselves of wanting to hang on to the idea of not knowing something makes us believe that we can creatio ex nihilo. That's what the church did. They basically had to invoke this idea that you can bring something out of nothing, but it relies solely on like an extreme amount of faith, like a blind faith, because you can never actually express this in thought or in reality. So it's something way outside of our reality and our thinking and our being. So yeah, he says that's the axiom of being, right? Very simple. The let's see if he can give a different example of this. Okay. Parmenides basically states that there are two logical possibilities. This first possibility is it is and it cannot be. Okay, that's called being. It cannot not be. Right? Let me say that slower. It is and it cannot not be. That's called being.
And
The second route is it is not and it must not be. That's a quote. That's non-being. Okay, he's saying route 2 is not possible. So non-being or nothingness is completely blocked or from human thought. You cannot think about nothing. Here's an example. He says, try to picture nothing.
Okay.
The moment you visualize a
think about nothing, right?
Listen,
But
listen.
that doesn't mean nothing
Let me
doesn't
finish.
exist.
Let me finish. That's what I'm saying. That
Yeah,
does
I
exist.
know, but it exists in a non-existent type of way.
No,
You see, this is why you guys can be descriptive. What type of nothing are you talking about? You're talking about a vacuum?
Here it
What are we
goes. Let
talking
me
about here?
finish
What
the
type of
sentence.
nothing
Let
are
me
we
finish the
describing?
sentence. Try to let me just get through this thing real quick, okay? And then you can go on about it. Try to picture nothing. The moment you visualize a blank space or a void, you are still thinking about a thing, i.e., that space or that darkness or that void. Those are all things that you can capture with the awareness and the thought. You cannot speak about nothing. If you say nothing, quote, nothing is in the box, you are using language to refer to a state of actual existence.
Yeah.
Okay. The conclusion, because you cannot think, speak, or conceptualize of nothing, non-being does not exist in any capacity. We're talking about ontologically, not knowledge, not epistemology. Yeah, there are things that are blind to our knowledge, but they exist, and we will discover them at one point, or may not. They may be blind to our knowledge forever, but they still exist. If they don't exist, they're not there.
Okay,
It's
quick
so
question. Quick question.
elementarily simple.
So, like MT was saying earlier about the vacuum thing, does nothing or non-existent need a container to say this is non-existent, or even space itself, which apparently there's a container to everything?
Just gave that example. He literally just said nothing is in the box. You're referring to a state of existence.
So he's referring to a container, which is something that is referring to nothing. All right.
No. The word is the only thing that is used that would allude to nothing. He's actually bringing a bunch of things into existence by speaking and using
you have
ideas.
a good point with that, but that doesn't say that nothing can't. When you use the word nothing, you're actually showing that nothing is something.
That's this difference.
Yeah,
man,
but
this is so
there is
painful.
Like there's nothing in the forest, there's nothing in the box, there's
painful.
nothing in the car.
You're
There's a
talking
container
about ideas
containing
and
nothing.
concepts.
Yeah,
right.
I'm talking about ontology. I've said this like 40 times. You don't understand the word ontology.
I understand.
I don't even know what the hell ontology is.
You're not addressing the
but you're
point.
still saying the same definition. You're just saying, okay, nothing can be something, but now something is something, and there's never was a nothing. You know what I'm saying? You're back where you started when you say that.
I'm just like, this is.
No, we're not back where we
mess with
started.
your mind.
It's so simple.
What is this?
There is a substrate that exists.
How is that simple? It doesn't describe. I said nothing needs a container of some sort to say that's
then it becomes
nothing,
something.
Right?
Yeah, so
a container is something. So how do you have nothing with a container?
Every philosopher after Parmenides understood this. Nobody disagrees with this. Empirical science.
Just because no one have you heard of
this.
mind control? I mean, have you heard of?
Well, it's not mind
serious?
control. It's just evident.
Have you
right?
thought to put your own mind into this and say, okay, he says this, but I actually think he means this because I've read other books, other philosophers. You're adding other stuff into.
I'm saying your examples actually are categorical errors. They don't apply at all. I'm saying your train of thought is actually doesn't even apply to the argument. You are in like 4 or 5 different categories at one moment when you try to ask me a question. I'm talking about one category, ontology, period. That's it. There's either non-existent.
And what am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with that?
That's the whole
point. Ontology, so therefore I can't ask questions. It's that, so it must be or something. It's it sounds like some religious thing. The way you read it, it sounds like I'm reading the Bible or something. It's like, well, it must be this or
it's the
antithesis or not to be
to faith and religion.
It's based on the false premise that Parmenides knows everything, and he doesn't.
Oh man, that's crazy.
He can't.
So this guy's God. He knows more than Jesus. I mean, who is this?
It acts as if there's nobody before him.
Yeah, no. If you don't understand it, it's fair.
No, I understand it.
I just heard a tongue twister.
What he's saying is there's always a state of being. That's what he's saying. That we're always going to exist.
No, you said there's 2 things. There's always a state of being, and the second thing says if it's not there, whatever the tongue twister
No,
was.
I didn't say there was two things. I said
Have
there
a
are
there's
state
two
of being,
things.
you got to have a state of not
No,
being.
he says there are two options, and he eliminates one of them and says
That's
it's
what I'm saying.
absolutely not existent.
Yes.
So there's not two
That's
things.
what-
There's only one thing, and it's being. Period.
You
Full
said
stop.
two options.
That's it.
Okay,
Are you
you say
serious?
two options, but only one is true, is what you're saying.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
There's only
And
one
we're
thing
saying
in
no.
reality.
We think that other thing that you call junk DNA, what scientists like to call that they don't understand. Oh, we
What?
can't touch that.
This is like a
No, because
spur
now
tangent.
you're removing
You're doing this
something.
thing where you like are going to
You can't
categories that
remove
don't
that.
apply to what we're talking about. Why do you keep doing that?
No, I'm talking about the two options you gave me.
But you're
saying I
giving
think there is a second.
you're confusing yourself further by using analogies that don't apply to the argument. That's why you're so far removed from what I'm saying. You're like bringing
I'm
in
saying when
things that
someone
don't
gives me a
apply.
limitation, I want to test that limitation.
You're like ideas, thoughts, names, numbers. All that is existent.
Right.
We're talking about
Yeah.
the ground of reality. This
Yes.
thing that you are trying to describe, you can't describe. That's the whole point. That is the point Parmenides is saying. You don't even
we
realize that you're
can't
agreeing
describe
with
nothingness.
the claim.
You're doing it again, Scribe.
It's crazy.
So we
are
can't
It has
describe
no
nothingness.
property.
I don't
It has no property.
has no property. Bingo. So when you say
But it requires
"What
a
spaghetti
container, I
monster,"
think so.
you're too far. You went too far. You're talking about existent things. All that exists. I'm talking about a category that you
Where
can't
does it
even think about.
exist? You're talking about in the mind it exists? You're talking about
Everywhere in reality, throughout all reality. Exactly. There is no.
So right now the
non-existent-
spaghetti monsters running around on Earth that are
No.
causing harm.
No,
No.
it's in the thought process.
I just asked
It's
you
created
in
the
reality, in this reality, you said, yeah, okay, so that means there's
Our
that's
thoughts
going on.
reality? Are our
Thoughts
thoughts
are
reality?
man. This is
That's what I'm
crazy.
trying to distinguish here. He's saying the thoughts, once you think about it, it's all of a sudden it's reality.
Yes,
And I asked him the thing
yes,
about the color,
yes. Our
and he
thoughts
couldn't
are
he couldn't
reality.
not and he couldn't give me a made up color. So I'm saying there's
Because they
limitations
don't
to certain things.
exist. You can't make. I'm not going to.
But that's what I'm saying. There's
Horatio ex
limitations
nihilo.
to certain things.
The
That's the part where
limitation
we're-
is that there is no non-existence. We agree. We agree on that. The limit, the barrier is right when you get to the edge of existence. You can't go any further. There's no non-existence. That is the limit. The limit.
I don't
that
believe
is
there's
it.
limits. I don't believe there's any limits. I mean, like, if the mind is that powerful and you can literally
Well,
put
if you
thought
believe in a
manifestation-
non-existence, more power to you, man. I'm not here to try to argue non-existence. I mean, that's a tough bid.
It's like if supposedly Newton created calculus in this realm.
He discovered
How
it.
does that
discovered it.
relate? Okay, he rediscovered something. Okay, so right, no one can invent nothing. Everything's been invented.
No,
under the
you
sun,
can
no matter what.
invent,
No.
but it's with dealing with things that already
Well, that could
exist.
be true. That this
It's
has
like
been
looking at a
many
baby and
resets.
thinking a baby came out of thin air and out of nothing. No, it came out of sperm, like a sperm. It came out of a man's seed and mixing into a womb. That you think like things are coming in and out of existence. That's another problem with Parmenides, because if you cannot conceive of non-existence, then there is no motion. That's why we reject becoming. So this gets really deep and murky. So I don't even want to go that far, because if you can't get that first part, then you're not going to agree with any of the other parts. If you think
Well, you're giving me an
non-existence is real,
absolute. I don't like absolutes. If
this
there's a
is the
limitation,
only absolute. This is an absolute.
well, see,
and
that's
it's inarguable.
that's like someone trying to push a religion on me, or so. It's also this Jesus is the
No,
guy.
this is the
No, it's not what he-
antithesis of religion. Religion says the opposite. They're saying what you're saying. If you go look up what creatio ex nihilo is right now. Christians, Jews, Muslims, Abrahamics, most Eastern traditions besides like hardcore Buddhism and certain Advaita Vedanta, these traditions, you can maybe exclude them, but especially the Abrahamists, they're going to say you came from nothing. So your claim is actually a religious claim. Parmenides is saying all that's bullshit. So I have the opposite stance. There is no
No, I agree with
creation.
that we've always existed. I definitely agree with that part.
Yes, there's no creation.
Obviously, you can't get something out of nothing. But then the paradoxical thing, the chicken or the egg, there's the paradox of time, whatever.
It comes later. You
Well,
start with this
apparently,
problem.
the best example is when you turn on the computer. It's like you turn a computer on. Is there a beginning or no? It just turns on and automatically bang. There's there's Windows. There's the thing. It just It's literally real-time manifestation of whatever that thing is, reading the hard drive and doing whatever it's doing. So that's what they're saying. Creation is more of something of that sort, that there's something turned this thing on and it just manifested. There is no beginning, there is no end. And it's a completely contained reality that has limitations.
Yes.
And there could be things outside of that, which obviously is true, that because you're being constrained in this limitation, that can go into the infinity, I believe. And I think that's where the ethereal and metaphysical realm lies. And that's why I don't want you to know about that part. They want to keep you dumb and blind with the religion and the politics.
Dude, we agree. I'm giving you the key to the heart of this concept. You're talking Parmenides.
Yeah, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. We're getting closer to understanding. So we're just differentiating this realm versus what they would want to say.
They call Parmenides the father of metaphysics. They call him the father and founder of metaphysics. There's no writing of metaphysics before Parmenides. This is all agreed upon in philosophy.
They say Darwin is also a great guy too. So I have to look this guy up and see, who this guy is, and see if
it's the religion of Parmenides. Scribe is right on. It's like you're saying something. You're acting as if you know that there's nobody before Parmenides.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
No, you said he's the father. How do you know?
Yeah, because we don't have written metaphysics before Parmenides.
No, you haven't found written metaphysics. There is. If we had Azraoon on here,
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. What the hell is going on? What?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. And then when you say the limits, to have a limit means that there's something beyond the limit. That's what a limit.
I've already told you what was beyond the limit. That's already explained.
How do you know what's beyond?
Yeah, what's beyond the limit? Now I'm listening very closely.
Eternity. Okay, there are two categories. One is called
being.
You
couldn't define what eternity was.
We did. I already did.
No, I was.
You tried to say that timelessness is a time.
You tried to say time and time.
No, I didn't. I said it's atemporal. Right. Then you put the word timelessness out, and then I repeated you.
Oh,
right?
Okay. So what is atemporal?
No time.
Okay. So
no time.
How can no time exist? That's like
because there's no beginning or end to eternity.
But that's like a nothing. You can't have
that. A nothing.
This is where it goes back to where we really don't know.
No, this is the one thing we do know axiomatically. That's why this is so groundbreaking.
I understand it's based within the frames of ontology.
If you actually understood this claim,
there's something beyond that. There is something beyond it. Christopher, brother, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah.
And
there's not something beyond eternity. Eternity is the pinnacle.
There has to be something beyond that because
there's no hierarchy.
We're going with what we think. All right, we know. Okay, we're saying, look, there's nothing beyond that. There are things beyond what we know. See, if we get stuck in this thing
of dealing with epistemology, man, I agree with that. And when you say there's
so you agree with that.
You go from being to knowing. So when you go into knowing, I agree.
All right. Now, when we go to ontology, epistemology, there is even things beyond these things that we just don't understand.
No, there's not multiple ontologies.
We can't. I'm not talking about multiple. I'm talking about
two options. Existence or non-existence. There's not like a fourth and a fifth and a seventh and an eighth.
In our current state of understanding, there is that. But then there are things that go beyond our current state of understanding. And to understand that is to say, we don't know. We think, it makes sense. Existence, non-existence, there's duality. But there's things that go beyond that we can't even begin to comprehend.
No,
but they exist.
Not how
but
this
they
works.
exist.
Yeah, they all fall into existence. This is the ultimate category that you cannot pass.
They fall into existence according to what we think we know.
There are so many people after Parmenides
it's hard to comprehend this. I'm talking about this goes before Parmenides. There's people that they erase because they want to say, look, we want to keep them in this frame of mind to think that they don't. The ego is what brings this in. when you can let that go, you say, you know what, shit,
Yeah, we've been here before.
Look,
We've had this same discussion before.
Yeah, we've had this, and it comes out to be like we.
I think you just have a problem understanding the grandiosity of the
I
category.
understand it. I understand it too well. That's the problem. Because
everything that you're going to mention, it falls into the category existence.
No,
that's it.
And
that is the ultimate category. There's no other category.
No, there's categories beyond what we understand,
and they exist.
They exist. They
There
exist.
are
literally do not understand
there are
it. It's
things
painful.
that we don't understand. You're saying they're existing due to your ego. Our ego.
How does this have to? Why does this have anything to do with my ego?
It has.
Yeah, we can't. No,
because
we can't say something exists that doesn't exist.
You're thinking you know by saying that.
This is the only thing you can know for sure, Max.
There are things that we don't know.
Everything after this launching pad is the game. Once you launch off of existence, now you're playing the game of epistemology. Now you can talk about epistemology. But as soon as you left that ground, right, or as soon as you were on that ground, that is a for sure thing. There's no arguing that.
No, I understand.
You are arguing it,
and I understand.
But everyone else understands.
And then I'm saying, from that for sure thing, there are even more things.
Yeah,
right, but they exist. They exist.
No, we don't know if they exist or not. See, when you think you're saying, well, they exist or they don't exist, we don't know.
Dude, you literally don't understand.
See, this guy, 5th century, same time of Copernicus, these other guys that started the whole thing with the the gravity and all that stuff. So, and I'm looking at it, and he's just saying to be or not to be. What is, existence exists. And he says what is not, non-existence does not exist. I mean, a child could claim that as well. I mean, I could say, well, what exists?
It's literally
what the hell does that? That doesn't mean anything.
It's not that
dude.
complex,
like,
really.
It's not complex.
That's why you've been so
philosopher that came afterwards was like, "Holy shit, this is the ground."
Nothing because I'm asking you specific questions. You know, oh, bro, it's this. I'm like, dude, that's so generalized. It's so vague. Dude, what the hell does that mean? Okay, to be or not to be. What does that mean?
It's that simple.
It's that simple. It is that simple. It really
is. You are literally saying it.
So if I invent something or do something that
doesn't allow you to
didn't exist before, what does that mean? You're gonna say, oh, well, that already existed at some point.
I went through the most elementary explanations. Literally, you can't think about it. You can't say it. Then it's
a logical statement, but what does it mean?
It will never exist. You'll never be able to express it. If you express it, that means it's always existed. Yeah. That is his whole claim.
It's like saying we don't know that something is out there that exists.
Okay, so he's saying that we're within basically a containment unit, simulation, and only these things can exist.
It's further divided. So look, there are 2 categories. Man, I've said this like 10 times. We can give up on it though. If you don't understand it, just go research it. Okay, go look.
But I'm saying you're glossing over such a massive category to say, yeah, just it is or it isn't, and that's it. That's where the argument ends.
How about this? I can break it down real simple. Can something exist and not exist at the same time?
Yeah.
How?
Yeah. I'm out. All right, y'all. It's late for me.
Because I said it.
I got
apparently because I said it, it does.
So it can exist and not exist?
He's talking about words and not ontology.
What about
this thing where he flips into words and words, the usages meaning non-existence. That's not what we're talking about. You need to think metaphysically here. This is metaphysics. This isn't dealing with.
Well, there is no thinking because apparently I can't think of non-existence. So why would I even bother?
Bingo.
Okay, so why even bother? But you're limiting it, is what I'm saying. You're limiting it to that, and that's what it is. Don't look into it further. Don't look into it further. And just
you're the one who's trying to invoke non-existence, not me. I'm saying it's an impossibility, but you're like struggling with trying to make it real. You're like, no, man, it is. You're fighting it so bad. You're like Agent Smith.
Right, because you're saying it's a constant.
I need to tell you that there's non-existence.
And when someone tells me there's no way around something, then I'll get intrigued and I want to know more.
Okay, show me. Let me turn it back on you, right? I've given you my explanations for existence and why there is no non-existence. Explain to me how non-existence exists.
Can't.
First, the thought has to manifest the non-existence. The original
you're
thought.
Not your thought can't do that. You're not allowed to do that.
Really, Mr. X? How do people create
bring
things?
Something from non-existence into existence? Show me how that works.
Okay, so all of a sudden we don't have, let's say, bathrooms. They're using holes or whatever. I'm going to bring in septic and all these things I invented or whatever it is that didn't exist before, completely alien to them. Like a tribe or something out in the forest. You're like, okay, we're going to bring in, so this
It
mechanical
did
equipment.
exist. It always it existed in the
You
mind.
That's
think
the easy
thoughts
cop
don't
out to say
exist?
that.
You
But
think
that's the easy
thoughts
cop
don't
out to say that.
exist? This is crazy. You think physics is the only reality.
Yeah,
You
the
don't even have a
physical.
metaphysics.
No, I'm saying that there is their original thought. If there's not,
But
then
that's
why do we have all this?
existence.
Right,
Yeah,
but I'm saying the thought is limited by something. Just like
I
when I
get
asked
what
about
you're
the
saying.
color.
You're saying the thought was actually, it was nowhere. There's nothing. And then all of a sudden the power of the mind draws from
Yeah.
the pool of nothing. And now there's something. Yeah, I'm disagreeing with that. And Parmenides disagreed with that. And I think
Right.
any, like, you know,
Well, we drew the
person with
power, build a computer, now you have a computer. You're talking to us right now using technology.
yeah, all those
So,
things exist. They're pre-existent.
Yeah.
You're just
but
finding
something
and
had to
discovering
create
something.
it for it to be in this realm, right?
No, eternity, right? So if there's no beginning or no end, there's no bringing something or moving. That's the other part of the claim that got a little deep that I left out, is that he works his way into motion, right? He goes a step further, and Zeno elaborated even further on this. He says there actually is no change because you need non-being to actually move through something. Like if you pictured existence as this giant sphere, if everything inside of it is this one substance, this, we'll call it existence, this one ground, then there's no space for it to move through. So he goes a step further, right? So he's saying there is no creation, there is no destruction. Zeno says you can't even get to the goal, the end zone of a football field, right? Because I can think of the divisions of halving a yard, halving a half a yard, halving a half of a yard, halving a half of a half of a half of a yard. And you can keep doing that infinitely. You can never make it to the end zone. He has another analogy called Achilles and the tortoise. The tortoise beats Achilles off of the line. Achilles can't beat the tortoise in a race because he's always ahead of him. And it takes Achilles a movement and it takes the tortoise a movement, right? We're dealing with the realm of thought and metaphysics here, right? We're not talking about in the physical world, but all of these things exist.
But
right?
those thoughts can manifest physical.
Well, they don't come from nothing. They come from a potentiality that's there and existing, like a pool of thought. Let's say the unconscious. And then when you think of a bathtub, you're just pulling from the realm of the unconscious, let's call it for a lack of a better word, the idea or the blueprint of a
Okay.
bathtub.
Here's a better example. So indigenous tribes, right? Native Americans before they were invaded and genocide and all that. So you have two different train of thoughts. One actually cared about the planet, treated it, respected it, animals, the oceans, the rivers, and all these things. And you have this other thing come in, Avatar style, and say, we want to buy this property from you. And the chief's like, what are you talking about? We want to buy this. Completely different ideology, and doesn't care about the property, just destroys it, builds it, makes money. All it cares about is this artificial money construct. You clash those two things together as far as ideology. The indigenous tribes would never even conceive of thinking of these machines or with this ideology of money or these things that can destroy this realm. But for some reason, this other people, Europeans, what do you want to call them, have this
It doesn't make the ideas non-existent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I'm saying it would not be non-existent in the Indian tribe versus the other guys.
Well, no, they exist. They're just not discovered.
This is what Hyperborean's got great knowledge, but he doesn't understand. Parmenides, yes, he is so-called the father of what is Western metaphysics. Now we know that that is more current, and we have greater. Now they put him as the father because they've always wanted to say Greece is the beginning of civilization.
Before you strawman me, right?
No,
Before you strawman me, Max, I never said
I'm not
that.
Strawmanning you. I'm not.
I never said that metaphysics didn't exist before him.
That you're based on limited. You're based on saying when you said, "Oh, well, he's known as the father." No, this is of Western metaphysics, the Eastern, the African traditions, the Sanskrit, the Chinese. You ever heard of Tahotep? I'm not talking about Imhotep. I'm talking about Tahotep.
Yeah.
Now I'm pretty
These
sure
people in the East were
no,
also
no. These
they
people
also said that
people are
non-existence
where
isn't a thing.
Parmenides
Yeah.
got his stuff from, just the way the Greeks got their togas from Egypt. But people think that the Greeks created the togas. If you do your research, and this is just basic level stuff, that the Greeks had to go to the Egyptians and they said, look,
just simply look up.
Hold on a second. They said, we destroyed because we couldn't get along with each other, our own history. Could you please tell us our history? And when they invaded Egypt, they were smart enough to make the Egyptians their teachers. So it's like going to another land that you have more firepower with, but you say, you know what, these guys are actually smarter than us, and we're going to make them teach us.
Man, it's so
no. You
don't
know who Tahotep is.
I'm not saying that these guys are superior in knowledge,
no,
or
but
that
you're
they
saying
actually
he's the father of this
that.
when he is not the father of this.
Okay.
So there are Sanskrit. I don't want to say India because it goes before India.
All I simply said is he's referred to as the father of metaphysics. Is that wrong?
No, but he's not the father of metaphysics.
I'm not saying. Listen to me, Max. Is he referred to as the father of metaphysics? Do they call him that?
That's Greek Western propaganda.
That's all I was saying, is that
and
call him,
so
quote unquote,
clarify that.
It's like a nickname, the father of metaphysics. You're taking it a step further and trying to say I'm claiming that he made
all right, I'm not going to put it on. All right, I'm not going to put it on you. What I'm going to put it on is the fact that Parmenides, excellent philosophy, great guy, but he is a child in comparison to the people that there's people that go way before Tahotep and all of this stuff that we don't know about, but we do know that Parmenides, in his great knowledge, is still considered like a child compared to these other guys. And according to the modern status quo, he is referred to as the father of Western metaphysics. But it goes way beyond that. When people would say, well, wait a minute, it didn't just pop up with Parmenides, even though he has.
You keep droning on about it. I'm not saying that. That's not my
claim. And I know you're not saying that, but I'm saying this to teach the audience and yourself and everybody else.
But the one defeating thing about what you're doing right now is that most of the ancients, like, I can't find a writing, actually. If you can show me somebody
I can find it for you. If you
can show me of a ancient belief that believed in creation out of nothing.
No, it has nothing to do with belief, because when you go into belief,
show me who believes in non-existence.
You suspend your thinking.
Show me a person in the past
when
that
you're referring to belief, it shows that you don't really know.
Show me Tahotep saying that there was non-existence. That's what I want to see.
Man.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Well, why does it have to be some guy? Why can't you make up that distinction?
No, he's trying to say that like Parmenides was a child.
That
and he's not
Mr. Lexington was saying, oh, well, it still deals with something that exists. It's like, we don't know.
He is fifth century. But all the ancient, like the main ancient philosophies also agreed with Parmenides, even though they didn't
that's the whole point.
How does somebody who came before Parmenides agree with Parmenides?
No, I'm saying they're in agreement.
Agreeing with them.
Maybe Parmenides copied off of them.
No, they don't. They aren't even in contact. He cut me off. I'm saying people who are not even in
contact. It doesn't matter if they're not in contact.
Came up with the same conclusion.
You could have gotten text from somebody that was 1,000 years.
No, just look into the religions and the philosophies themselves. They all posit that there is no such thing as non-existence. That's a later thing.
Would the Native Americans agree with you on that?
I believe so. They believe in a pre-existent matter. Yeah, they believe in a spirit.
Now you know what the Native Americans believe in. I thought there's like a whole bunch of different tribes.
Oh, come on.
Well, they are, yeah, but the underlying thing is that the world has always existed, and that there's a spirit that moves in it.
Yeah,
that's
how do we know that for sure? That's what I'm saying.
It's not about knowing. It's about
you said spirit. What spirit?
It's like an axiomatic.
It's not about knowing. You're telling me something, and then
it is.
When I want to know about it, right? You say, well, it's not about knowing, but then
no. You said, how do you know this, right? And we just walked through how we deduced why there is no non-existence. That's not good enough for you. That is the only way we figure it out. And for everyone else but you guys,
is that
everyone else but you and Scribe, for some reason, most people believe in that. They go, oh, well, that's axiomatic.
There
That
are
makes
things
sense.
that go beyond that.
It doesn't answer the question. I'm saying it's too generalized. It's
Yeah,
too
no.
vague.
If it goes beyond it,
many
it still
scenarios where
exists,
that's
Max.
not
I'm
true.
not denying
Max
that.
is challenging you on.
No,
You're
we're not
talking about
denying it.
non-existence
Right.
being a thing, and it's
Great.
literally by definition not a thing. And you're
No,
like not getting
right.
it. You're like,
And then
You can't go
no, it is,
beyond
it
it.
is, it is.
Yeah.
that
You're
there
like,
are
no,
things-
non-existence does exist when
We
literally
never
it
said it
contradicts.
was. We're saying that maybe there's more behind this that we're not
No,
seeing.
we
That
Like
it's
know
the
not just
law of
one thing.
identity or like
And there's always more, yeah.
non-contradiction that Mr. X brought up. Can non-existence and existence be true at the same time?
there-
That's what Parmenides is saying. We all exist. We're all experiencing existence, right? But for some reason, you're like invoking non-existence and you need it to exist really bad.
No,
That's
it's not that.
kind of like Agent Smith mode.
No, it's not.
What
that,
is non-existence is the unknown. And you want to put it subjective. What if it's just simply
It's
the
not
unknown?
that's
allowed to be
epist-
the unknown. It's
that's
not
the
allowed to be.
Why
What do you mean
is
it's not allowed to be
allowed?
unknown? What if it's simply unknown and you say it
That's
doesn't exist? You're saying
redefining
a
what it is.
Bigfoot.
I'm talking about
that's ridiculous. It doesn't
ontology.
exist.
You're
Like,
talking about
And-
unknown. That's epistemology.
Yeah, something that
I'm
exists
not
that we don't
talking
know
about
about.
that.
No,
Exactly.
the problem with Parmenides is that he is based in strict ontology. It
Yes.
has parameters, and that has flaws to it because
It does
now you're
not.
saying-
It's flawless. Nobody
No,
argued
no,
with
it's
this.
telling- it's
Nobody's
telling us
arguing with
we
Parmenides.
cannot.
we
cannot
are. So we're the
think
first.
outside of the
But I'm
box.
saying you lack a lot of understanding of the argument. You're
Matter
you're
of fact,
confronting
lousy.
it, and then you're saying that
Look, what
Parmenides
MD's
is
saying is you're
flawed.
trusting the word of what this guy's saying, the spirit and
No,
all this
no,
stuff. I don't
I'm
know what
not.
spirit you're
It's the
talking about. You talking about
content.
Jesus? What are you talking about?
No.
It's the
You're
You're not even
content.
explaining.
For some reason, you guys don't have the flawed thinking. It's Parmenides.
Okay, so explain the
That's-
spirit. What spirit are you talking about? This dude just existed. He's
You
always
guys
been
don't
there.
have the flawed
He
thinking.
turned
It's
into us.
Parmenides.
I'm asking you. Quit saying that guy's name. I'm asking you a question. You said it.
Yeah.
I'm asking you a question. What spirit are you referring to when you said all creation, whatever spirit?
Yeah,
something?
the Native
Well,
American
they're spirits. Yeah.
And I
multiple-
asked what
Spirit
tribe.
of what? How was that created?
Well, it's not created. It's uncreated. That's my claim. It's
now
uncreated.
it's
It's
Okay,
eternal.
okay, no, that's his claim. That's his
No, it's
claim.
eternal. Creation does
All
not
right, you can-
exist. I've
all
already
right, you can
explained
have
that
that
in my
claim.
Okay, so it's always there. It's always been there.
always there. That's all you got, bub. Existence, and it's always there. You can't get rid of it. You can't create it. You can't destroy it. It's there. It's
Right,
not
that
going
part's
anywhere.
understood. That's part
Yep.
that's understood. But you're saying there's a limitation as far as what's not considered existence to be unexistence.
The
and we
barrier
can't
would
think
be
about it.
non-existence. There is no such thing as that. So that is a
Mhm.
limitation by definition.
Mhm.
If there
Well, it needs a
wasn't a
little
limit,
more-
then you
more
would have
descriptive.
non-existence.
All right,
But
do
that-
you know
but we
what
know that not to be the
century
case.
Parmenides was in?
Do I know what?
What century he was
Yeah,
in?
yeah, 5th century BC.
Okay,
Si-
5th
yeah.
century BC. So now we go further back into guys that are like the 24th century BC.
I did.
And we go into ancient Sanskrit, which is even further than
Yeah,
that.
they support this claim. The Vedas support
How,
this.
how do they support this?
They literally
claim?
say there's no such
hold
thing
on,
as
hold on a second.
non-existence.
You have it backwards. You have it backwards.
What?
He would be supporting their claim.
They don't. They weren't even in
No, no, no,
contact
no, no,
with
no,
each
no. So
other.
what you're saying, no, think about what you just said. When you got somebody that's older
Your
and you're saying they support this younger guy's claim,
chronology
no, no, no,
has
no.
nothing to do with it.
No, you got it
Yeah.
backwards. Parmenides.
They didn't even know each
supporting-
other.
Wow. Wow.
They
See,
weren't
this
even
is the-
aware
this
of
is the
it.
problem. This is the problem with Western science and Western mysticism and all of that.
No,
they
no. What
think
is your
that they
point? You're
created the
trying to say
world.
one culture is superior to another. What
No,
are you
I'm not
saying?
saying that. I'm saying that one came before that. So the later culture is, if anything, they're verifying, saying, "Hey, you know what? These
Why
older
are you
cultures,
so hung up on this idea that that
No,
Parmenides
I'm
needs to
saying
be
that
the
when you have
ground of
older
it?
stuff, you're going to miss certain things and say, "Hey, you know what? I know everything." And this is what I was trying to tell you. There is something beyond that.
Are you
that we
saying that I'm
don't-
unaware of like world religions and
No,
philosophy?
no. I'm saying that there is something. Just even sticking with Parmenides, I'm saying what he is saying, and about all of this. Well, there's nothing can exist. There is something even beyond that that we don't know. And you're acting like no.
So
what it is.
let me
doing
explain
it.
that to him so he
I'm not
understands.
saying that.
Let
I
me
never
explain that
said
so he
no.
understands, MD, real quick.
No,
listen, just
no,
listen
wait,
to the first
Scribe,
sentence. This is what
he
MD's saying.
just said
Let me
something
just
that I want to
explain it in a
respond
different
to.
way.
I need to
Let me say it in a
respond to
different
what
way.
he just said, right?
I understand.
whatever
but I
it
just
is,
He
wanna-
keeps saying that we can't know things. I never said that you
No, I'm
can,
not.
right? Let you need to.
Let me add this preface so
It
it
doesn't
makes
have to
sense.
do
What
with
he's
knowing
saying is that
something.
I'm not saying
listen,
that we can't know things. I'm saying there's things that we
No, you're
don't
saying
know.
I'm claiming we get.
let me just add this preface real quick. So,
All right,
so
go
you
ahead.
guys can
God, Scribe, why can't?
preface the
No,
preface.
let him add
Just
it, and then
because
we'll
it
go
changes
ahead.
things.
Yeah,
But
we'll
to
go
forget about it, I'm saying the preface would be he's saying there's you're describing a containment unit that doesn't have these possibilities. It doesn't exist in this realm or this containment unit. He's saying there's realms or containment units beyond this that have other things that don't relate to this that go beyond that into who knows what infinity, what do you want to call it?
But they
Eternal.
exist in other realms.
Okay, but that's what he's saying. He's saying there's stuff outside of that containment
But they
unit. You're saying no, there's
exist.
not.
That
There's
is
only
the
this,
container.
or this, or this.
No,
You're saying
there's-
they exist, and I'm
No,
trying to
there's
let
nothing
you know
outside of that container.
there's things beyond that you even know that you're saying, okay, they exist, and then there's things that you don't know.
Yeah.
Right, but they still exist.
No, we don't know
Damn.
whether they exist or not. You
If
say
they don't exist, then they don't exist.
No, that's
Why do you not
ego.
get this,
That's your
man?
ego saying
How do
that.
you not get this?
Your ego can't stay quiet
This
enough.
has nothing to do with ego.
Holy smoke.
Max,
It has
it's
everything
painful.
to do with ego. Mr. X is saying, but they exist, but you don't know whether they exist or not. Your ego's the one that's answering you right now.
Man, you literally keep. It's like it's right in front of you. It's like a snake.
Wow,
if it's a
man.
snake, it would bite you.
Your ego is the one that is blinding
Again, you're
you.
only describing this containment
Mr.
unit,
X,
and he's saying there's stuff
You're
beyond that.
describing a certain containment union.
Mr. X can actually see it, right? Like he's seeing the issue that you guys are having with the problem.
Mr. X.
There's a lot of things I don't know, but I acknowledge they
that's what I'm
exist. There's
trying
a
to
lot
let
I don't
you
know,
that
but they
it's not
exist.
just you don't know it, none of us know it. And I'm admitting that we don't know it. And you're saying, but it exists, but you don't know if it exists.
And that's why I brought the thing about the color, because apparently some of these people that got abducted on these ships, they take
and
them
he
these
didn't
other
understand
realms.
the color thing, Scribe, because when he picked something between green and yellow,
it
was saying no, it has to go outside of the color spectrum.
Should I say it like this?
But
There's
here's
things
the
I
thing
don't
that
know,
proves
but
your
they don't
point.
Beyond
exist.
the color spectrum that
But here's the thing to prove your point, MD. The thing was, this lady said when she was taken into this other realm or whatever it was on the ship, whatever, she saw colors that she did not recognize.
She couldn't even exactly. So it's not.
So basically, what it means is that they're in some other dimension or some other reality that doesn't.
It's not between two colors that we know. It's
they
a totally
all
different thing
participate
that we
in
don't know.
existence. All of those things that you just mentioned exist. How do you not get it? It's so fucking crazy that you don't get
that.
this.
Now they exist.
Well,
you see?
Can I say? Well,
They've
would it be better
always
if I said there's
existed.
things I don't know and they don't exist? Could I say that? Would that sound better?
Because
okay, so if I catch a deep sea creature, if I like pull a creature out of the sea that I've never seen before, did I just like magically make it appear into existence?
With Mr. X, it's not saying when you say, "Oh, there's things that you don't know, but they don't exist." They don't exist. That's you can't put there's things you don't know. Period.
So that's called epistemology. We're not talking. I'm not talking about epistemology, Max.
No, but it doesn't matter if you're talking about epistemology or not. There are things that go beyond this entire framework.
Yeah, and they exist, Max.
Ontology.
Those things that you're identifying that we don't know about.
Just like what you don't know if they exist or not.
Oh my God.
Because you don't know.
If they don't exist,
if you don't know, Max. Right? If you don't know, how do you know
don't
if they
exist?
How do you confirm it doesn't exist?
Exactly.
How do you confirm it doesn't exist?
It's
how do you confirm
by
that?
definition of the word.
No,
how think about it, it has to exist.
How do you confirm this new color doesn't exist? Because it exists in this different.
They don't understand.
How do you prove a negative? Scribe, how do you prove a negative? How do I show you something that doesn't exist?
Maybe I can help with this. Maybe I can help
in a dream or in a different realm, but doesn't exist here.
I have a question for MD and Scribe.
Mm-hmm.
Is something in a thought existence? Do you define that as existence, a thought?
A thought. When you think of something?
Yeah, does that exist?
Well, the thought, it exists in your mind, right?
Okay, but it exists, right?
Yeah.
So then it's impossible to think of something that doesn't exist.
Well, it's not about thinking what doesn't exist.
Okay, let me give
it's about saying that we don't know everything. And when you say whether it exists or not, it takes away from it. It's saying it just ends at that. We know what we know, and we're saying, okay, all these concepts are great, and some of them are actually philosophically seem to be proven, but then there's something that outside of that we don't know. And when you say that though, exists, you miss the concept totally.
But when you say there's something out there we don't know that we don't know, isn't that a thought?
Well, it's not saying, it's using a thought to understand that we don't know it.
But
So
it becomes
and this is
existence.
where I say, if you say it exists or not, we don't know. So if you start to put something on top of that,
that's crazy.
now it takes away from it.
Let me give him my definition. The thought
So
for me
because-
now,
wait,
the way I
no, wait,
understand
wait,
it.
let me
He asked
describe.
me the question too, man. He asked both of us a question. Let me do
Okay,
it quick.
but
I'll forget. I'm
you
gonna
are
forget
on
if you
his
keep
side,
going.
and I'm responding to
No,
a
wait,
point
let's
that he
try.
has.
He's going to forget. He said he's going to forget.
I'm
Okay.
just saying, for me, I'll be real quick. The thing with thought for me now is the way to describe it, like even in the Bible, the thought, the spark, the manifestation point to where something is going to be created would be through a thought, through some mechanism where the consciousness has a thought and it's now manifested, whether it's existing or not, who knows? But whatever that thing was thinking at that time in that particular realm was able to manifest these things through thought. Now, a
Gotcha.
different
It
realm
just
can
is.
manifest different things that correlate at all to this realm that are completely different, that you have no idea how that works, and you're just on a different level when it comes to that realm. You can
Okay,
just
so, like,
try
let's
to
use the
describe the best you
bathtub.
can do. The best you can do to describe the realm you live in right
Let's
now.
use the
That's the
bathtub
best
as an
you can do.
example, right?
And then you're trying to tell me this guy knows everything. He
I
hasn't
didn't
even
say he
studied
knows
this realm.
everything. I
No,
never.
in the
It's
I've said
absolute.
like
His
I've said like
statement is
120
absolute.
times
No,
now that
His
it has
statement
nothing to
is
do with knowing.
absolute.
and we
He
It
gives
has
you
understand
nothing
swap.
to
that.
do at all with epistemology.
No,
You
He
guys
gives
are
me
doing.
absolution, then I have
You're
to
doing
question
these
it.
categorical
No,
errors,
no,
and you
He's
don't
saying
even
there's
realize
two
it.
things, only one's true, and that's how it is. And that when someone says that, I'm like, bullshit. That the bullshit alert goes off like crazy when they say, "Oh, it's
Yeah,
one
you don't
option." And
understand
that's
the
it.
problem. Yeah, you don't understand
Well,
the
you
problem.
can say that, but I'm saying
You
there's
think
stuff
he's
outside of
talking
that.
about colors and sounds and thoughts,
I'm
and yeah,
giving
has
you
nothing.
a
Yeah.
question. It's like, if this statement is true that you're saying, then give me
It
this.
is
And you're
true.
unable to do
By
that. You were
definition, it's
unable
literally
to.
true.
You were unable to do it, and
Yeah.
you realize that there's limitations to this.
Yeah,
So
it's
that's what we're trying to tell you. The stuff
axiomatic.
that
I
you
don't
don't know,
need to
he
work
doesn't
through
know, we don't
epistemology
know.
to know it.
Have you
Anyways,
ever heard of Parmenides' poem on nature?
absolutely. I know Parmenides through and through.
Okay, so explain his poem on nature.
Yeah, nature is so the goddess is trying to explain to him the difference between truth and doxa or opinion. And she says that the reality is eternity, it's being, and there is there's no such thing as non-being, right?
Okay,
She says now doxa is becoming. It's things that appear to be true, but they are impermanent. The seeming change is the realm of opinion, and he says that realm is a complete illusion. It doesn't even exist.
Okay, now you've heard of Confucius, right? Who they call Confucius?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, living around the same time as Parmenides. Confucius, or Confucius as he's really called, established his comprehensive system, right? Of all of that stuff well before Parmenides wrote that poem.
Why do you keep talking about who
No,
came
no,
before?
because I'm
Nobody,
showing
that
you,
doesn't
and
matter at
no,
all.
it does
All of them
matter.
agree with him.
No, it's
No,
they're
because
not.
you said he was the Godfather, and
How
he's
could
telling
they
me, look, this
agree
guy's.
with him when he wrote
Dude,
it
I'm
before?
convinced that you
Wait, no,
guys
no, no,
are.
wait.
Yeah,
When
this
he
is
wrote
crazy.
it before Parmenides, he's not
Yeah.
agreeing with him. Parmenides is agreeing with Confucius. Do you
Okay,
see
they
how
didn't
you got
agree
it
with that.
backwards?
Yeah,
I
they
have no
never
problem
met
with
each
that.
other. Okay,
No, but this is
chronologically,
what I'm
one
saying.
came
If we
before
don't-
the other.
If
Cool
we don't
story, man.
establish this, because when we say things like Parmenides is the father of this, we're starting to see, wait a minute.
Dude, you're like Agent Smithing out. It's crazy.
No, I'm
so
not Agent Smithing.
nobody's
I'm
saying
trying to
that he
correct this.
literally made
I'm-
ontology.
I'm giving-
Max, do
I'm
you
giving
understand
this-
that? When they call him the father of metaphysics,
Wow.
they literally do not mean that he made it, right?
Well,
But
then
who's
don't
writing
call him the
expressly about
father.
ontology?
You can't call him the father of it then.
Oh
It's
my God.
inaccurate.
I
That's all I'm
didn't
saying.
say that.
It'll give people a false sense of
I
understanding.
didn't say that, Max. How
You
many
did say
times
he
do
was
you
the
not
father,
understand
right?
how to have a conversation with somebody?
No, but you said he was the father.
I said that he's called the father.
Okay, and I'm saying that is incorrect. If they're saying that he's called the father, they are wrong.
Yeah. And I'm saying, cool story. What does that have to do with the argument?
Well, it's not about an argument. We're having a conversation.
Well,
So,
no, not at this point.
No. Whenever
Not
you
at this point.
and you've brought this up before about, well, he argues this and that. It's not arguing. Nobody wins. Nobody learns from that. We learn from conversations, and that's why we've learned so much, because we've conversated. But when you look at it as an argument, this is why you get argumentative. When it's not argumentative, Scribe and I are just saying, hey, you know what? This is what it is. And we do have people that are older than that, that Parmenides, if anything, he's reciting them. And he's
not
saying,
reciting. They're not reciting each other. You keep
there's
saying that, and that's a lie.
literature transfers,
That's a lie. Yeah.
from culture to culture, and people go. The Greeks, definitely.
Parmenides absolutely did not get it from the East.
Oh, how do you know? All right, how do you know?
We have their fragments. We know exactly how they built them.
So
we
the
know
fragments,
how they built
those fragments. See, now what you said is kind of like the evolutionary so-called pseudoscience. Because you got a few fragments, you know everything.
You cut me off. You didn't even hear what I said.
No, because you have the fragments.
That's not what I was going to say. I had to finish my sentence.
Go ahead then. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have fragments not only of Parmenides, but all of the pre-Socratics, and we see how they build upon each other's arguments. So we can go back to 800 BC, and we know what Thales is saying, and we know what Thales is doing. He's directly experimenting with nature.
So you're telling me
he's not going, hey man, I met this Asian guy, and I met this I met this marketer, right? I met this merchant, and he gave me an Asian
smarter, right? The Asian guy couldn't be smarter. They couldn't.
Nobody's saying that. You're hung up on the superiority complex. You want to talk about ego? That's ego. No, I'm not talking about a guy being smarter than anybody.
No, I'm saying no. Well, you said some Asian.
You're like offended that it's a Greek. It's really strange.
I'm not offended. The Greeks had
look
great
what it says
knowledge.
right here. This is from AI.
What I'm saying is that the Greeks.
Yeah.
Why are you so you notice that none of us have been talking about the chronology or that he made or invented
the only
ontology?
Reason I'm bringing up the chronology,
but you've come back like 3 times now, and you're like, "Hey, man, do you know that like there was also earlier people that existed before Parmenides?"
Because
obviously there were people before Parmenides.
See what it says here? It reads very much like an ancient mystery cult. That's not a good.
Well, you know what it is. No, what I'm saying is when they try, and I'm not saying Hyper is saying this because he said somebody else said.
That's what it sounds like, man.
He's the father. He is not the father. He is not the father because
nobody's saying he made it.
This so-called worship of Parmenides when Confucius.
Nobody's worshiping Parmenides.
Confucius wrote things about what Parmenides wrote about before he did. So if anything,
no, actually, he didn't. He did not write about being
you can look this
like
up.
that. No.
You can look this up.
Okay. Yeah, no, he expressly is not discussing ontology.
The funny thing is, the Greeks have fragments, but the Chinese have more than fragments.
Yeah, I think we're lost in the sauce.
No, we're not lost it. I'm just trying to correct you. If you wouldn't have brought up,
you're not engaging with the content of Parmenides. You're talking about like who Parmenides was, and he's a child.
I'm
there's these other people that talk about it. But what's funny is those people agree. They all agree with each other. They're in agreement. The philosophies are in agreement, and they're all seamless. They all agree that there is no such thing as non-being.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're missing the whole concept.
No, I'm not. I'm not at all. You're trying to say it's about chronology.
It's like you're saying you're saying the son is older than the father.
You've already admitted that I didn't call him father. So why are you coming at me with this?
And this is what I'm saying. The people that
this is why I said it's an argument.
Okay. The people that called him father were incorrect in calling him.
No, they're not saying what you're saying. They're not saying that he's greater or he did it before Confucius. None of them are saying that.
When you
it's just a nickname. It's like a cool, badass nickname. That's it.
They're saying that without saying it.
You're like taking it really offensively and like going further.
I'm not taking it offensively.
Nobody even thinks of it this way.
That's like you saying your great grandfather is younger than your grandfather, and I'm saying no. Your great grandfather is older than your grandfather.
No, I'm not saying.
Why are you mad at my grandfather? And
nobody's saying that. Nobody is saying by calling Parmenides father that he's older than anybody else. No one said that. Show me one scholar, one academic that says that.
Right? If somebody were to say Confucius was the father of this before Parmenides, that would be.
Say that's a cool name. That's cool. That's badass. It sounds
the point is, he was probably part of this occult mystery school stuff that is the opposition.
But it
goes
still
back.
comes down to non-existence cannot exist. That's
Yeah,
all.
they're not engaging with the content of the
Wow.
argument, the
Holy
debate or whatever. They're
smokes,
just like
man.
going into now it's
And just
that
theology.
even
statement
in
is
that,
just
there are
so
things that you
blanket
don't
and
know.
ridiculous. I don't even know what to say.
No,
Just
I
to
think
make
it's a
it,
great conversation because it
well, that
Well, we'd have
statement
to
to say
find a
that
philosopher who
you have a
said
valid point, to be
non-existence is
honest. Thank
real.
you, Christopher.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, brother. And it's true. I'm just bringing up valid points, man. And I understand that Parmenides, he knew a lot of stuff. He broke it down, all of that. But there were guys that were considered the fathers, the grandfathers. Like I said before, these people that put him out to be the
Who
father
said
of
that there wasn't, Max?
Well, I'm not saying you said that there wasn't. I'm clarifying that this guy, yeah, he has some great stuff. But Confucius brought all of this in before him. Lao Tzu
Yeah, Lao
brought it
Tzu
in.
is even better. Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. So then now, and these are still youngins because before them we have Tahotep.
I don't
from Egypt.
understand why this is even being brought up. Like
Because
I'm not saying
when
that
you
that's
look-
not the
no,
case.
this is-
We
all right.
agree.
You want to
We
understand why
agree.
it's being brought up? It's being
agree.
brought up because these elder people had much more than Parmenides is talking about. They go deeper. Parmenides is like an edited version of what these guys were talking about.
Yeah, and they're
So when I say it goes
none of them are
beyond
talking
that,
about non-existence.
all
though.
we got to do is
So
look at
what's
what
the
these
point?
other guys are saying.
So what's the point though? Like none of them are
Look
talking about
at what
non-existence.
Udalaka from the Sanskrit history.
Are you just going to ignore what I'm saying?
No, I'm not ignoring what you're saying.
Are any of these older guys than Parmenides saying that non-existence is a real thing?
These guys go deeper into what he is saying because he came after
they
them.
don't. He's the
it's
guy.
Like I said before, Parmenides is an edited version, and we know that throughout history they try to hide knowledge from us, and they hide it in a way where they deify.
Pull up a guy who goes into ontology deeper than Parmenides. I'm interested. Show me.
I just told you.
Yeah, before him.
Udalaka. You're not going to learn.
Confucius is not a metaphysician. Confucius did not. So that's already out of the window.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Holy smokes. Why don't you look
Confucius
up Udalaka?
was not a metaphysician, man. Lao Tzu, maybe.
Okay,
when he's talking about the Tao.
You can't let go that Parmenides is not the man. You want him to
I'm
be
saying
man?
that these people that you're mentioning,
let him be.
You're acting like they're like way deeper and stuff. I'm like, okay, show me.
How am I supposed to show you when you're the scholar that likes to seek it out? I'm giving
that's
you.
What I.
It's
that's
the same.
It's
like he's acting like Neo and you're acting like Morpheus, and he wants you to show him.
That's why I brought up
like
Parmenides.
The Matrix cannot be.
If there was another guy that was doing it better, I'd probably use
experienced.
him, right? Because I'm aware of the Eastern religions. I've studied them. I've been a part of.
Oh, then how did you
monasteries.
not know? Then why did I have to educate you that Confucius wrote what Parmenides wrote before?
No, he didn't. He doesn't talk about ontology. I've already said that like 10 times. Confucius is like a politician. He's not talking about ontology.
He's not.
Dude.
And Parmenides wasn't like that, right?
So no, he wasn't. Confucius is talking about ethics and politics.
You don't even have.
Lao Tzu is talking about the Tao.
This is the thing. When they bring up fragments and they say, well, we know because of these fragments, those aren't even complete documents, man.
Yeah, no. Did you not hear me finish
my
sentence?
That's why they call fragments, man.
Yeah, did you not hear me complete my sentence? Remember when you cut me off when I mentioned fragments and you started to rant about why fragments suck? And
all right, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, no, I've already said it. Did you not listen to me?
No, go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. Did you not listen when I actually responded?
You said fragments.
Yeah.
And you said they have fragments, and you went back to a few other Greek philosophers after that.
We can see that there's actually a polemic. There's a dialectic occurring
through fragments.
Through fragments. When we say fragments, that doesn't mean they're incomplete, like what you're
thinking. Oh, really? So what does fragment mean if it doesn't mean incomplete?
Well, no. What I'm saying is you're thinking maybe we got a couple sentences or something.
You're not going to escape that way. What does fragments mean?
What if I have 1,000 pages worth of writing? Can I still call them fragments?
You said fragments, and you don't have 1,000 pages.
I'm trying to get you to understand what fragments actually are.
You don't have to try to get me to understand. You just have to explain.
You're confused because you think fragments means like
that's the problem.
You think fragments means like 2 sentences or something.
All you have to do is explain it clearly, and people.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now. You're making it sound like to your audience that fragments means like 2 sentences and we don't know shit about it.
What does fragment mean?
Yeah.
Give me
Fragment
the definition
means that we
to a
don't have the
fragment.
complete thing.
What is the definition to a fragment?
It's a piece of it.
Okay, so it's not a complete version of it. It's
now, can I have
fragment.
1,000 pages worth of a guy's
So
philosophy and
you
it still
have
be called
1,000
fragments?
pages?
Answer me.
No,
Can I still call it fragments if I have 1,000 pages
you
of?
just said 1,000 pages. You said
Yes.
what if? You see that word if?
I'm asking you a question on purpose to see if you agree or not, right?
Wow.
If I have 1,000 pages of
This is
2,000
not a
pages, can I still
hypothetical,
call them
Hyper.
fragments?
This is not a hypothetical.
No, it is. It is a hypothetical.
No, it's not.
Because
I'm
we
asking
literally
you-
have
you
almost
see,
2 full books.
You bring it into the hypothetical thing because there's some type of worship for this Parmenides guy, and he's a knowledgeable guy. But I'm saying
there's not a worship for
when
Parmenides. You have a misunderstanding by thinking that Parmenides is a dipshit.
When you have pieces,
you're trying to make Parmenides sound like a dipshit.
I'm not.
There's these other better people.
No, see, that's what it is.
But all of them agree with his claim, and
you revealed it.
He agrees with their claim, and they agree with his claim. Their claims are in agreement. So your point is actually invalid. You don't even really have a point.
I'm not saying he's a dipshit, but if that's the
your
way
point
you feel,
doesn't
you
even
just revealed
land
the way you feel. I see why you're mad now. I understand.
Why are you bringing it up, though? Why are you saying that there's older people when their philosophies are actually in agreement?
Incorrectly, you stated something that people said that was incorrect. When they refer to him as the father of this, he is not.
Okay, then you can't ever call anyone the father of anything.
And that's I'm okay with that. Yeah. So then don't call.
But everyone knows that. The father of it is just giving a guy a cool nickname and saying,
the fact that they call
this guy is actually important in history.
Look, we see that it instills some type of following with you with Parmenides. You have some type of like proclivity. I mean, I don't know what it is.
No, you know my stance. My stance is that the physical world, all of it is bullshit. So all of the philosophies
to Parmenides, right?
No, Parmenides is just giving us a glimpse into the true ontology. And it could come from anybody else who's making that claim.
So why when I asked you a question, I asked you to answer out of your own volition. You decided to open the book and you had to read from the book and all that.
That is one of these fanatics.
That's a fanatic.
So as long as the guy is saying that there's no such thing as non-existence, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if his name is Parmenides, if it's Lao Tzu, if it's Montep, it doesn't matter.
You know, the other guys,
the content.
See, you're taking a sentence and you're not reading the rest of it. The other guys have the rest of it.
What's the rest of it?
All I'm saying is when you look into them,
tell me because
you
have it right in front of you.
No, I don't have it in front of me. That's what I'm saying. Look up the Confucius.
I'm aware of their philosophies. What the fuck are you talking about?
Look, I've went through these things before. And I haven't done it recently. This is why I'm able to talk about it in such depth, because when you were saying this and Mr. X was saying this, I'm saying, look, there's more to this than what you're saying. You have
so the Tao is the Tao non-existent.
Wow, man, holy smokes! You got to look it up, bro.
No, I know it's not. I know this. I'm saying that even the older guys that you're trying to say are older and they know more, they're deeper, they're saying the same thing.
The point is he's confined to one container and that's it.
Yeah.
We're saying there's more.
There's
evidence
more.
of this. There's evidence of this.
More. Inside of existence is a bunch of different containers.
And if Rose did, he would clarify this more. India referred to him as first natural philosopher, and I know that that's not the first natural philosopher. It goes before that.
Oh, well, they're fucked up, man. You got to go ahead and give them the disclaimer.
No, it has to go before that, and I'm the first one to call that out. I'm not going to say.
We all know that.
I'm not saying that he's the father, Uddalaka, but long before the Greeks, atomism, long before Parmenidean metaphysics, we do have Uddalaka. And that's somebody you need to look into to say, hey, you know what Parmenides said, okay, we have this part. Now, let me see what these other guys said that Parmenides might have left out or might not have touched upon, which could expand
Why are you
what
so
already know.
Fixated
But
on
what you know about Parmenides is fixed. You don't want to learn anymore for some reason.
You really think that my entire wisdom, my knowledge that I have?
No, I'm not saying that.
Parmenides?
I'm showing you a way to expand it.
So I refer to one guy, right? That we're talking about the content of non-existence, and I refer to one guy, and now you're like, oh, this is just Parmenides
No,
worship.
I think Parmenides has a lot of knowledge.
Well, no,
He's
fuck
not the
Parmenides.
father.
Throw Parmenides in the trash. Fuck Parmenides.
Oh,
Let's
my
talk about the
goodness.
content of what he's saying.
Okay.
I don't care what his name is. I don't care what country he's from.
Okay. Sure.
We're talking about
Sure, man.
non-existence
Hey,
being a thing, and you're
that's
like,
okay.
it is a
Exactly.
thing. That's a major problem.
And I'm saying that what was said here, there is much more to it. So if we go deeper into that, we can find out and say, hey, you know something? I didn't know there was more to this. So what I thought I knew as static knowledge here has a little more to it. And then this other guy from Egypt is going to add in something else.
Yeah,
So
I don't
now
think how. So, oh yeah, remember when Scribe cut me off and I really needed to respond to you? I remember what I was going to say because this is a poignant. This is a poignant critique, right?
Okay.
You're basically saying that once I know something, now it exists. I'm saying the opposite. Okay, I'm saying the things that you will eventually know already exist. Knowledge participates in existence, not the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then what I said was there's something beyond that as well.
And it exists.
No, that we don't know.
But it exists.
No, we don't know.
It either exists or it doesn't.
But if we don't know it, does
He
that
wants to
negate
put
its
a blanket
existence?
theory. He wants to
Mr.
cover
X,
every
will you
possibility.
try
No,
it better
no.
than I
It
can?
can
Can
only
you
be
maybe
this, and that's
explain
all there
better
is.
than I can?
Well,
Yeah,
I think what we're saying
You're
is
blanketing the whole thing. You're
he wants
generalizing
to have
the whole
an
thing.
answer. He can't
You're
live
doing.
with the I don't know, and that's what the natives.
It's
understood.
not, I don't know. It's about existence,
No,
Max.
we're not
I know
talking-
we don't know things. I know that.
Okay,
Basically,
but
what
when-
he's saying is an
Well,
obvious. Is an
here's
obvious
another way to
statement.
say it.
What exists?
Can we know
exists, what
something that doesn't
That's
exist?
what he's saying. And there's no limitation there. There's no questioning. There's no saying, what do you mean by that? None of that. He's just saying a blanket statement like that. What does it mean? Who knows? It's such a blanket statement. You took it however you took it. We take it how we take it. As you can see, there's a problem. It's not absolute. It's not finite. It's not detailed. Doesn't articulate enough what it means. Therefore, we're having problems. That's the problem. See what I'm saying?
But can we ever know something that doesn't exist? Is that a possibility?
Eventually, Mr. X, I can go get a doctor. He can explain heart surgery. You're going to learn something you didn't know. You don't know. I can get you.
No. Can we know something that doesn't exist? Well, eventually we know something that doesn't exist.
We don't know if it doesn't exist. That's the problem.
Mr. X said it perfectly, man. That was the best one sentence destroyer. He put it clearly. He did it clearer than I did for the past
But we
hour.
don't know if it exists. You assume again.
But can we know it doesn't?
Exactly, and that's where Scribe comes out because he's saying you're thinking you know that it doesn't
you think
exist.
that knowing something brings something into existence.
How do you know it doesn't exist?
Okay, so
you
once
see, he's
again,
throwing it out there so vaguely. Something that does. Well, what thing?
So just tell me if you agree with this or not. Tell me if you agree with this or not. Okay.
Christopher has a good point here. He said, "Did Parmenides collate previous knowledge, repackage, and represent?" And it seems to be so.
Yeah. No, I mean they had. He was not from other cultures, but yeah, he did.
Oh, yeah, definitely not from another culture. Only from the Greeks, right?
Well, yeah, from the
this guy was tied into the mystery schools. He's one of these guys that are in these clubs.
That's cool. Let him believe it, and he brings good knowledge. I have to admit, I ain't throwing Parmenides away. Hyperborean has,
but you can. It doesn't matter. Parmenides' character, who he was, how long he lived, where he lived, all that's bullshit. It doesn't matter at all.
Who came before him? That in the Greeks,
a shit ton of people.
Oh, okay, so. All right. How far back does that go before the Greeks?
400 years.
No, go into the Hellenistic before the Greeks existed. The Hellenistics, right?
Well, no, they were Greeks still.
They were Greeks too, right? And who existed before them?
A lot of people, a lot of cultures.
No, when were they not Greeks?
Yeah, they were not Greeks at one point. Yeah.
Okay, and who were those people?
Mycenaeans would be a good starter. There's more
in the same areas.
Shit, some of them may be remnants of like Mesopotamians. Through
no, but Mesopotamia is not Greece. That's a different area.
No, I'm saying, are
No,
you not
I'm
listening
talking
to
about
me?
in the same area. I'm not talking about other areas.
I'm
I'm
talking about through
the
misogyny,
Greek.
through
You know, the
mixing
Greek
races.
civilization
Yeah.
was built upon another civilization, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I believe that there are different. That Greeks did not exist always. They come into existence like they step into the world stage, you know, at their time, right? They didn't always. They weren't always Greeks or whatever.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
who were the people before the Greeks that
It's-
in Greece? What was it before Greece?
I mean, it's kind of debated. I mean,
Why is well? What is it? Well, what's the debate over it?
because there's different migration patterns, and we're doing genetics. I would
No,
say
no,
that
no, no.
I've already given you my answer. I
No,
said
that goes back to evolution. If you go into migration patterns, all of that is
no. I've already
incorrect.
given you my answer.
Those migration patterns we already see. It goes back. See, we got to be careful.
See, he has a pattern. He'll say I give you my answer, but he never wants to go
Yeah,
into
no,
it.
it's cool.
So
It's
he'll
No, I
just
did.
say,
I told
told
you.
you about
He's
it.
like, he
What-
keeps
No, we
moving the
don't want to
goalpost.
pressure him too
I
much.
said
We
Mycenaeans.
wanna-
He's like, no, but who though? And I'm
we
like,
gotta
okay,
give
man,
him-
that's now we're
we gotta-
already in 1600
No, but
BC.
usually I would like
How
to
far do you want me to go
clarify
back?
myself.
We're going back to the beginning
You
of
told me,
the
hey,
world.
hey
Yeah.
Scribe, you didn't go
Like-
into detail in this thing. I'll be okay. I'll be happy to go into detail. But
Yeah,
you don't
no,
do
we
that.
gotta
You're
give
like,
So
oh,
the
I told you
earliest,
about it.
so
That
like
means
I've
you're
already
avoiding
given
the
you
question.
Mycenaeans right off the jump,
That
right?
means you're
So
avoiding
that's
the question.
1600 BC. How much further do you want me to go back?
No, well,
The
is
island
that
of
in the
Crete?
same area?
You want the Minoans? It is the same area. They're
Oh,
literally
okay, now.
Mycenaeans.
Oh,
Dude,
okay.
you're cooked.
Oh, okay. Now, all right. See, and this is what I was saying. I'm having a conversation. You're having an argument, and that's
Y'all
why you
just
said
talk through
cook.
people, and you
No,
just
no,
don't even
that's why.
understand.
That's why you
You're
said
getting
cook.
emotional. You're saying you're cooked. That's a little bit
No,
disrespectful.
it's okay. It's okay because this is how we
But
learn.
the answers don't work for you guys.
This is
You
how
come up
we
and
learn.
with this wild, just
This is
nonsensical things to
no.
Then you
argue.
shouldn't get emotional. You should be okay. Let's talk about it. If
Exactly.
you're firm and you
know
fully
what it is?
believe in
We're
this,
trying-
you would not
we're
get
trying
It's
to
not about
excited.
firmness. It's
We're
about
trying to
frustration.
strengthen-
You did a lot of
Brother, we're
cussing
trying
earlier. I
to-
didn't say nothing, but I was gonna say, try
Yeah.
to keep it, tone it down with
Yeah,
that.
brother, we're trying to strengthen your soft spot. That's what
There's
we're
no
trying
soft
to do.
spot. It's
You have a
right
soft.
now. I'm
when
frustrated.
you go and you talk with other people, so you won't get ripped apart or something. We're strengthening that for you.
Gotcha.
This is brothers talking with each other, and you can be combative and all of that. We're your big brothers. We're
Well,
the
no,
ones.
I feel like I'm being defensive. I feel like
we're toughening you up, and it's good that you're being defensive.
yeah.
But you have soft spots that need to be worked on.
Well, no, it's
No,
not
you
really a
don't.
soft spot. Well, no, that's not what's happening. If you actually rewind this, you keep repeating yourself.
Oh, shit.
We
Yo, you
went
are
through something.
hilarious, brother.
It's like
You-
telling a child to stop
you
spilling
are
something, and he
hilarious.
keeps spilling it over and over and over, seconds
Holy
after each other.
smokes.
And you're like, "What the hell are you doing, man?
And
Stop!"
let me give you a little bit on Greek history. You know about the Cyclopean walls, right?
Absolutely, Cyclopean
Okay.
masonry. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so you know that they're so massive, right?
Yeah.
That the Greeks, the later Greeks, they believe that the Cyclops built them.
Yeah, Hyperboreans.
So
that comes from the Hyperboreans.
They inherited somehow a civilization that they didn't know anything about before them.
Yeah.
And this was another reason why they had went to Egypt asking them and trying to learn about their history.
No. That's Plato. You're
No. We're talking about the fact that Greeks had lost a lot of their history. This is fact.
No, that's not fact. It's a story by Plato.
All right,
Yeah, it's
story.
Solon. It's the
not
story
told
of
from a
Solon.
Western
Yeah.
perspective. It's a story. Okay.
Yeah, if you look at pre-Socratic fragments, they don't have any contact with those people,
fragments
and they don't
again. Fragments can't tell you everything, man.
Dude, you don't even understand what a fragment is. We've already discussed this.
You couldn't. What is
they're called the fragments, but we have clear conversations and writings. We know what they're talking about. It's not like it's like a sentence and we have to guess.
You know what they're talking about.
We know what they're talking about. They're mentioning names. They're like, this guy said this, and I'm responding to this guy.
You couldn't even explain to me what this guy's talking about. When you say it is and it is and it's not and it's not.
Yeah, no, that's
give
your
me some
problem.
more
Everybody
context.
else gets it, but you don't get it.
Everyone else gets it. I'm asking you a question. You can't answer it. What does that mean usually?
No, I
That
did
means
answer it, but you respond by switching categories. You said
No,
you
I'm switching
literally think
categories.
that knowing something brings something into existence. That's a categorical
Wow.
error. Yeah, that doesn't
Dude,
work.
you keep
bro.
flip flopping. It's like now you say,
Yeah,
okay, the
it's all
thought
right, man.
means it
You
exists, and
said
now it doesn't
knowing
exist. Now it
something
does exist. You go
brings
back and
something
forth.
from non-existence into existence.
You know what's funny is this
That
is to
doesn't
show
work.
you that no, this is to
Doesn't work.
show you that you don't know. When you brought in the Mycenaeans, I tried to tell you, and I tried to give you an escape route. Those are still Greek-speaking civilizations.
They come before the Greeks and
No,
then the Minoans.
they're still
You
considered
asked
that.
me a
Do you
very
know?
vague
Do you know who this
question.
guy
You
is?
said, "Who comes before the
Hold on,
Greeks?"
sir. Real
Wait,
quick,
who's
MD.
this?
Do you know who this guy is, David?
No, let me get the shield. Hold on.
Yep, better get the shield there.
Where's the shield? All right, David. Just David, don't curse, man. You know we keep it.
Yeah, I won't curse.
Uh,
I've been in the comment section before. I'm not going to curse at all. Yeah, I'm showing my camera, but I could turn it off too.
yeah, you can put an avatar up. We rather avatars.
Okay, cool. Let me change it. Yeah.
Have you been on other streams before, like that? Know us or?
Well, crazy numbers, but my
Crazy.
Oh, you crazy numbers, dude.
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. No,
All
I've
right.
been.
You want to put your avatar up or?
Hold on. Yeah. Here, hold on one sec. All right. Oh, well, it didn't work. Hold on.
Crazy numbers. Holy smokes, man.
Hey, crazy numbers.
Yeah, he came
All right.
in the class.
Hold on. Let me.
It's catching on, MD. Everybody's using it.
Yeah, man, I like that. You kind of crushed with that, bro. That was hilarious, man. Crazy
Where you know
numbers. It's like, what the heck? Crazy
Dude, that's
numbers.
he'll start with something that actually makes sense. Oh, this happened, this, whatever, and then all of a sudden he'll just go into this. Like
Hey, man,
you're
I
at the
got
bit,
much
you're at the
love
bidding war.
for him.
All right.
I've been born as one of the crew. All right, David. So what brings you here, man? Is it the conversation we're having, or is it something else?
Yeah, no, it's a conversation. Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. I mean, specifically about religion and Greek philosophy.
Okay.
Yeah. I remember I was having a stream one night. Again, I don't want to monopolize your conversation, but this is what brought me up. And one time I was in Greece, and a guy showed me around Athens, right? And he believed in all the Greek philosophy. Okay.
Mhm.
So I listened to him as we went to all the different places where he thought all the philosophy happened. And I was telling it to a stream I was doing one night, and all the Christians were up in arms. I'm telling you, they went crazy. People were, they were, cursing me out. They were unsubscribing because I was going against their Christian philosophy. But I'm like, well, how could I be in this guy's van where he's showing me Greek philosophy and then tell him that he's wrong? You know what I mean? Like, that's what the Christians expected me to do, was to tell the guy that what he thought was wrong. You know what I mean? Like, that's where the divide begins, when
Good example.
you think that you know everything, and then someone shows you their stuff, and then you say, oh no, your stuff is null and void because I already know everything. That's where we stop learning.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly
You're
right.
right.
Good point.
You're right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, we were talking about that. I think you probably heard it, where it's like this is about learning, and it's hard. It's you got a good point, because it's hard for people that have a lot of knowledge to expand that sometimes when you bring more knowledge, and sometimes it can be looked at as an attack on what they already know, but it's not. It's more of saying, look, this is more stuff, and we can expand this And I think they get defensive because it's looked at mistakenly as attack on what they already know. And sometimes to expand what they already know, maybe unknowingly dethrone somebody that they've put up on pedestals. And yeah, I've seen that. And
Yeah, and more traumatic if you worked for an organization or a military thing, you didn't realize, you thought you were doing good at the time, and then later on you realize, damn, this is all a lie. I was part of that. That's probably one of the biggest realizations that are gonna hit you the hardest.
I think this is
Yeah.
much more nuanced than that. What's happening is there are people that believe you cannot know anything, and then there are people who believe that there are things that you can know. Okay, so I'm not a person that believes that you can know absolutely everything, but I am a person that believes that there are truths that are knowable. Okay, I want to make that very clear, that distinction. I
I
do not belong to the category of people who believe that you can't know anything. Okay, there are two different kind of people in this world.
I think you're 100% correct. You've brought a lot of truth tonight, but you're right when you say there are truths, right? There are truths, but that's what I'm saying. That people divide it up, and that's where the truth gets hidden. You know.
Yeah.
yeah,
So where does optimism and delusion come into all this? Where you believe something so much, but it doesn't happen in real life. Where you make a prediction and you realize, okay, I should have studied more. I should have, looked up, done my due diligence on this, because now I realize there's other things. But you've made a prediction or you've done something where you thought it was absolute, but then you realize life throws a curveball at you, especially in business and things where you assume, oh, this product or that product's going to work, and you have all these grand ideas of illusion, and you allow illusion to take over versus what is real in this reality. And I think that's where the fine line, the silver line is, like, how do you distinguish delusion versus understanding what's actually real?
You need good.
And I think we've been misguided to an extreme degree since school. And we all know that school is a light form of a prison type of situation. You got to raise your hand and do anything. You got to walk the fine line. You got to take these classes, or else, if you don't answer the way they want you fail. So you have this dictatorship situation going on from when you're a preschooler till 18. And in Native American tribes, by the time you're 12, 13, you're a master at your craft. You already know what's going on. They want you to figure out what's going on at 18 after you've already gone through the puberty and that rate of understanding that is the most important part of your life, to become a man, to become who you are. And now there's no more men left because you already see the disconnection. So reality itself is changing. That shouldn't have been there. It's like if you'd have told people hundreds of years ago, hey, there's going to be a bunch of transgender people, a bunch of this, a bunch of that, AI, they'd be like, what are you talking about, bro? It's like that would never, that doesn't even exist in the society currently, because we're living a certain way. But yeah, those things can happen. So that's infinite at this point. We don't know what is the impossible or possible. And it seems like all these technologies are just thrown in our lap. Here's Bitcoin, here's AI, here's, computers, here's chips, integrated circuits, just magically there, fiber optics, all these things just magically, it's always some obscure person that invented it. We don't know who the hell it is, but they invented it. Like the Japanese guy in Bitcoin. We don't know who he is, but by this time that dude should be, billionaire 10 times over, known in every magazine in the world. But no, he's not, because it doesn't fit. They don't have, it's not a real person as far as who invented it. So therefore it's better to keep it under wraps, but say, oh, it's just here. It just exists. It's just there. Just take it. And so we're under a massive military surveillance system, which is called the internet, which fed the AI. Without that internet feeding of that data from us, of doing all the data entry and FaceTime and everything else, they don't have data. We're the data. So we're basically the harvestmen of that. And on top of that, in the ethereal realm, they're saying they're harvesting at containers like souls, or soul harvesting or whatever. And then you have the children and all this stuff involved. It's like, you add up all that stuff. Why do we even care about Parentheses, where the hell his name is, about that absolution, when you have these horrors going on you can't even speak of? You can't even describe it, how ridiculous and insane this mind control and everything else, and the horrors these poor children, all these guys got to go through. It's not even unspeakable. We're talking about stupidity when that should be, okay, what's creating that? Go ahead.
No, all I was going to say is no. The reason I came up is because what a great show, Max. I love listen. I listen every night actually. But the interesting thing, the gentleman was just saying right now was a great show would be the study of Henry David Thoreau. I went to Walden Pond, I think 10 years ago now. But in that book, Walden, what the gentleman was just speaking of, Henry Thoreau wrote about this in the late 1800s. You know, he wasn't using words like, um, the internet. But society was the same back then as it is now. You know, the only thing different is, uh, progress or the we're using phones now. But Henry David Thoreau in the 1800s, when he wrote the book Walden, was as sick a society as we are right now. So nothing has really changed.
Yeah, Tesla talked about that in the late 1800s, especially about the feminist thing and all that. That wasn't there yet, but it was already apparent that women, whatever, yeah, it was all. It's pretty much a
Yeah.
very similar situation. That's intriguing. But
Yeah.
also, I'm sure you're aware of the Georgia Guidestones, which have been blown up, in the last 10
Yeah,
years,
sure.
whatever happened. And I'm thinking to myself, then when I saw it as a kid, I'm like, what does this mean? And I'm thinking, how are they going to do this? War? What? No, they got rid of the men. It's like they're doing breeding. They're doing,
with the Georgia Guidestones, I mean, that was like, I don't know if that, I think that was more of like they were making fun of normies. They're like, let's see if anybody notices that we're literally putting it out there. Where
no, but they're literally telling you we want to reduce the world to 1/5, and this is how we're going to do it. We're going to literally turn men gay and transgender, all this stuff. Once
yeah,
you get rid of the
yeah.
men, now you don't have opposition. Now you can easily
But
control the
but
population.
but with those stones though, they meant them to stay there because they lined them up where you could look through them and see, the astronomy through the stones. So I don't think they intended for them to be blown up. Why did they blow them up? Was it like a psyop?
Hey, you gotta get rid of the evidence because now we're getting too close to that.
Oh,
People are
okay.
gonna be like,
Yeah.
"Yo, this is what's going on." It's like it's
Yeah.
literally been going
Yeah.
on since then. You gotta destroy the evidence. Like, hey, you gotta get rid of that. It's like
So it's weird.
it's too damning.
What's wild about that is that they put it on like normal shows like Jesse Ventura did it, which was obviously, you know, a psyop. They like ease the public into it, but I don't think much of the public catches on to any of this, which is a shame.
Yeah, the masses never will, man. But
Yeah.
speaking of Thoreau, he had a good quote. He said, he goes, "Thank goodness man cannot fly, otherwise he would lay waste to the skies." And what do we see happening today?
Yeah.
Skies,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. No, Max, I would love to see you do a Thoreau show because I mean Thoreau was like way ahead of his time, man. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah.
He stopped paying taxes. I think they put him in jail, and because he said anybody who supports the army that are pushing these people off their land, he goes, I can't support that. And I think see him when he was incarcerated, and he goes, "What are you doing in there?" And Thoreau looked at him and he said, "What are you doing out there?"
Hmm.
And it's kind of, Thoreau was deep, man. He stood by
No,
what he believed in.
yeah, I went to his cabin where he built the cabin in the woods at Walden Pond. I think it's been 10 years now. But man, I went out there and it was cool because there's a bunch of poets and pirates out there. It's phenomenal. It's a really great scene. I mean, but he was fighting all the same stuff back then for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have his book, Walden.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
that's a great it's a great read. Yeah.
yeah, I give him a lot of credit, man. Henry David Thoreau. Amazing character from history, man.
Yeah.
Just, when I look at some of these guys, a
Isn't it
lot of
crazy? The
people
more
don't-
knowledge you acquire,
the first man to be hung for treason in America was Captain John Brown for helping slaves. A lot of people don't know that. Yeah.
Wow.
When you look at the history of the country, it ain't pretty, because when you think of a man who was such a legend in helping people and saying, look, this is wrong, and he stood by it. And that's the first guy that got hung for treason after we had, with all of these treasonous presidents before him and other people, but then they chose to hang him. It's like, what the heck?
Yeah, I know. I went to work the other day. I went to work the other day, and they were like, "Oh, you hear about these Fauci trials?" And I'm like, "Yeah. Well, I mean, nothing's going to happen with that. Why would you?
It's a soap opera.
Yeah, why would you subscribe to even watching that?
That's the bread and circuses.
Yeah,
it lets off the steam, so people get mad. And then they're like, oh, well, they had him in court and this and that. And then they go back and watch, Ball Chasers and all. And it just it's part of the game. Like you were saying, the majority are never going to wake up.
No.
And that's, the goodness in us that wants to wake them up. That's the problem, to realize that saying is true. The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Then maybe that's the ascension. Maybe it's not really a spiritual ascension. It's more of a wisdom ascension. Like if you reach those levels, which is a lonely mountain, once you are operating in those levels that we understand, what we're doing, there's very few people you can talk to. You can't talk to family members. You can't talk to friends about it. They'll think you're nuts, whatever. So it's a lonely mountain. Knowledge and wisdom is a lonely mountain. But at the same time, I believe that's the only true measurement of ascension. They want to say, oh, it's spirituality, whatever. It's like, okay, what if I sit there and meditate and do something? What am I supposed to do? All I can do is what I do here. And all I can do here is get more knowledge. And I believe the knowledge can translate into that ascension process of this being some type of school or some type of level-based game or something. Okay, you've been level 1, level 2. You're not going to be left behind like a fool or whatever. So it's very video game type situation we're looking at. I mean, if you just look at the digital mirror that we created, which are the computers, the internet, and all those things. Apparently, I don't think we created it like that. Again, it fell out of the sky. Here it is, dropping a machine in a certain era that they're not used to what the hell that is, and just it's there. And now civilization completely goes from horseback to the moon in less than 100 years. That's how you explain that situation. So the fact you have all these weird anomalies of weird progression that doesn't follow any progression of natural, I guess, progression itself, and it's just jumping light speeds ahead. That means there's something there that's assisting, not only assisting, but administering and also keeping us very suppressed and ill-informed of what's going on. So it seems like it's a mind hive world, to where they know the masses, at least they know they can get at least 80% of the people to believe in this. They can't get the full amount, and they're keeping like this hive mind reality going on. Meanwhile, the reality is nothing. Truth is, like I say, truth is stranger than fiction. So again, they want to keep away the etherical, the metaphysical, all these things, keep everything physical, and keep you in the dark about everything, and pretty much turn you into a dopamine zombie, where you have to overeat and indulge in drugs or whatever the hell, alcohol, whatever, cigarette, everything else. It's a crazy mind control system when you think about it. That's the only way that it's like all these philosophers, whatever. It's cool. It's cool to have. It's cool to have them, but just observe yourself. What have you been put through since you're a kid, a little kid? You've been put through the system. You've been put through authority. You've been put through the same. It's like people are, well, what are we doing here? Well, what do you think you're doing here? It should be apparent what you're doing here, and apparent what they want from you, and apparent that you have a lot more power than what they want you to know, and apparent all these other things. That should be up to you, not some dude that lived 5th century BC. These things need to come from us and actually manifest, so we can manifest. Because we give credit to God or something else, we'll never take the credit to do it ourselves. to take the next step, to take
The
action.
shot, I think the shot is unnecessary.
Experience is
because
the only
I
thing.
I don't believe
Action
that.
and experience.
Right?
I wasn't finished. Action and experience is the only thing that creates
Yeah,
knowledge.
but you don't have to
Action
take
and
a shot at me
experience.
when I hate the straw man shit. That's why I get so frustrated. Like, you don't understand my
How is it
view.
strawman, bro? I'm telling you, action is what creates experience.
No,
Experience
you're
is what creates the
telling me
knowledge.
that I
Knowledge
believe
and
solely in
wisdom.
Parmenides and that's it. Fuck that, bro. I'm tired of that shit. Let it
Are
go.
you still
God damn.
believing? Hyper, you have extensive knowledge, brother. I got much love for you. You're part of the crew, whether you like it or not. You're down with us. You're a philosopher. You're a scholar. You're an immensely intelligent person, bro. You know, and I don't think that you only, you know, are on Parmenides, but it's like I was saying with Mr. X and stuff. It's like, okay, this is what we know. Then there's things that we don't know. And it goes beyond
I
that.
agree
And
with
it's not saying whether it exists or not because we don't know it. And it's just simple. And you bring your expertise in some fields, it surpasses so many people. And I'm just saying that we have all been indoctrinated to believe a westernized system, which is just the new Rome, basically. Britain is the nucleus, like you know, Alan Watt, the Scottish guy. They're going to rule the world through Britain now, which is what they rule through Rome. They rule through Greece. They rule through Egypt, Sumer. And that's just the world. Remember that we're told. They forget about India, China, you know, South America and stuff, which they even say the Sanskrit Empire expanded as far as Peru.
What's hilarious is we're not experiencing any of that. We're not going there. We're not investigating. We're just going off what the internet says or what some book says, and that's it. And then we make our skeptical opinions from that point.
Yeah.
Unless you have real experience in that field and go there and talk to people and do something to prove a point or evidence or something, it's just hearsay. It's anecdotal evidence. It's not the be all end all of what it should be. And that's what we don't like. We don't like it when people say it must be this because this guy said it. Did you go there? Did you test this theory or whatever it is and make
but
sure
I gotta agree with Hyper
man.
though. I gotta agree with Hyper because we have to establish a base first of is non-existence existence or
that's
not. I
delusion.
agree with
Before
that.
you can
Forget Prometheus or whatever.
until you can prove that, Mr. X, to yourself, that's a delusion.
Yeah, it's
But
not because of
we need the
Parmenides,
base though to
You're
get to
getting
the
hung up
truth.
If
on
your
the idea
base is
that
a
it's
delusion,
solely-
if the foundation is delusion,
Scribe,
it's going to
it's
fall.
just a
It's going to
simple
crumble.
first principle. It doesn't matter if it's Parmenides. It doesn't matter if it's the Vedas,
Yeah.
Buddhists. It doesn't
We
matter.
could say it's some ancient mystery cult
The
that we
whole
don't
thing
even
got
know
hung
But
about.
up
if it's
on
based off
Parmenides
lies,
because
how are you going to
the
build
whole thing got
anything?
hung up on Parmenides because we didn't even get far. We talked about one thing for an hour that's literally should be breezed over in 5 minutes, but we kept going in circles. That's why it sounds like it was all about Parmenides. We could have moved past Parmenides. That was just a first principle. Hyperborean wisdom doesn't rely on
Because
Greek,
that's the
Vedic,
biggest question. You hit on something that's huge. Everyone
It's
wants to know.
absolutely foundational. It's the first principle, my guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's what we think we know, right?
And
We're
we're saying, me and Andy are
we can
saying,
agree.
you're inside of one container,
We can
and you want to
agree
say
to
this is the
disagree,
end all be all on this
But
one
what I
container.
don't like
We're
is
saying
when
no.
you
There's
sit there
other
and try to
realms.
characterize me and put me in a box like you know who the fuck I am. I'm not that guy. So
We
quit
don't
trying to
know.
straw man me. Please. That's all I'm asking.
Who's
Please.
Yeah,
strawmanning
we
you?
got to answer the statement. Is it true?
God.
Can we know
who's
something that
strawmanning?
doesn't exist? Is it
Okay,
true or
first
not?
you
wanna know
said
who's
believing
strawmanning.
and worshiping basically a guy and getting indoctrinated
Look,
by a guy in fifth.
Okay, I don't agree with that. You
5th
shouldn't have
century
said that.
BC.
All right,
Worshiping.
we apologize.
Like
for that.
because
I'm not
it
that
did.
guy,
It
man.
did say there that he's a
I'm
god.
All
much
right.
deeper than Parmenides' claim about non-existence. Way
Yes.
deeper.
Okay, so I wanted you to give me that answer, and you kept
Yeah.
reading the book. And I was like, dude, stop reading the book. Give me your interpretation, and I'll
Yeah,
understand.
so we got to leave Parmenides out
talk
of
to
the
me like I'm a
equation.
5-year-old. I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm talking. Like I'm an idiot. Just explain to me in those terms, and then maybe I'll understand. The simplicity is key.
We can agree
Truth
to
does not need
disagree,
complex
right?
equations.
But I'm not going to say that
Truth
you're
does not
somebody
need
that I
complex
think you
equations.
are, right? I don't think once tonight I've said, Max, you are this guy, or Scribe,
No,
you're
hey,
indoctrinated.
I apologize if I offended you in any way, brother. You are a cool dude, and I'm not gonna put Parmenides on you like that. You know, I'm very on language. So, like, And I understand we want to say, like people say, Imhotep is the father of medicine instead of Hippocrates and all of that. And there's somebody before Imhotep. He was more of from what
Hmm.
I think is like
And
magician.
again, more hearsay. We don't know. I'm gonna go against
Exactly.
MD on this one, so
Yeah.
he feels a
We
little
don't
better
even
because
know if that.
But that's a
Yeah.
that's
whole
again.
separate
Where did you
argument,
get that?
though,
Yeah.
You got it
Yeah.
online.
or
You didn't go
discussion.
there. You didn't
Yeah.
do your own investigation. You don't know if that's true or not, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
So we know
And
that they
you
lie
know,
about events.
it's like
Every event
when
we
I
know
went to South
since
America.
9/11.
I saw the sky and I saw the difference, because I study astronomy. I loved it in the 90s. And, I realized, I said, holy smoke, you could see like all of these stars and, the so-called galactic bulge, and, Orion's belt was on the other side of the sky. So other people can say, okay, this, that, and I can say, well, I was there, I saw it. Maybe I
And
didn't
most
think
people,
that.
MD, will never see that in their lifetime. They're used to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
polluted city. That's all they know.
Yeah, I couldn't believe. I mean, it was 13-hour flight, but thank goodness we stopped in Miami, and then it was another 10 hours to Uruguay. And
I went
it.
down there too. We went to Calafate where we
Oh,
saw the glacier,
oh,
which
wow!
made
So you went really far. I only went to Montevideo.
yeah, which I it made me question the whole map in itself because we saw the glacier down there in Calafate. Yeah,
Wow, wow.
yeah.
Yeah, I would. I was telling Scribe that I'm willing. I don't know if it's a GoFundMe or whatever. We rent a plane, and I would like to know about flying from, say, Uruguay straight across where you're like right under South Africa to go hit Australia. They say that no, you have to fly to like uh
The,
Egypt.
yeah,
Upward. Yeah.
the the interesting thing about Calafate was they had their own rich community down there,
Hmm.
which you couldn't even afford. But I was lucky enough to be playing like in a band with the Hall of Famer, and we were touring at the time, all over the place. And they took us there, and then they took us on a charter bus actually to the glacier in Calafate, and it was through these national parks, something that the normie would never see,
Wow.
and you're saying to yourself like, the Calafate itself, they had their own gambling casino and all these beautiful restaurants,
Really?
and yeah, but what I'm saying is it's like hidden from the world, like I could have never went there except I was there with the Hall of Famer. So, and just like other spots all over the world, I got to see things that the normie doesn't get to notice, that they're hiding these things from
Yeah.
us. And I don't understand why I got to see those things like that, other than I guess that was my position in life. You know what I mean?
But that's
Hmm.
eye-opening what you just said, that there are places where the rich gather, and because that's
Yeah.
where there's power and there's a reason they're
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and so the night before we played the show in Calafate, I went just played some of my own songs, and the owner said, "We'll bring it back." So now I'm in the in crowd, but you couldn't go there. Like no one could even afford to go there. I mean, it was just outrageous, you know. And so when people contemplate the elite and the normies, they don't understand how the scale is weighed against us, you know.
Yes.
Hmm.
And I just got glimpses of that because I was with this guy, you know. I got glimpses all over the globe that uh, we're not even in consideration in their plans, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah. A lot of people
Our
don't
vote sure
realize.
doesn't matter, that's for sure.
yeah,
During that.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
don't
So basically, he's
realize.
saying we're living in Truman Show concentration camps called
yeah,
states and called
yeah,
cities.
yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah. Because Calafate was proof that the other half live like they step on us like cigarette butts, you
Yeah,
know.
Thank you.
they
And
do.
Thank you.
the only reason I was there is because I had a good voice. That's it. To entertain them. That's it. Yeah,
Yeah, people don't realize how the rich despise the poor. It's like
yeah,
they think they really don't. It just, I am good to see you, brother. He says he's in Germany, finally caught a live. Wow, thanks, bro. It just, I mean, it's really messed up, man. It's like we pay tax as a basically a humiliation ritual. They don't need
Yeah,
money.
you just said it, Max. The rich despise the poor. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they really do. And to think that, you have people that basically look at them and say, "Oh, they're
I mean,
not bad."
I don't think it's so much that the despise the poor. I think it's designed this way where you have to have poverty, you have to have these
Yeah. Yeah.
deterioration scenarios to where the government pretends to, we can. It's like, dude, you're the U.S. and you got trillions in military
But
defense and all this stuff, but you can't feed your own people. We got a
yeah,
big problem here. We got
yeah,
a
but
massive problem here. You got land like in Texas alone that could feed the whole world. I mean, you could you
but
be
the
joking?
the
I mean,
the
yeah.
the problem is that people. It's the problem
It's
is
not a
that
problem. It's not a
it,
problem. It's done by design. It's
no,
by
it's not
design.
that the people buy. It's not that they buy into the system. They fight to keep the system.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But
They
it's
Yeah.
also by design.
yeah,
Everything that's done is by
sure.
design. There's an agenda. There's
Yeah.
a very specific strategic thing they're doing. That's why they have certain wars here, certain wars there, certain things they do. The Conan 19, this and that. These
Yeah.
things they strategically place to make sure that the herd stays where they want it to stay. So
And like
that's
and like Max has said before, they create the laws so that they can break the law. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Any
David, you live
law,
the real life eyes wide shut, you
yeah.
know?
Any law that has a monetary fine is basically only illegal for the poor because the
Hmm.
rich can just pay the fine. And
Yeah.
it
Yep.
You can go into prison for not paying your debts too in certain
it's just
states, I
Yeah.
believe.
Oh
crazy.
yeah.
It's
But that's
painful.
your prison. The things they call a true sovereign citizen would be what you see in UK with the king and the queen. Those are sovereign people. They don't pay taxes. They own all the land. They own all the companies. And all that. They pretend to be, oh, we're here for show. No, they're the ones that's actually on the tip. That's the tip of the iceberg of the power structure. And then it goes underground and all these other things. But the monarchy is where it's at, and that's
Mm.
how you know what the power structure is. And they give the trademark, which is what United Emirates, United States, United Kingdom, United. We're under their trademark. Therefore, we are the slaves of their trademark. We're under basically a contract, a business contract that they say you can't, do these drugs. You can't do this. You can't wipe your butt the wrong way. You can't. You have to wear a seatbelt. You have to do this and that. So they dictate the law. So it's all based on contractual business uh, fiction creation is what the bet. You have to follow this because we think this is the best for you, even
Yeah.
though there's people dying of hunger, all this wars, all this crazy stuff going on. This is the best for you. Just do this, and we're not going to focus on the problems. We're just going to ignore that. So it's just so evident, so obvious what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's
Scribes
sad
right.
as hell that
100%.
people.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah,
Yeah, this we live in something, I mean, it really makes me like who controls planet Earth, like the name of the
Right.
stream. There's something behind the scene. It's like we're people are working to do certain things to build this military. When you look at CERN, when you look at these other things, it's like, what are they doing? Like, what is going on behind the background? Is it something else that's using us to try to make maybe portals or bridges to into this existence, into this
Hmm.
reality from another reality? William Armand Sosa was a guest on here a few months ago, and he had one of the most amazing theories where he said the physical universe that we see, it makes sense that this was created after the conscious universe, or the universe of energy, or whatever somebody wants to call it, the non-physical universe. And he said that it seems that this is created to attract consciousness to it the way a light will attract bugs. So some have theories of we were sent here, we were
you see, there's that, and it creates more questions than it fulfills the answer. But I'm just saying, when you get a pet, you want to buy a dog, you want to buy a hamster, or something like that,
Yes.
right? You're thinking, okay, what type of where am I going to put this hamster? I got to give this thing or aquarium. You know, you're buying these exotic fish. I need at least this size aquarium to put these fish in, and they live in that thing, thinking that's the whole world. Isn't that exactly what's happening to us in this
I mean,
terrarium thing you want to call it, an ant
Sure.
farm situation?
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're like, okay, we need a containment unit. We call it Earth, whatever this thing is, and then we bring these guys in, and then you know we administer it this
Well,
way. So it's all preparation. It's all by design. It's all preparation.
well,
All by design. Go ahead.
not only that, Scribe, but they're right on the news here in my town with the 15-minute cities. They've built them already. They're already in place. The 15
wow.
minute, yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
15-minute cities. What are those again? The
yeah.
15-minute
Well,
cities.
okay. I could say it because I'm not, I've already said it on many live shows, but I'm just south of Cleveland. In
Mhm.
Cleveland, Ohio. They came right on the TV's 15-minute city. And when you go in the 15-minute city, the main road now they've renamed Opportunity Boulevard. You know, like it's just like a complete mocking, like Opportunity Boulevard. And so you live in an apartment that has its own grocery store. Like you literally
Yeah,
are gonna
everything
like,
is within 15 minutes.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha.
So you're going to be absolutely controlled. It's been on the news, and the infrastructure's built. Basically in Cleveland, they took out the ghetto and they went in and built these 15-minute city
Get
infrastructure.
out of here. Cleveland was super ghetto, right?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
totally.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah.
to Ohio, and they got crazy data centers there too. They got like one that
Oh,
uses.
Well,
yeah.
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 They were fighting one in Amherst this weekend. But what I'm saying with the 15-minute city is that's a complete aquarium. That's keeping people
Mhm.
uh, in place and doing what they want. That's the future.
It
That
is.
that's not going to be my future. I hope to
Are
never
you
see
sure
that,
about
but
that,
people are going
David?
to
Are you
fall for
sure?
this nonsense.
Because they're going to
They're
build
going to
data
live
centers
in these
everywhere.
15-minute cities
Are you
and,
sure
and
about
And,
that?
eat in a
and you know what's
fishbowl,
interesting,
and be
but you know what's
dictated,
interesting
and
is that
have, just like
yeah.
they're going to have credit scores. You know,
Hmm.
I
Okay,
mean,
so now you're describing
they're
Social
you're
scores
just they're
too.
describing China.
they're
Social
Yeah,
they're
scores.
you're describing China, and that's with a
eliminating
jab. And all
the soul from humans.
Yeah.
They really are.
I'm
I mean, I don't
still
see it's.
kind
I
of.
think it's unavoidable with these data centers. They're going to take all the land and electricity, and you won't be able to live near them. You'll be stuck in the city. You'll be stuck in some pod somewhere.
Hyperboring,
well,
have a good night, brother. I think he just hopped off.
yeah,
Anybody there?
Yeah.
yeah, you guys
I
hear me?
think
You hear me?
I think Ohio has a
Hello?
data center they're saying uses like 400,000 gallons
They
of
might be.
water a day to cool it. Like they are just. I mean, Ohio was supposedly the breadbasket. I didn't know until that thing happened in East Palestine when they just polluted the entire sky when they uh, set those chemical trains on fire when it crashed and it created that gigantic plume. I mean, it's just I don't even know what to say, man. Yeah, I really don't. Yeah, I think Scribe and Mr. X popped off. Wow, wow. But yeah, it definitely the the whole yeah, that 15-minute city stuff is scary, man. It is really scary. It is like I wonder about that. They say 15-minute cities, everything digital. If you want to leave, eventually it's going to go from why do you want to leave,
Hello.
you know? Yeah,
Oh,
to why do you need to leave? And that ain't good, man. It's
But do we
just
have a choice, MD?
uh
I don't think we do. They're doubling the data centers. It's not gonna stop. This rural lands are gonna be taken over. I think that's the future. That's my opinion, of course. I can't
yeah.
prove anything, but
The
I think
only
we're all headed to these cities. And I thank David for bringing me
Yeah.
because I had no clue that these things even existed. These 15
Oh,
minute
Yeah.
cities.
Mr. X, you didn't know about that?
No, I didn't even know, but I theorized based on these
Yeah,
data center buildings that this is
yeah.
what's going to
No,
happen.
no, they set it up. It's actually been on mainstream news, you
I
know?
haven't heard it. I missed it
Yeah,
totally.
look up at any city and
Yeah.
type in 15-minute city, and then use Cleveland as an example. Cleveland news.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
they
going to.
admit it. They've admitted it,
Yeah.
and
So that's our
they
future.
they made the main road called Opportunity Boulevard, so people are going to think, oh, I could get an opportunity. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wow. I
They're
can't
they're
believe it
mocking us. You
so
know,
quickly. I think they're going to build them in Florida too, right? Or no? I thought so.
I didn't hear anything about it. I just haven't heard anything about it.
Yeah.
Mr. X.
Yeah, no, they
Yeah,
had a lot
definitely
of
look
stuff.
it up.
Yeah, they have videos.
And by
I mean,
the
I have
way,
to. Yeah.
And by the way, I'd like to say I feel like you're so intelligent, Mr. X. I listen to you guys every night. So
Oh, I
it's
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
it's a,
But I thank you for coming on and giving your input. You did great. I mean,
it's a
really get some
pleasure to
insights.
talk to you.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you. Yeah.
But
appreciate
I like
having you on.
also.
Man. Yeah, we had a great show with
hmm
Hyperborean on him,
Yeah, I
and
listen to you guys every night. I
yeah,
really do.
thanks,
Yeah, you
man.
guys are
Thank you.
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely this
Yeah.
they had a lot of videos on the 15-minute cities, and it's scary. It is creepy. They're now with the data centers. I mean, what is a data center when I think about it? It's like
Giant
no one,
computer, basically.
yeah, it's like they tell us you don't need all of that for AI. It's like, okay, so that's for what? AI videos and chat GBT? It doesn't make sense. It has to be something more. And
Sure.
people are, yeah, they're so zombified.
I
They don't,
keep cutting in and out. I think I'll drop for a second
yeah.
and then come
All right.
back out
Yeah.
because
That's what happened to me. Yeah. I just lost
yeah,
it.
And
yeah.
yeah,
One second. Yeah.
the whole, when I think about what's going on with just the environment, man, it's messed up. It's really messed up. The environment. I've seen the videos of the data centers in Texas, and
Mm-hmm.
it's sad, man. It's really sad. They just don't care. People are complaining, and
Well, I
you
saw
know,
the ones in Virginia because Virginia right now holds the most data centers. And
mhm.
they showed a couple in a video. I think I might have sent you that video. They want to move. They can't live near the data centers, and they love the area. But
The noise.
the data centers make so much noise. It's like a jet engine,
Yeah,
basically.
it's so
Yeah.
sad. It's so sad. It's like they just don't care, man. It's
Yeah.
scary actually. I wonder. It's like New York is so polluted, and I think with the breathing problems that I've encountered, I didn't know that New York City it's like an asthma place. It's like they have places called Asthma Alley, and man, it is so messed up. It's like
It is.
yesterday I was walking out from the library, and the air was so thick last night that I started to almost choke before, I was just like, what the heck is going on? And some people it doesn't affect, maybe it affects them later in life, but
Mhm.
I mean, something's going on with the air. And then I found out that they use these big generators floating off the coast of like Brooklyn and Queens and Manhattan even. And they use them to generate power, but they pollute the air, even though it burns gas, natural gas. I didn't know that there's pollutants that come off of that are extremely dangerous, especially the unburnt gas too. And yeah, man, because it's just like what the heck, the air, the soil, the water, the radioactive wastewater they were dumping into the Hudson River from the nuclear power plant.
I mean, look at the East River and the Hudson. I mean, it's ridiculous. But like I said, like, what can we do about it? But we can recognize that it's polluted. Absolutely. I'm
Yeah,
not saying ignore it, but you can't stop it. It's like, if we could stop it,
yeah,
that those rivers wouldn't be so polluted as they are.
yeah. I don't think we're gonna be. There is no stopping. I think the only thing is to try to make money to get to a safer place. Um,
Basically. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing because you're not gonna fighting it. They ain't, it
Yeah.
ain't gonna happen. They're not gonna listen. You just, yeah, it's like trying to stop a 15-minute city. They're not gonna listen. They're gonna build it. It's already there. It just, You know,
And
the killer is
we can't
people,
still fight it today. I mean, 100 years ago would have been better than today. A better
and
chance,
people are going to support it. You know, people are going to support these
That's
things.
right. You got to fight the zombies too, not the elite. You got to fight
Yeah,
off all the zombies.
we won't even get past the zombies. The
That's right.
zombies are just too powerful. That's, you know, I used to call it using our own muscle against us,
Hmm.
because they're the proletariat. You know, we're all proletariats, and it. I mean, I was on a show, um, and cool people. Oh wait, I think he popped off again. I was on another screen. Is this you, David, or the other one? Is this you?
Oh, we got two.
Can you hear us, David?
David?
I don't know which one, because I think one of them wasn't working for him, and then he popped on with another
I
one.
had popped on twice and then it came
Yeah,
back. But I'm on my iPhone, so I don't know if it's StreamYard. I don't know what's going on.
yeah, it might be streaming or something, but yeah, it's no biggie, man. It's getting late anyway. It's like, man, it's about to be 3 a.m. over
Hey,
here.
but I appreciate it. A 6-hour stream was long overdue. But I appreciate your efforts.
Yeah, man. Thank you, man. And thank David, Scribe, Hyperborean, Retro
Yes.
came on earlier, Drew Ma, everybody in the chat, man. You guys are great. This is a great show, man. I'll try to
Great show.
stream tonight. Yeah, Saturday, man. I want to do a Terminator stream about the Terminator movie. And
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. That'd be
yeah,
great.
because remember in part 2, she's incarcerated in a mental asylum for trying to sabotage data centers.
Mm,
Yeah, so it has, you know, there's some stuff. But you guys, you know, thank you guys for being on here. Everybody in the chat, thank you, man. Take care and have a great night.
a great night, everyone.